No, I'm not talking yet. I'm not talking yet. All right, man. So, like, what these guys don't understand about what they're actually doing is they're actually trying to force a conversation that don't need to be had. Again, when you have a 60-something-year-old guy like BGS Itmore, non-accomplished, haven't did shit with his life, tried to ride this mechanical bull, got a couple kids, they're not fucking successful either. Daughter turned out exactly like the women he's fucking complaining about. Like the dude has real issues about shit that he needs to fix in his own life. But what he's doing is he's giving inexperienced men the experience of a failed man. So the actual inexperienced men think that they have the same problems that BGS got. No, you don't have the same problems that BGS got. Like it's no different when men who are in their 50s back then who is coming around to the youth, telling the youth about how the white man is keeping them down and how they didn't go out and get a job and how they didn't go and actually do the shit that they actually needed to do to actually compete. So the only thing that those 50 something year old and older individuals had to do was come back to the neighborhoods and make sure they destroy the actual ability for the current generation to compete. They didn't give them the correct information so that way they could be able to get past the mistakes that was made in the previous generation. That's exactly what you have in here. You have people who are not progressing in life who need to pay to justify their own failure. Because here's the thing, paying somebody who orchestrates a conversation repeatedly and specifically to give you a fake amount of self esteem, because this is non accomplished man's talk. This is how non accomplished men talk. It isn't that the women are so bad, it's just that you're bad and you're unable to move on to different people. Same here. I wouldn't wish to have those problems. This shit is so easy to get past nowadays. There's no way you can go around as a young guy trying to pretend like you some grizzled veteran who've been out here for multitudes of generations when you can clearly move to a better area and be able to produce. Listen, that Mississippi excuse shit, that like my father's generation, who was a boomer by the way, he died very early. But those excuses that they had from the silent generation, that shit was no longer viable in the boomer generation. So what it was is that people wanted to hijack problems from other people's eras, and then they wanted to make it the mainstay of how come they ain't shit in life. The same thing with the talk about the fucking woman. How many times have you put one of these people in front of random women online that they don't even know, and all of a sudden they want to hold court with this random woman that they have online about all the failures of black women in total in society? How many times have you seen that? Imagine, just imagine, just imagine for instance, if I were to jump on a panel with women, which I won't do. I'll do a one-on-one interview, but there ain't no way I'm about to sit here with a whole bunch of women talking about the failed dudes that they had access to and that they didn't net. But just imagine that if I were to jump on a live stream and immediately women would try to hold me responsible for every single guy that they dated that it didn't work out with, every single man that they came in contact with that didn't work out with. That would look kind of crazy for a woman to hold me, a random dude, responsible for things that I could not possibly be responsible for, which is what the original woman's point of view was. This is why women were supposed to be talking about men And men were supposed to be building and avoiding these bad fucking women. That was the plan here. That's what the wall of silence was about. That's what it was for. But the manosphere, the black manosphere, full time black manosphere, I'm talking about people who set up a particular business models of weaponizing these simps against everybody else. Because there's a difference between two different manospheres. You got the manosphere about people who do talk about women. Remember, these dudes are trying to go viral. They don't give a shit about making anything better for anybody else. The only thing they give a shit about is using these dudes, inexperienced, and these people who have too much experience as pain in order to turn this shit into a windfall for themselves. That's exactly what you have going on here. And they know that they get easy access to these fucking lost ass dudes. Every time you look around, these dudes, inexperienced, very lost. The next thing you know, they have quote unquote minister talking points to respond with. Why? Because they feel felt by these people. They don't even understand that they're being actually used and abused for the very information that they do have but don't understand. Because once you get a hold of information, your true actual character come out. A lot of these people wanted to just have this information to just look like they're more informed than anybody else on this subject. But what about the actions you take since you have the information? Same thing. Same thing. This is why I just straight up tell them, yeah, I'm on the left, and yeah, I want you replaced by immigrants. What do you do after that? Because they're ill prepared to have the conversation, right? I mean, they have this manosphere dogma inside their mouth, right? It sounds right when you're listening to BGS, but it sounds insane once you have to justify this shit outside of those spaces. Because the only thing you had to do was just deal with different inventory. Again, you're being led around by the nose by a 60 something year old guy who couldn't simply have a back and forth conversation with somebody online. Now everybody thinks that they're winning, but they don't even know how the conversation ended between the amazing Lucas and actual BGS about how he wanted to pull the Clinton Eastwood and Obama in the chair bullshit with him being on the panel. This is why you cannot even debate these people because you can't debate radicalized people. You can't debate people who aim to radicalize others. You can't debate nobody like that because they have to debate in bad faith. They have to be able to win the argument no matter how they fucking do it. And then you have the audience who've invested the majority of their time into being bullshitted by such people. Now they don't know what to do because for stupid motherfuckers, popularity makes more sense than progress. Popularity makes more sense than actually understanding the actual topic and subject and actually moving the fuck on. So now you went from a level of victimization that was not your fault to a level of victimization that clearly is your fault. But at the end of the day, they think they're just going to sit in this cushy middle. They're going to sit in this cushy middle until somebody do the shit for them. This is why you have dumbass, idiot ass fucking black men who think that TSI Johnson is putting together some type of program behind the scenes. These stupid motherfuckers don't even understand that the framework of denying affirmative actions for admission is going to be used to knock down every single diversity program in this country. And you're going to have to take your ass out there and compete like everybody else. They don't even know that that shit has been done with the last Supreme Court decision. Why? They've outsourced that shit to the people that they trusted, which is a hell of a lot worse than the people that they didn't trust before. You see, most of these men are causing their own problems. And whenever you corner one of these idiots, they immediately try to tell you, about how many women chose them. They always try to bring some nameless, faceless ass fucking woman who they don't have access to. And even if they did, it would make the woman look extremely stupid, claiming this motherfucker in the lot wide open, right? See, the problem is the only thing they have left right now is destroying the credibility of the woman because they're at rock bottom. That's the only thing they could do right now. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, he's just an intellectual quack who actually don't fucking do anything. He's what's this dude who ran for fucking senator in Pennsylvania? He used to be on TV selling all this bullshit ass products. Like he's no better than that. But it's a problem when weak, unaccomplished men want a voice. It's a fucking problem. Because here's the thing: the only thing you had to do was just not come online and try to argue with fucking feminists. But as a masculinist, which is the analog of a feminist, by the way, no fucking career field, not really producing shit, not really doing anything productive or constructive with your fucking life. But at the end of the day, that's what we got going. But you look crazy as shit when you do this shit to other people outside this environment. Because you can't have this conversation with anybody outside this environment. It's called Mike B. Because there's so many things that's going on in the world right now. Arguing with women online don't even top the top 50 or 60 things that actual men have to do in society. But if you ain't got your shit together and you floundering in these goddamn communities, the respect of a woman is all you ever fucking live for. That's what these people masculinity is based on. They want to get a woman of value and somehow she's going to be able to bring him on so that way she can shoulder his level of non-participation in society. They want the woman to be able to do that. They want the woman to be able to give up all their power in society, give up their ability to be able to produce, don't use the resources that are clearly here for them, and then spend all the gains that they ever made in life with them. That's what they want. And what you have to understand is they're doing it on purpose. The people who make these arguments, like, listen, the people who make these arguments are fucking sociopaths. They are deliberately trying to weaponize men's inexperience and the failed men's pain and trying to go viral off the shit. That's what they're deliberately are trying to do. Rather than selling heroin or weed, they're selling a much more potent drug. They're selling blackmail, stagnation, and complain about bitch rhetoric. You got dudes who claim that they got access to their motherfucking kids, won their motherfucking divorce, out here still complaining about bitches like they ain't got no motherfucking experience with them. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these states it's hard to get access to your kids. It is, but you need to know all this shit going in. And there are people who actually went in who didn't know what the fuck was going on. But a lot of these people feel like they're actually being helped. Truly act like they feel like they're being helped by getting behind the megaphone of a person who's dumb as shit, who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, who never actually debates anything. Because here's the thing about dogma: you can't debate dogma. Dogma has to be true on its own. Dogma is to be shouted, it is to be followed, it is never to be challenged. Probably advice on Uncle Stu stay for the $5 super chat. An actual fucking conservative. So they bastardize everything. And their job is going to be to bastardize everything. They're going to bastardize the SBEPs. Why? Because they can't come online and try to argue and try to saber rattle with women online unless they want to look stupid by doing so. They have to bastardize the skills and the resource piece. Why? They're inherently fucking unproductive. And seeing men actually get to the money and leaving all this bullshit the fuck alone, it's the opposite of what they want. They want these problems to stay here forever. I keep telling you, it's not the women. It's not the women. The women can't make you tune in to the same live stream every day for 5 and 6 years with no progress. Women are not that powerful. Trust me. What it is, they want to deal with these consequences and not feel bad about it. They want somebody else to remove all the consequences from what their end goal is. Their end goal is to complain about and still deal with these women and not feel bad about it and not feel hurt or experience no pain from it. This is their fault. This is their moral failing. And here's the thing, they're trying to dig through the earth, all the way through the layers of the earth, all the way through the earth's core, all the way through other layers of the earth to get to China when you could just jump on a goddamn plane and go to China. No, these people want to dig to China. The answer is not even that far, but they would rather dig their way through the ground to China rather than go to a simple solution. China. Yep. They'll get fried by the Earth's mantle and core, and then they'll blame Keisha for it. But at the end of the day, these are the sorry ass fucking black men that you got to deal with in society. These are the same individuals who want to be taken seriously by everybody else in society. These are the same individuals who sit around and talk about how come they don't have a good image in society. Because you want to know what they've done? They've outsourced that shit to everybody else, and they're not going to participate in building anything at all on their own thing. That's for everybody else to do. Their job is just to sit here, turn on the live stream, and mix it up with this fucking foolishness rather than fix their own life. This is not a good look. This is a way worse look. This is worse than not having a voice. You can use your voice for a wrong reason and a wrong purpose. Ain't nobody calling up Bernard Riley or any of these other BGS or like they're not calling these people up to discuss how to make things better in society. And this goes to show you that people on the left who could be full of shit, there are also people on the right who are full of shit too. People who don't believe in social justice but want there to be specific social justice to save you from the consequences of this fucking woman that you ain't supposed to be being with. You repeatedly tune in to live streams about complaints about a woman that you don't have access to, just so that way you can get all the complaints down as if you had access to her. This stuff actually doesn't work, and there's no end to it. Because you can't sit down with somebody who's radicalized at this point and ask them, okay, what's the end goal here? How do you know that you've succeeded? No. How they know that they've succeeded is how many men that they've actually stagnated with this actual concept by subscriber count. They judge their actual success based off of how many men that they can stagnate and that they can attract to listen to this fucking foolishness. That's their barometer of success. And that's why I say this manosphere has to be reformed. Jaylee Marley, thank you for the follow. Hold on. What happened to the follow? Hold on a second. All right, there we go. For some reason this StreamYard's messing up, but let's go. No, sir, that's not how that happens. Dennis Sperling is a guy I don't like. Dennis Sperling is a guy I don't trust. No, we're not doing that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay out the actual terms of the debate. That's what the live stream was about, laying out the terms of the debate about the future of the manosphere. Now, Dylan Sperling is the same as BGS Idmore. He's just an attorney who does the same exact bullshit that BGS Idmore does. I understand that you want to see that, but actual sir, in debates, you have to lay down terms for actual debates. You have to lay down terms for an actual debate. So that way you're just not walking into a Gish Gallop session of bullshit, right? Hardcore T don't know he cannot challenge me on any fucking point because otherwise he would have and I don't believe that Hardcore Tito got in contact with Dennis Sperling, by the way. I don't believe that. I do not believe that. But you got dumb niggas who slick ass instigators who come through on this motherfucker who drop some stupid shit in the fucking chat and I have to respond to it. So I'm just going to respond to it. I don't think Hardcore Tito went up to Dennis Sperling for me to actually debate him on Dennis Sperling's show. I think you're fucking lying about that. I really do think you're lying about that. I really do think you're lying about that. But I will address this comment. So, in order to have a debate, you have to know where the debate is actually going, what you're actually debating. So that way, I'm not just up there trying to out roast a nigga. I don't do that shit. I talk from a standpoint of facts and rationality. I just don't just get up there and talk to random niggas about random dumb nigga shit. Because here's the thing, he's already had his platform where he get to do his actual Clint Eastwood with Obama in a chair shit. He already had that platform where he did that for an hour and a half and he had pretty much no information to talk about and he just listened to one dude that I've never seen anywhere within the manosphere keep super chatting him false information for him to actually respond to. In an actual debate, you actually have to bring factual information to a debate. If you don't think I should be the leader, then you have to be able to tell me what it is in your background without trying to bring a bitch's opinion up into it about where you're trying to lead men to. That's how debates actually works. But but that's the problem though, Wacky World. Oh, most of these dumbass niggas who you've never seen this guy before. But see, all they got is instigating and whole shit. Why? Because once you got your shit together, you can literally leave these niggas the fuck alone. And the women that actually give them a position, you can leave them alone too. But back to this actual subject here. Just Bob Bowman, thank for the $2 super sticker. Okay, hold on a second. Since you got enough room and time to talk in this fucking chat, bro, why don't you come up here and have a real fucking conversation? I'm gonna show you about these cowardly ass fucking black men. I'm gonna prove a point to you. Okay, there's a link to the live stream. Why don't you come up and have a realistic conversation? Because somehow you're having this conversation on the behalf of Tito and Dennis Sperling because my information is on my about section. My email address is there, my Instagram is there, my Twitter is there. I don't know why the fuck Hardcore Tito or motherfucking Dennis Sperling didn't contact me, but you got to contact me for them. So there's a link in the chat for you to actually come up. Since you want to derail the conversation, why don't you come up and let's have a conversation from beginning to end? So that way I can ask you all of these questions rather than trying to respond to your bullshit in the actual chat. I'm gonna show you about these motherfucking cowardly black men, bro. I'm gonna show you. Because when you force them to actually come up here and be up here by themselves and answer direct questions, they can't do that shit. They're too much of a fucking coward to come up here and do this shit. Now, no, but you have to prove to these motherfuckers that they are just, who is this dude? How long has this dude had an account? Could somebody check this dude's account out and tell me how old is this account from this actual individual? Could somebody do that for me, please? I'm in StreamYard, so I can't pull up and I don't have access to my tablet. Otherwise, I do it myself. So could somebody please tell me how old is this account? How old is this dude's account? Okay, no videos. Have anybody ever even seen this individual on anybody's channel? I mean, because the manosphere just ain't that fucking big, bro. So okay, so have anybody seen this guy around anywhere? Because I watched Hardcore Tito's platform for like 5 years. I've never seen you super chat or none of that shit. Oh well with the live streams I've looked at, I've never seen you around here. This is what I mean about the cowardice of fucking black men. They want to go around, instigate a motherfucking situation, and then they can't even come up here and actually have a conversation about what the fuck they're talking about. But see, they think that you're so fucking stupid though. But this is what happens when you talk to men with substance and rationality. I could simply drop the fucking link and I could just run you off by just dropping the link for you to come up. Because most of these Bravo Alpha Novembers, they're not used to explaining themselves. They're used to trying to sabotage and destroy, trying to gaslight and try to instigate and walk the fuck off. And everybody else got to clean up the pieces. So at the end of the day, that's why I started the actual shit with not even being trolling these motherfuckers. Because at the end of the day, if you have substance, you can just talk from that. If it isn't hardcore Tito.
Yeah.
So before we go forward, hey, hold on a second. We need to set up this conversation and talk like rational adults before we go forward. All right, let's hold on a second. Rodley Stu, thank for the $5 super chat. Mark Jalen Markley, Tito wants to debate. Okay, so let's respond to this in the chat. Did you talk to Dennis Sperling about me and you going on his show to debate? Did that happen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Wait a minute.
So
Let me turn these
wait, hold
headphones
on,
off.
hold
Wait a
on,
minute.
hold on.
Man, let me turn these goddamn headphones off because you echo into my ear. Shit.
Anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna set this debate up the proper way. We're not gonna nigger the fuck out online, bro. We gonna set this debate up, and you're gonna fucking lose the debate. All right. What we're gonna do? We're gonna talk about what we're gonna debate. We're not gonna have no roast session online. We're not doing any of that. What we gonna do is we're gonna set this shit up the proper motherfucking way. We're gonna set it up the proper way. Okay. Thanks for coming up.
Yo,
I know Hardcore Tito's in the back. He's not done yet. So How is it that you and Hardcore Tito have set this shit up, but ain't nobody told me about this shit? Like, how does that work?
That's what this is right here. We don't know you
Okay,
personally. This
okay.
online.
So how did you? Okay, so how did you set this shit up without even contacting me? So you couldn't contact me behind the scenes. You had to do
How
some.
so?
Okay, okay.
Give me an
So,
example. I don't have your number. I don't have your
sir,
email.
sir,
Tell me how you done.
sir, it's in the about section. Do you know that every channel has an about section?
This is the first time I ever been to your
Sir,
channel, dog.
sir. Oh, okay, okay. It makes it even worse. If this is the first time you've ever been to my channel, do you know channels have about sections?
You could have took me as a spam.
Sir, no, 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 I couldn't have. Remember, you came here super
You know
chatting
how
on
many
shit.
people
So,
send
sir,
emails
sir, 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 sir,
because I put
sir,
my money where my
sir,
mouth is?
sir, listen. Go to the about section and see if my contact information is there.
Be honest, you
Go
know
to my
disrespect. I thought you was
sir,
bluffing,
sir.
so
No,
I'm
no,
calling your
no, no,
bluff
no.
out
I
right here
wasn't bluffing.
in
I'm not
front of
calling a bluff,
everybody right here.
bro. Listen, I'm asking you. Go to my about section and see if my contact information is there.
Mm-hmm.
That's something you're gonna do right now, or else you're gonna get kicked off this fucking live stream.
It.
Go to the about section and see if my contact information is there. Go to it right now. Do I have an about section? Hey man, this shit ain't that hard, dude. It's either you're doing it or you're not doing it. Did you do it? Did you go see it? So now you're muted now. You don't know how to talk now. All right, man. So what I'm gonna do? Because remember, like, like you don't
I went
know
to it.
who I am, sir. Okay. So yeah. So it's there, right? So all y'all just gonna set up this shit with somebody who's not neutral. You do know that me and Dennis Sperling has had many run-ins in the
No, I
past year.
don't
Did you
know.
know that?
No,
Did you know that? Did you know that?
no.
Did you know that Dennis Sperling, when he first came into this space, called dudes who was travel bros clowns? Did you know that?
Mm-mm.
These are yes or no questions. Did you know that?
I said no.
Okay. Did you know that Dennis Sperling at some point called men fools and weak because we wouldn't deal with the women actually in this environment? Regardless of what he's talking about right now, that's what the fuck he came into the manosphere on. Did you know that Dennis Sperling was talking about that type of shit?
Until I see it myself, I don't know. Because people can
Okay,
say
okay, okay,
anything.
okay, okay,
Show me
okay.
actual documented proof
Okay.
instead of because people lie.
So he took the information down. He took it all down. At the end of the
So it's
day,
gone. So it's just here he say she say right here.
it's not he say she say.
Then show
Other
me the
people in this
documented
space,
proof. You need a
listen, man.
burden of proof.
Other people in this space can actually vouch for what I actually say. If he took the information down, that's on him. I remember the fucking history. Okay, so let's go to this actual next point. Since you don't know who Dennis Sperling is, you don't know Dennis Sperling's history. How did you get in the middle of trying
That
to
you're not
set
proving.
the, sir? I'm asking you a question that I want you to answer. So
I'm all
how?
ears.
Okay, so if you don't know Dennis Sperling's history, if you don't know about any of this shit, and if you don't know me, you've never been here before. How did you get mixed up in the middle of the me, Hardcore Tito, and Dennis Sperling shit? How did you get in the middle
I
of that?
know Tito personally.
Okay, okay, so now Tito can't make shit
Like
about
all
himself.
this
He got
stuff
to
you
send.
said about the
Sir, wait,
federal
hold
record is
on
a
a second.
lie.
Hold on a
You's a
second.
fucking liar.
Hold on a second, dude. Okay, so now Hardcore Tito has to send his personal friends because Hardcore Tito cannot make these arguments by himself. Do you think Hardcore Tito cannot make these arguments by himself? That he needed you to come up here and do this shit for him?
He sent it to your live and it was taken down on the one that he's wanted to come to make a debate on. Who
It's
makes a
not,
debate on
sir.
a
Wait, 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 sir.
platform?
Sir. That's not it.
That
You need to read.
you
Read the
deleted
actual
it.
thing. I didn't delete it. You have to understand if you make comments on a live stream that's 4 or 5 days from now, it's quite the likelihood that nobody will see those comments when it first come up. That's the way YouTube works. I don't have to delete shit. So let's go back.
No,
So,
not necessarily, because there
so
was videos when
okay,
I didn't did that, and it didn't happen that way.
I
I
know,
made
but
comments on LAR videos that was weeks, that was days ahead, and was still there.
but what I'm
I know
saying,
how
I didn't delete the
technology works.
comment. I did not delete the comments. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna
Then
get
why
back
is
to
it
my
not
question and
there?
answer session. I don't know. I don't know.
My
You have to
man
ask
sent the
YouTube.
picture. He sent me
No,
the picture
bro,
of him sending it
bro.
to your
Okay,
lab, and it's not there no more.
okay. So what you're saying is that you. Okay, so Hardcore Tito cannot answer his own questions. Hardcore Tito has to send a person who don't know the history of nothing in the fucking space to come and talk to me about shit that you don't know about. So you want to insert yourself into some shit that don't even fucking involve you and you don't know the history? How do you get talked
Because
into
you
doing shit like
telling
this?
lies about a nigga that you don't know shit about. That's my homie.
Bro,
It's called loyalty, niggas.
it's not loyalty to come run your ass into shit that you don't know.
What did you not say that you got his federal record? Did you not insinuate some stuff that didn't happen? That I know personally what happened that didn't happen. So
Sir,
obviously you
sir,
was the one running the lie
department, well,
first.
hold on. Those records are available for public consumption. You know that,
Then
right?
put it out. Cause
Why
I'm
would I
willing to
put
bet.
it out?
I'm
Bro,
willing to bet money
listen,
that you a
listen,
fucking
man,
liar. I'm
listen,
willing to bet money that you
listen,
put. Cause I
listen. This shit has been put out before. What are you talking about? If you've been charged for
then
a
what you
crime for
holding the
some shit,
information for ransom
like,
for?
bro,
You bullshitting. I'm calling
I'm
your
not
bluff.
bullshitting
You
on
a
that.
liar. You a
Okay,
liar.
all right. Okay, so I'm a liar on a guy who is a convicted felon and been to prison multiple fucking times. Nobody can just
You
look up
putting
that
something out
information
that's
as
not
long
there
as
that's not there.
nigga,
You
I didn't
saying
put the
some
records
you saying
out.
something about
I
some
didn't put the
beatings and
records
stuff.
out.
When
Bro,
you ever went
listen.
to the joint, they don't take records of stuff like that.
They do.
You
Department of
get
Corrections.
you get a fight
Listen to me.
ticket. You get a fight
Bro,
ticket. It doesn't say
listen.
whether
The
you won or
Department
lost.
of Corrections keep
Then
records
show
on
it to us.
everything.
Prove it.
No. Hell no, I'm
Cause
not
you
doing no shit like that.
bullshitting.
No,
Cause you
sir.
capping.
No, sir. No, sir. You're not about to get me fucked up out here on that. That nigga know what the fuck he was on, how many times he PC'd up and all that shit behind that motherfucking walls and shit. He know that. But let's get back to you
Send it to my
coming
email,
out
and
here.
if it's
No, sir.
if it's
No,
what I
no,
say
dude. No,
it
no.
is,
Nah,
I'll give you
dude. You're not
exactly
about to
because you
change the
lying.
conversation. Okay,
You
whatever.
lying.
But what I'm saying is that you coming up here online on a nigga's channel that you don't know, trying to motherfucking talk shit about
I
what?
ain't
You don't
talking
even
shit.
know who
This
this dude
internet shit.
is.
I don't know you personally.
Bro,
This internet shit, nigga.
okay, so why are you
This
up
ain't
here?
real life
Why are
street.
you
This
up
ain't street
here?
shit.
Okay. Were you
Cause
there
I'm
when Hardcore
conveying this.
Tito set up a debate with actual motherfucking Dennis Sperling? Were you there? How did you find out about this meeting? How did you find out about that?
Shit, what you think? How you think? If a nigga I
I
know,
don't know. I'm asking questions because you up here conversating about shit that I didn't know about until you just said it. Don't you think that if I'm the person who's supposed to be debating somebody and I have an about section tab where you can fucking contact me, that you could be able to contact me there? We could talk about this debate that you set up with Dennis Sperling because you don't even know that Dennis Sperling don't run no motherfucking platform that is
it's
neutral.
neutral
It's
grounds.
not neutral.
Nobody's coming to your
I like,
platform when it's a biased
listen.
perspective.
Oh
Where you
my
could
God,
turn people's
listen.
mics down and do.
All right, so let's see if Hardcore Tito's still there.
I'm still here.
Tito, man. Hey,
Yeah, I'm still here.
Tito, man. Why
Yeah, I'm
don't you
still
send
here.
your personal friend up here to
I want
come
to
on some bullshit?
MOT.
Like, bro, we can talk this shit out like men, bro. We can talk this
MOT.
shit out like men, bro.
MOT.
Who the fuck is this nigga you sitting over here?
MOT.
What the fuck is that?
MOT.
Nigga, what is that? What is that, Tito? You have to explain to me
If
why
you
your
would close
personal
your mouth
friend,
and stop rambling like a fat
nigga,
bitch, I can answer the
nigga.
question. You asking me the same shit 20.
Again, man, if you niggas can answer the question, we can have a we can have a back and forth. I want to have a back and forth about how this shit started. I want to have a back and forth about who the fuck is this regular ass dude who don't know shit about Dennis Furling, who don't know shit about me. How the fuck is this nigga up here fighting your battles for you? That's my question. If you want to answer the question, we'll have a back and forth question and answer session. Because for some reason, we can't have a debate. We got to yell and scream and holler and do all this goofy shit. But dude, listen, you ain't gone. I'm just trying to get the question out because you keep filibustering through the question. Because niggas don't just send crash test dummies over here when I don't even know who the fuck this nigga is. What is going on here? I thought you're supposed to be hardcore Tito. So that's my question for you. Anything else? We can solve it during the debate. Because we're not going to get into no back and forth here. Because at the end of the day, we're going to do it during the debate. But we got to get the debate particulars set up. That's why your friend here didn't read the actual live stream. Let me go and actually read the live stream to you. Because apparently your homeboy couldn't read it and you didn't read it. So let me read it for you. Okay, all right. That's what I thought. The actual live stream says General Tito versus Man of Tomorrow on camera debate. Debate request. That's the debate request. You have to be able to nail out what we're going to have the debate about. I don't want to talk about shit else with you because we're going to talk about what the debate's about. Remember, you're the one who said that I am unfit to lead this motherfucker, right? So at the end of the day, that's the only thing I'm going to talk about with you. Question and answer, point for point. We're going to be able to get this debate and live stream shit down. We ain't talking about nothing else. So I'm going to bring you back up so that way that's what we're going to be able to talk about. And if you cannot comport yourself like a fucking man on the panel and actually debate that particular topic and subject, I have nothing else to fucking debate with you about or talk about. Because a nigga like me shouldn't be addressing a nigga like you. However, we're going to talk about what this debate is about. So I'm going to bring you back up so that way we can talk about that. Because all this Gish Gallop troll and playing hard and all that kind of shit, nigga, I'm not with that shit. So what we're going to do, we're going to bring you back up. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, I heard the question, but you just
sir,
even right
just
now you
answer the
over
question.
talking. You just asked me a question, and now you won't let me talk. And you see why I don't want to be on your platform,
sir. Answer the question.
You just asked me a question. You won't
Answer the
allow me to
question.
answer it or what? Or are you going to continue to overtalk me?
Okay, so what was the question? Tito, what was the question?
You sound like you need an etiquette book. You asked me who was that.
Tito.
Wait a minute. Now you just asked me the question, and you continue to talk. This is like arguing with a woman.
Oh, okay, so what was the question that I asked you? What's the question I asked you?
You asked me. You asked me. You said, "Who was this, and why did you send him up here?" And I was about to tell you.
Okay. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right here. Let's stop right here with that question.
Answer your question,
sir. Bro, listen. What is going on here?
And now I'm about to start talking.
Okay, so he does understand the question. So before I bring Hardcore Tito up, because it's very uncustomary to just start sending crash test dummies over to niggas' channels that don't nobody fucking know when you got a mouth yourself. So you're going to answer who the fuck is this dude and why did you send him here when you got a mouth where you can talk yourself? Did you understand the question? You deviate from the question for any fucking reason and I'm going to drop your ass down again and I'm going to go to the next question. You ready? There you go. There you go. There you go. You understand the question? Why don't you answer it?
Why don't you just let me answer right after I repeated it to you? Would that have been that hard?
I want to make
First
sure
of
you
all,
understand the question before we
you
started.
already taking off on the
Dude,
tangent.
why is it that you just want to talk and filibuster through it? You could just
How
tell
am I
me.
filibuster? I'm trying to directly answer
You,
your question.
you're not even trying to answer the question.
I'm asking you.
Okay, hold on a second,
I'm
Tito.
begging you to answer the question.
All right, okay. For the people who are here and the people who are in the chat, how many individuals think that Hardcore Tito understood the question and started off with an explanation about what the question was about? How many people here, for the one, for yes, he understood the question and he was given an explanation, or give a two for no? Did that guy look like he was trying to answer the question? Yeah. There's no way, no one thinks that you're answering the question. I mean, because it looks kind of strange bringing over niggas that I don't know, sending them to my channel when you the motherfucker I got a problem with. Not him. I don't know that nigga. All right. So I'm about to bring him up because he's ready to answer the question and we just gonna see it. You preface this shit with any other fucking bullshit, I'm gonna drop your motherfucking ass down. Who the fuck is this nigga that you sent over here when you have a platform yourself to talk by yourself? That's the question. There you go. Ask the question.
The answer to your question is I do not control my subscribers. If they want to come up and address something that they think is wrong that you said, they're going to come up and do it. When you publish that link up there, the whole world can see that link at the same time. This is the World Wide Web, bro.
Okay.
I don't need anybody. I don't need anybody to come anywhere and speak anything.
Yes, you did. Okay.
Send him here.
Okay.
If I send him here, then why would I come?
Hold on a second. You partially answered the question. This nigga say he know you in real life.
Yes.
You could have came up here. You could have came up here and said this shit yourself. You mean to tell me there was no coordination? You can't talk to your boy MOT by yourself. You got to send other niggas.
You didn't send nobody up here. I didn't send nobody up here.
Bro,
you need to grow up. You need to grow up. This sounds like schoolyard shit. This sounds like schoolyard shit. Adults are...
Hey. Something sound like schoolyard shit.
Capable of operating independent.
Okay, so now that we got the answer to our question, the guy said that he knew Hardcore Tito in real life, right? Hardcore Tito answered the question with he can't control his subscribers, correct? If you can't control your subscribers, how does this guy know about a debate between me and you, and I don't know about a debate between me and you on a guy's channel that I don't know about? That's no different than setting up this live stream on Keep It 100 channel when I don't like that nigga either. Or fucking Green Gorilla channel when I don't like that nigga either. Or Dr. Thunder or fucking Tia Son Johnson, all that shit. So you got to understand that you can't speak for yourself because your one of your friends in real life has to speak for you. You see, this is what I'm saying, bro. You got to send your mans to come out here and talk to me. You can't talk to me. And now you want to pretend like you can't control your subscribers. You know this nigga in real life. You know this nigga in real life. I don't. Of course he's know he acting all bad faith. All right. Next question. We got to get these debate particulars down about the actual space and about where we're trying to leave. Whoa, fuck. Oh, sorry about that.
Why did you cut me off again?
Wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. That was my fault. Sorry, Tito. That was my fault. I was in the sun. I looked at the shit and I didn't see you up there. I apologize. That was on me. That specifically was on me. So, I have a question. Do you know the history of Dennis Sperling about him making disparaging comments about SYSBM?
No.
Okay. Okay, well, he did. And for people who's been here, as long as his channel been here, because all of the shit that I shared on my actual community tab, when we look at it, it's all deleted content. He did say on more than a couple of occasions that niggas are weak for not fucking with these women here domestically, while making those fucking rap videos with foreign fucking women. That dude is not a neutral ground for anything. So, so what else you got for a neutral ground?
It's somebody else in my subscribers. I forgot the name of the guy that they kept telling me we should debate there, because obviously you have a problem with fair moderation that I'm seeing right now just by being on your channel. You do.
Like,
you do. No, yes,
what
you
I
do.
do have a problem with.
But you do. You like it. Even right now.
That is your opinion.
Look what you're doing right now.
That is your opinion.
No,
I know you're trying to shut me up. You're trying to shut me up while you talk. Okay, like Tito.
How can I shut you up on your own channel?
Let me know when you're done talking, so that way I can respond to this specific statement that you just made. Let me know when I can respond.
There's always an overlap because you won't stop talking.
Okay, so let me know when I can be able to actually answer your question.
It's always an overlap because you won't stop talking.
Okay, that's the fourth time you said that. The fourth time you said that.
I will be happy. Somebody says chaos reign, whoever that is. I will be happy. Somebody says proper to
I have to. No, not there.
You know who these people are?
Yeah, of course I know who these people are.
And then you got a problem with them too, right?
Dude, I don't think chaos reign can be able to moderate. Okay, that's something different. I could talk to you about that after I answer your question.
Okay.
Your question here was about debate moderation. That's not the case. The thing is that I don't like people talk while I'm talking. Okay, I let you say your piece, I say my piece. We stay on topic, we stay on subject, and then we move the fuck along. All right?
Okay.
Like, okay, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to do, Tito, is bring the temperature down so that way we can have a reasonable back and forth. Is that fair?
Even with you over talking me.
I'm not over talking you. What is going on here? All right, so what makes Dennis Sperling channel neutral?
What makes Dennis Sperling's channel neutral ground is that he always has people on there that have opposing trains of thought. He's interviewed people that he doesn't agree with on there, and the discourse didn't get derailed anything, the argument didn't ensue. And he has experience with doing this in his career because he's a lawyer. Yeah,
choose somebody else. Because that guy is not neutral at all. People who've been in this space for a while know.
And you are?
This dude has been. Yeah.
Even though you cut me off several times while you're doing this discourse.
Because Tito, I'm not used to men talking over me, dude. I'm not used to that in real life. I'm not used to doing that. I'm not used to even having these style of conversations in real life. Like, real life, I don't have a problem with any of this shit. Or leading people or doing any of this other shit. Like all this mouthing back and forth and all this sending people over here and all that kind of shit, nigga. We can just talk direct like we're talking now.
I didn't send anybody over there.
He came up like bro. You don't think that you and that dude coordinated?
Wait, hold
on. What is going on here?
See? So every time, see, I can't even.
See what?
So every time that I'm doing a live where I'm roasting somebody and one of their subscribers come up, do you really think that person that I'm roasting specifically sent them there? No, they came there of their own volition.
So
nobody, okay. if you think that you have control over every one of your individual subscribers, you're crazy. You don't. Okay, nobody does. This is YouTube.
My subscribers don't go anywhere doing this type of shit that the dude that you sent over here did.
How do you know?
It has never fucking happened, bro.
How do you know?
Because I would have found out about it.
A couple of your sayings came up in the last roast I did about you. So how do you know?
What?
I just been given the link.
No. Like Tito, your roast was nothing but Gish Gallop craziness. You didn't go over none of my live streams. You was only responding to actual chats and super chats. You don't even have anything about it. Like, dude, you call me a simp, and I don't even have content about women.
And you do. How am I a simp, though? Federally incarcerated, and you do. I've never been federally incarcerated.
Tito,
You lied the other day about me being federally incarcerated. I've never been to the Fed joint.
Federal records. Records are different than actually being incarcerated. If I say incarcerated,
you said on there that I have been federally incarcerated.
Hey, listen.
You said on there that I've been in PC. I can prove to you I ain't never been in PC.
Okay, nigga.
I can prove that. I can.
Really want the records to come out?
That you gonna look like a dumb fat bitch when I have all of them fucking letters I got from the joint, and it shows what joint I was in.
Yeah, okay.
Because in the Illinois Department of Correction System, entire institutions are protective custody. They don't have protective custody at each individual place. And the places I was in was general population camps.
Dude, listen, man.
So when I put pictures
every place in prison. Wait, hold on, Tito. Tito, hold on a second. All right, man. So here's the thing. You have to know. You have to. Why the fuck are you still talking? I'm about to start talking now. All right. So what I'm saying is,
why say that? Why are you lying
about okay, I'm about to ask you a question.
Check in where I went, homie. Never.
All right, so I'll ask you a question since you want to filibuster through all my responses. All places, especially a state, has administrative segregation or protective custody. The jacket that you got, you have to wear that shit for a lifetime, my guy. You can't say that you were just going all around and fucking gin popping all these places that you was going to. Man, stop this shit, bro. You wasn't doing that. You wasn't doing that. The records don't state that. Now, you're the one who's making your records the topic of a conversation here, not me. All right?
Illinois Department of Corrections.
Okay, all right. So here's the thing. Explain to me, how am I a simp when I don't do content about women? Could you explain to me how am I a simp?
First, I want you to explain to me why you lied about my prison record.
I didn't lie about your prison record.
Yeah, you did. I've never been in PC. I've never been in PC.
Yeah, okay. All right, man.
Oh, wait a minute. Do I have to call Springfield and ask them to send me my own records so I can make you look even dumber than you look now?
Go right ahead.
Do I have to do that?
Go right ahead.
Mm-hmm. Because I've never had to check in.
How am I a simp? Tito, how am I a simp? How am I a simp? How am I a simp?
PC in them joints. They don't have PC in Shawnee. They don't have PC in Big Money. They don't have PC in Pickneyville. They don't have PC in those joints, bro. Taylorville was fucking PC.
They have places where they separate people from other people.
You are not from Illinois. You don't know, nigga. You're not from here.
Most of these places operate.
You are not from here. What the fuck you talking about? Most of these places, you know, bro.
Okay, so how am I a simp? How am I a simp?
You've never been locked up in Illinois to know this.
Sir, I could call a friend of mine who's a fucking parole officer.
It's too many niggas getting locked up for that shit.
Listen, the question is, how am I a simp? You know they have administrative segregation in all these fucking places across the country. Every place ain't just purely gen pop, dude. Every place ain't purely gen pop. There is gen pop. There's motherfucking protective custody. There's motherfucking administrative segregation. There are motherfuckers who are locked up in the hole for 23 to 24 hours a day. You can't make every prison look like it's motherfucking open gen population. That's not how no prison works in no state. But we need to come back to how am I a simp, though. Tito, how am I a simp? Tito, how am I a simp?
You don't know what you talking about, bro.
How am I a simp, Tito? How am I a simp? How many videos do I have responding to Cynthia G? None. How am I a simp? Go ahead, answer the question.
You a fucking simp because you riding with this SBE shit. You a fucking simp because you complaining about men, so-called complaining about women they don't want in response to propaganda. That's how you a fucking simp, nigga. Because you trying to limit the free speech of black men. You talking about the president of some shit? You don't even know how to wear a fucking suit, nigga. How the fuck you gonna look like the president of some shit?
All right, okay, so now you have a problem with the SBE niggas. So here's the point about
Cause they
SBE,
full of shit. It's a grift.
dude.
It's a fucking
Okay,
grift.
what? Okay,
It's
so
a
let me
grift, and
answer your
I'm
question.
exposing it. It's a
Let me
fucking
an-
grift. You will be lucky after this week if you ever hear anybody say.
All right, so I will answer your question. This is what I mean by overly emotional ass niggas just can't have a back and forth with motherfuckers. They got to run their fucking mouth until you cut their fucking teeth off. At the end of the day, the SBE piece is about whack, dumb, lame ass niggas trying to get simp money out of fucking inexperienced men. That's what you don't like. Because motherfuckers who got this prison motherfucking bullshit on them, they need to make a dollar any way that they motherfucking can. They don't care if they got to get money out of simps. They don't care if they got to weaponize these fucking weak ass men against everybody else. They don't care. They just want the dollar out of this shit. Like, I don't think that's a good idea. How can I be riding with the SBE people when clearly put, the SBE shit is very simple. Get your shit together as a motherfucking man, and you ain't got to motherfucking worry about a bitch or her opinion. That's all that is. Like, bro, this ain't even that hard. Wait, hold on a second now. We're not going to be talking no shit about the dude in the chat. We're going to allow his actual comments to stand on his own. We're going to have to allow his comments to stand on his own. At the end of the day, most of these hustle style niggas want to weaponize simps. They want that simp money. It ain't even about the bitches at this point. These niggas don't mind trying to get money out of these fucking dumbass niggas. I find that to be problematic. I find that to be problematic to gaslight black men and all this shit under the guise of blackmail motherfucking outreach. No, you're not. You can't get these dudes access to no bitches by complaining about bitches all day. As soon as these dudes walk into a woman, they go run the woman off with the crazy shit that they hear online. Okay, so you got a problem with it about the SBE shit. So I'm about to bring them back up so that we can find out what else you got a problem with. Because again, I can't be able to talk because he wants to run through and ramble through my fucking explanation. All right. Okay, so what else? What else you got?
I have a problem with your feminine gaslight. That's what else I have a problem with.
Could you give me an example, sir?
The example was when I first came on the live and I began to speak, you began to talk over me and ask different versions of the same question.
Because you wasn't answering it. Because you wasn't answering it.
How can I answer it when you? How can I answer it when you got your pork chop grease and mayonnaise covered mouth flapping? How can I answer that? How can I talk like you talking?
So you want to talk like a whole bitch without answering the fucking question, nigga? The question is simple.
You rambled over
nigga,
me.
You didn't say nothing and you just dissed me twice? What the
fuck? You didn't even let me
this?
answer the question.
What the fuck is this? This nigga talking about me gaslighting while he on some whole shit and can't even talk about the actual point of why he came up here. Okay, do you have another example of feminine gaslighting by me? Because that's some shit you caused because you wouldn't answer the
example is ongoing. Everything you doing is that right now.
It's not, dude. You're the one who's gaslighting because you can't answer simple, basic fucking questions.
I answered when you allowed me to. I answered the questions that you put to me, but you won't answer the question that I put to you.
The problem is that you wouldn't answer the question. So actually, in court, when you object for a reason, you have to restate the question.
Don't try to tell me about court. Excuse me. Don't try to tell me about court. Don't try to tell me about court.
What is this? Like,
don't try
this
to
is
tell
what
me
I'm
about
saying.
Court.
This is what.
Because if you ever go to court, you got serious fucking problems. They gonna lead your ass up out of there in handcuffs for contempt of court because you don't know how to shut the fuck up. So don't tell me nothing about court.
That's not how that works.
No,
maybe you don't know anything about my background, dude.
That is how that
works. Okay. So let's go forward. Since you refuse to answer with any other types of feminine gaslighting, which you out here actually talking a whole bunch of shit and not even being on topic. Okay. So here's my next question.
What is the topic? You didn't even say what is the topic. That I
So
did. That's right.
wait a
The
minute,
setting up of
wait a
the
minute,
debate. That's the
wait a
topic. You
minute,
want to set up a
wait a
debate.
minute,
I ain't
wait a
about to
minute.
wait a minute, motherfucker. You don't want
What
me.
is
You
going
got
on here?
to set up this bitch ass debate,
What
and
is
then you
going
keep running
on,
your
bro?
motherfucking mouth. You keep running
Okay,
your bitch
who's doing
ass
most
mouth
of the
like a
talking
bitch.
here?
This is like
All right, so far, for all the people who wasted their time listening to Hardcore Tito, me included, I'm trying to have a back and forth conversation. Another person here doesn't want to answer any questions, want to slick little slick shots and slide shots in there and all that kind of shit. Bro, if you can't answer simple ass questions, because you're going to lose this fucking debate. That's one thing you're going to lose. You're going to have to bring up everything in your motherfucking life, and I can put my whole shit out there. We can see who's who. That's how debates work. You don't try to gish, gather, roast, and troll your way through a debate. I'm trying to have a back and forth. This dude's trying to get in all the shots he possibly can. What is this? But it's hilarious because you can't have a conversation with actual men without back and forth, answering a question, and that's just the end of it, right? You've already proven that you can't do that. No insults, no trolls, just answer the fucking question, man. That shit ain't that hard, bro. Hold on a second. I'm in the sun right
God,
now.
your throat must get
Hold
terribly
on
dry
a
if you
second.
don't know when to shut the fuck
Hold on a
up.
second.
It must get terribly dry.
What? My vote? Nah, I'm out here in the shop, by the way. Actually doing shit. Because you got to do shit when you're on the road. You know, to keep up a fleet, this shit ain't easy. That's why you have to rent multiple shops and do multiple fucking things. That's neither here nor there. So let's go on with these actual questions that you have. We need to
Yeah.
get this debate down about the future of the actual space. And I think it's a
The,
good idea. I think it's a good idea that we be able to talk about the issues, about politics, and everything else. So that way, we're not having to
yeah,
gish
but we
gallop
gotta
and troll fest.
yeah, but we gotta go somewhere else and have somebody moderate it because this is unacceptable.
You're making it unacceptable, sir.
No,
Not me.
no, no, you are. You are.
You
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 are
are the
more.
person.
Wait a minute.
You are
Excuse
the
me.
person who's doing this.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Okay. Okay,
Excuse
let's
me.
let this gaslight and troll shit go on. Go
Excuse me.
ahead.
Excuse
Go
me.
ahead, man. Go ahead, sir.
Excuse me.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You are more long-winded than John Kerry. You cannot make a concise point, and then when you get angry,
Again, we can't have a back and forth question and answer. See, the problem is he want to keep resetting the fucking conversation so he could just keep throwing his slick little dumb nigga jabs in there, bro. Nigga, how come we can't have a simple fucking back and forth conversation? How come we can't have a simple back and forth conversation about shit? Because once you simply have the back and forth conversation, the conversation is over. Now you got to do some action. But see, the problem is that these niggas are stuck on the SBE shit because they want that simp money. They can't come out here and legally produce without fucking gaslighting these fucking niggas. They need these niggas to be gaslighted so that way they can make some illicit money on the side. I ain't got to do that shit. I ain't got to do it. I ain't got to do none of that shit. None of it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give this individual another shot to come up here and let's talk about the specifics of this actual debate. And if he cannot do it, I will do the actual debate setup myself on my show on Friday without all this bullshit. Because when you insert all this bullshit into the conversation, that means that you can't have any progress. Because he can't debate me on points, that's why he got to talk about all this other shit, which I don't understand. Nigga, you ain't getting cool points from nobody but niggas doing this shit, man. Do you make yourself look like a whole clown for no reason? When I'm trying to have a reasonable fucking discussion, but you got to come in with the slick dissing and all this shit every other fucking word. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Sorry about that. The part that was a phone call. So,
So how
let's
many
start with
words
this.
do I get before you cut the mic again? Cut the feed again.
As soon as okay.
How many
So,
words do I get
okay,
this time before you cut the feed?
okay. So can I answer that question?
3, 4, 12?
Can I answer the question?
Go ahead.
The moment you start going into your cooking and your roasting shit, I'm gonna cut you off every fucking time. Cause I'm not no nigga to be played with like that. I came to you like a motherfucking man trying to ask you back and forth questions, and you seem to have a different agenda here. We're trying to fucking throw all these slick disses and all this other type of shit, man. I'm not no bitch ass nigga. I'm just telling you, I'm trying to talk to you like a rational fucking adult. All right, man. You know what, man? This shit ain't going nowhere. Have a nice one, Tito. All right, man. Listen, I will have the debate argument without him around, because I don't have time for niggas. Period. I shouldn't even be talking to this dude at all. However, at the end of the day, you see the type of people and what they're trying to actually fucking defend here, right? These are the people who always had abject fucking hatred for the business class of motherfuckers here because we don't respect dumb niggas. I don't respect dumb niggas. I don't like dumb niggas at all. And yes, we are allowing you to live. Because trust me, if this was any other motherfucking country and the decent motherfuckers wanted your ass gone, your ass would be gone. It wouldn't even be a question. So, here's the thing. I don't want anybody going on Hardcore Tito's channel, disparaging him. I want to leave all that motherfucking disrespect one-sided. You want to know why? I want to keep this shit on a substantive motherfucking basis. Because niggas hate substance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the debate prep about what the fuck we're going to talk about the future of the fucking space. Because a lot of people have a lot of hidden agendas of trying to keep this shit going. I'm not trying to keep this shit going. I can be upfront with you about not keeping this shit going. All right? So at the end of the day, you have to come out here without all the gaslighting and trolling and all that shit. You got to state your actual case. Remember, you were paid to do a hit on me by a dude who rolls with BGS, a dude who you was roasting a week ago, right? And it didn't take a lot to actually buy your actual loyalty and have you continuously out here looking dumb after the fucking shit's over with. You don't see motherfucking keeping 100 in my motherfucking chat. You the one out here with some of your Maggle friends that because you can't have a conversation back and forth. Isn't that crazy? You have to send a whole nigga here to talk to me because it makes sense why you had to have that nigga here. Because obviously you couldn't comport yourself like a human being on a panel. And to be quite honest, at least the person that you did send, shout out to that guy, at least he did have just slightly more decorum than you could, and he actually did want to have a conversation. You didn't. So at the end of the day, men who ain't got no motherfucking substance, the only thing they got is the comedy piece. Because the problem is that most of these dudes cannot survive in society unless you respect them, which you don't need to anymore. MJ, man, why are we arguing with women in the chat? What the fuck does this have to do with anything? Why do we need to argue with women that we don't fucking know? No, that's wrong. Since Hardcore Tito could not comport himself like a human being on the actual live stream, I had to remove him from the actual conversation. Okay? Because here's the thing. If Hardcore Tito think he can go to a place that he think is neutral, we're not even on the same mind frame of what is actually neutral. DC Codebreakers panel is actually neutral. Maybe Art New Stall can be trusted with something like that, But his panel is neutral, except for when he allowed the dumb niggas to come up there and run his fucking panel. His shit, yeah. So as you can see, the skills and resources piece, smoke niggas out of their hole. To talk about the productivity piece, smoke niggas out of their hole. That's what happened. Smoke niggas out of their hole, all the way out of it. They can't survive without roasting and trolling and all this stupid shit. They ain't got nothing else. The only thing you gotta do is remove these people from your motherfucking life and you cool, bro. I mean, Uncle Stu, I know you can, but it's just that it's hard to talk to people who just want to act like a bitch the entire time that they talking to you. Like they got to dish you and all this shit the whole time that they talking to you. What I'll do is I'll put up the substance to which we're going to talk about, and that's it. You all right, Goshen, you all right. So at the end of the day, no one has ever said Hardcore Tito would be a good idea to lead a black manosphere. No one has ever said that. You ain't got the background from it. You ain't got the content for it. You ain't got it. And you support niggas. I don't support free speech of niggas. I don't support that. Free speech of niggas, we already had that from like 1965 to 2020. That shit didn't work. Allowing niggas to live, speak, talk, and recklessly fucking procreate got the same problems we got right now. Why the fuck would they even share a platform with motherfuckers who don't even know how to act? At least Bitter Truth Show showed up here to get his ass blocked. I was wondering when you was gonna come back through, since I blocked your Embrace Villainy channel. Thank you for coming back through. Because at the end of the day, ain't none of you niggas got nothing. 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 Don't even entertain the blackmail vote. Fuck that. You raise child support to us 100 motherfucking percent. You're making so that way a black woman breathe in these niggas' direction and they get locked up for 1,000 years. Trust me. I'm willing to go to any fucking length to get these niggas off the planet. Any length. It don't even matter at this point. The niggas gotta go. But that's what I mean. Bitter Truth Show also knows keep it 100 in real life. So you mean to tell me that Hardcore Tito and his friend in real life did not coordinate behind the scenes to come up here and try to jump a nigga? Isn't that the same shit that BGS Itmore does? Because he cannot argue from fucking substance? Again, I don't want you unsubscribing from the nigga. I want you to actually understand how he comported himself on this motherfucking live stream, how he's going to lose this motherfucking debate about the future of everything. Because I didn't ask him about the actual history that he thinks that I'm actually incorrect about when it comes to politics. That's one thing I do want to ask him about. At the end of the day, it's all good. But the problem is, that's why you don't cut the motherfucker off completely from the first beginning. What you do is you wait and you try to be rational and reasonable with the individual because time makes the character come out. That's the problem. Time always reveals the true character of motherfuckers. Time always does that. And it doesn't take a lot of time for you to actually see what the fucking character level is. How you gonna come up here gaslighting, trolling, not being serious, every other thing is a motherfucking insult when we talk about some shit about substance? I keep telling you, you can win without niggas. You ain't gotta hire these motherfuckers. These niggas are already done. They already done. They're trying to get you to respect the bitch so that way they can have an avenue to get back on. That's why these ignorant, reprobate niggas want you to not fuck a bitch up on sight whenever she betrays you. So that way their dumb ass can be taken care of in the outset. Don't think I haven't peeped that shit either. That's why they always got to talk about a bitch's opinion. I'm independent of a bitch's opinion. I got women I can actually fucking deal with. I ain't got to be out here on bated motherfucking breath trying to fuck every bitch that I fucking see. I'm not stressed like that. So if anybody else want to come up, but we got to be able to clean up the space. And it's very clear what side of this argument is destroying the actual space. Because here's the thing. Nobody asked him to take that fucking money from Keep It 100. Nobody asked him to put my name in his motherfucking mouth. Nobody asked him to do that motherfucking shit. Because at the end of the day, these wannabe reprobate pieces of shit, dude, they got a lot of smoke for motherfuckers who don't respect bitches and who don't respect this street life shit. That's what the shit has been. Every time you create something, this fucking symbiote wants to jump his ass up here and try to smother out some shit. Be the truth show. A guy just blocked from my chat. Why are you up here?
Because you got me all messed up.
How do I got y'all messed up, sir? Explain.
You yelling and hold on. You yelling and screaming, saying that I'm in cahoots with Marcus and BGS. I've been left their whole situation
no,
months ago.
No,
What
you didn't.
Talking about?
No, you didn't.
No, yes, I did.
No, you didn't. Listen, you know these niggas in real life. You know them in real life. You know them in real life.
I know.
Listen, be the truth. Be the truth. Take a breather. Take a breather. You go into the background. Be the truth.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Say what you got to say.
Okay.
Get wrong.
You know these. Listen. You know these niggas in real life. Like the thing is that we could go back to the actual live stream when you was ducking and cover for motherfucker Keep It 100.
I wasn't ducking and covering. I gave you first voice.
No, you gave me the only voice.
I gave you
no. Wait, hold on.
He got mad at me because I let you speak before him. He actually left my stream. I have not.
I know this
since that day. Do you know?
Okay,
why?
so here's the thing.
Because I gave you first voice.
No, that's not the case. The problem is you still do fuck with this nigga. No. Okay, so here's the thing. Marcus wanted. well. He's not the last God Emperor of Rome, by the way.
Never said
he's not
he was and would never come with that. So
yeah, but his name is not. I mean, his name may be. Forget it. Let's go for it.
Yeah, because you're talking about your.
Okay. Let's go for it. Let's go for it because I don't even want to get into that type of shit. All right. Okay, for the facts of the matter, Keep It 100 doesn't have any substance to him. He doesn't have any substance to him. So, on your particular live stream, when you and me there, Keep It 100 tried to get you to vouch for his character like he was some real ass nigga in the real world. But he comport himself like a bitch ass nigga online. Okay. That's what I had a problem with.
Okay.
Now, so wait, hold on. The other half of it, because that's why he was leveraging your voice to give him credence. He couldn't give that by himself. He needed you to do that for him.
Okay.
That's what happened.
Okay.
And so when I laid out the facts that he wasn't SYSBM, he wasn't a passport bro, the only thing he do is troll motherfucking women to get this fucking simp money, because that's what these niggas want, right? Like when men, like when talentless men come online and gaslight these motherfucking simps and try to get them all there so that way they could point fingers at motherfucking Keisha, you're weaponizing niggas against our entire group. The thing was, he just kept actually putting other people's intellectual property in the middle of the shit that he was fucking doing, right? Because most of these dudes are actually compromised like a motherfucker. They're waiting for another reason for this bitch to be talked about so that way they can drop their motherfucking shit about progress and go right back over the fucking deal with bitch being bitched about. And this is why these niggas are mostly fucking behind. Right? So now you are right that you did give me an opportunity to voice my actual shit.
Right.
Because sir, what the fuck?
Go ahead.
I'll let you know when you get to talk.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So here's the thing. So here's the thing. When I actually got out everything I wanted to say, there was no reason for Keep It 100 to stay on your live stream. Because Keep It 100 wanted protection from you, so that way I couldn't get out everything that I got out, right? And once I got out everything that I got out, everybody started looking at this dude. The light bulb came on. Now this happened. Now this happened on your stream before he got with Hardcore Tito, and that fucking live stream happened. And then what I'm doing is I'm breaking down the history. All right, the history that I know that you don't know. Because after the history, then we're gonna have a conversation. Because the problem is that you come in the middle of the conversation and you don't understand the history, and they know that you don't understand the history, right? So that's what happened. Then the Hardcore Tito shit about the president of the manosphere. These niggas are getting mad because I'm about to throw these niggas up out of here. Yes, I'm gonna put the motherfucking up. I'm gonna put niggas up in here. You say something about this black woman, you getting the fuck offline, and you gonna create your own motherfucking website. You ain't about to motherfucking start associating the black manosphere with this fucking bitch talk. That shit, those days are over. Those days are motherfucking over and out. But that's what most of these people are on, and that's what they're trying to protect. So when Tito made this stream about being anti-SBE and being anti-skills and resources, that's his words, not mine. That's what he came out against. You can't really talk, but I wanted to see what Tito was on because I thought he was a fucking decent dude, right? But men in 2023 just can't be against the motherfucking skills and resources piece unless there's a fucking problem. But there seems to be an illicit nigga money problem here. That is actually the problem. You know, the whole hustle culture, the fake it till you make it, that type of bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the history. So what do you have to say in response to the actual history? Because you know this dude in real life.
All right. So
go ahead.
All right. So I gave
you uninterrupted. You can answer.
Give me your grace. Can I have my grace?
That's it.
All right. So here, let me.
Except for when you're wrong or misstating something, then I'm gonna have to stop. Other than that, sir,
it's fine. It's fine. Understand.
I'm just setting up the terms of debate so that way you can know.
I understand. Trust me. I got
it. Okay.
Familiar.
All right. Go ahead. Sir.
Understand. Starting off concerning you. All right. Let me break this down for you so you understand, because John Clark knows exactly what the hell I'm talking about. I stopped messing with that whole black manosphere circle when Pearly Things came out and said all of that racist stuff, and these stupid ass niggas backed her. And I was like, you know, Harriet Tubman does not have, she needs a bullet factory for you niggas. I said that. I'm on record for saying that. I dropped a lot of those people. Do you understand? Anton, BGS, all of them dudes. I unsubbed from that whole fucking sector because them niggas was coons to me. They still coons. Do you understand?
I don't disagree with anything you said.
Yes or no? Do you agree?
Okay. I agree. That's far.
Okay. Now that we have that out there, I want you to understand that situation. After that, I decided to look for new people to listen to. Let me see who might be in my, not for guidance, but somebody that's of my peer group. I mean, I'm 51. I ain't looking for no YouTube daddy. What the fuck? That's for dumb little niggas. So I'm looking for people in my peer group. I ran into AM1. I ran into you. I ran into Ty City. I ran into Blacklight Revelations. Who's the other guy that Blacklight normally does his videos with? Because me and Torian been tight for a long time. You know,
Torian Rain?
Torian Rain, me and him been tight long time ago, even before he started making his channel. All right. I mean, just to show you how far back I go. So when this situation, when I had that whole situation was supposed to be a conversation between Marcus and BGS. And you popped up on the stream along with a few other people because the manosphere, the black manosphere, is going through change. All right, that's the best way I can sum it up. It's going through change. Marcus is going one way, BGS is going another way. Up popped you. I had no clue that you.
Okay, so hold on a second. Hold on a second right here.
Go on.
Keep It 100 and BGS is on the same path. They're on the same path. They're both on the same path.
Right. I know them guys, right? But
okay, sir. Wait. Hold on.
Go ahead.
You misstated something. Keep It 100 is on the same path as BGS Itmore.
No,
His pushback is fake.
No, he's
but
not.
He's on the same line of thinking as BGS.
No, he's not.
According to his content.
According to his content. I understand what you say, according to his content, but do understand.
Yes.
I
according to his content.
Know these guys in real life. I've never met them.
Wait, hold on a second. Let's stop right here. Let's stop right here. That's it. Wait, sir. But you're making good points, and I have to stop you at the point that you make. You know these guys in real life. Okay. There ain't no way you dismissing these niggas over a fucking live stream that they produce. If you know these guys are real motherfucking life, there ain't no way you about to dismiss these
dudes. Who the fuck I am, do you? You must be new to me. I cut off family members for less. You think I give a fuck about a YouTube nigga?
But you have to understand that Keep It 100 and BGS Itmore.
YouTube nigga when I cut off family members for less?
Yeah, but you seem to not understand that Keep It 100 and BGS Itmore is.
Letting me explain.
No, you don't have to explain. You keep saying that they don't. Okay, so here's your point. You cut off family members for less. You cut off family members for less. And somehow you can't see through the fact that Keep It 100 and BGS is on the same fucking wavelength. They're not in opposite directions.
Can I explain how
they're not in opposite directions?
Explain how they're not. Are you going to let me explain how they're not?
Okay.
Number one, Marcus is not about dating women at all. He is 100% MGTOW as far as men going their own way, as far as not dating women, just using them as sex objects, etc. That's where.
Okay, well, let's stop right there. Let's stop right here. Let's stop right here. We have to stop right here.
You have to stop right here, but go on.
Sir. If that's the case, then why is all of his content about trolling women? If what you said is true, if the point that you just made is true,
because
why is all this content talking about women?
Because there's money to be made, and if you let me finish, I can actually get to your questions. But you keep cutting me off. I didn't cut you off.
I have to because you're not gonna run up the score on misinformation. Sir, bitter truth.
Please,
you have to understand that we just don't let niggas run their mouths here. When you make a good point, and I can counter that actual point, you have to understand this.
Okay.
The illicit. Okay. So I'm gonna make the point again, sir. Bit of truth, sir. I'm gonna make the point again. If you are for illicit nigga money to be made off gaslighting these fucking simps, you are on the wrong path. I don't give a fuck how much money's being made off that shit, nigga. The fact is, this shit shouldn't be happening. So what I'm saying is, when I say BGS Itmore and Keep It 100 on the same fucking path, you seem to want to give him a pass because somehow he's a MGTOW who goes his own way. BGS is a whole MGTOW monk. He claims to be a MGTOW monk. And he's still on the same whole shit.
Dude, if you're trying to stay there on the same path financially as far as trying to juice these sorry ass niggas who can't get no pussy, then I can 100% agree with you.
That's what I'm saying. That's the only point that I'm making. It's the only point I'm making.
But the difference is that Marcus is saying don't date women at all, whereas BGS is trying to low-key be on the Kevin Samuels tip as far as bringing women to the table and trying to have relationships and families with them. That's where they're separate. But yes, the bottom line is making money. I get that. Most people on here are trying to make money based off of their talk. I told Angry Man this.
I know, but here's the thing. But here's the thing, man.
You got
the priority of trying to make money off of these fucking simps should be separated from the fucking manosphere. That's my overall point.
I 100% agree with you. That's why when the whole understand something, MOT. All right, I'm gonna calm down. Let me control myself. Look, let me explain something to you, because you don't know who you're talking to, and I'm gonna explain it to you. When I first came in on the YouTube, I was of the conscious sector, okay? Reverend Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett, etc. Khalid Muhammad. I was of those ilk. Okay. My main material was dealing with racism and white supremacy. After the flagging campaign that happened back in 2017, 2018, remember when that happened? Remember when that happened?
Yes.
Okay.
I was here for that. I was here for that.
Okay, yeah, I wound up getting spared because I was not talking about black
About
women
women.
yeah,
Yeah.
like that. So I
Yeah,
want
but that's what the flagging campaign was
right.
about.
A few of us got spared from that. We didn't have to start new channels. Okay. So after my stepmother died, whatnot, and I realized that as a black person that fights for black causes, motherfuckers don't give a fuck about you. You're wasting your time. These niggas gonna do what the fuck they want to do, regardless of what you say or do for them. Okay. Okay. Hello.
Yeah, you're right. You're right so far, but what I'm
So
saying is,
I'm just giving you the history,
okay.
bro. Just relax.
All right, go
All I
ahead.
need is yes or no.
Your history, okay.
Now, so ever since 2018, 2019, I'm not gonna lie, I dipped my toes in the black manosphere, shake a finger at black women. I dipped my toes in that. I got up to a little bit past my ankles. And I was like, but the thing about it was that I never got any traction from that, because every time I did a video talking about black women, I put black men on the carpet first. You niggas can't be sitting up here in 2-bedroom garden apartments with a closet full of barely hoodies and fucking tennis shoes, pants sagging, smelling like weed and funk. Don't wash your ass and sit up here and talk shit about women. You got to be what women want. The problem is with the manosphere, as I discovered talking to a lot of the members in the manosphere, is that these niggas are useless. These are 2-bedroom, roommate, garden apartment, buying their clothes from Walmart. Ain't no bitch trying to fuck you niggas. They literally, you heard that dude on that stream say to me, babe, you know why don't nobody listen to you? Because you favorite women. Nigga, I'm fair and balanced. These bitches have a valid critique about you bum ass niggas online talking shit. You got plenty of examples of where Austin Hollerman can't go back home because would you kiss me? Trying to show that women down in South America are sexually easy. We know that. You ain't got to tell us that. You didn't have to put the shit on camera.
Correct. But he did it for simps. He did it for simps, though.
I know that. Andrew Tate got arrested. Why did Andrew Tate really get arrested? Huh? Because he was leading the manosphere, and you had men who, at the time, overseas, not America, fuck America. And motherfuckers act like America is the center of the world when it's a small piece of shit. Overseas, Andrew Tate, what's the word for when you have indoctrinized millions of men, if not hundreds of thousands. At the time when Kevin Samuels died, France was going through where the people were rebelling against Blackstone. The last thing you needed was somebody like an Andrew Tate rallying men to be who are disenfranchised financially, politically, etc., to take their anger out on women. So they locked his ass up and they gave you pearly things. Okay, because you couldn't have an Andrew Tate running free with his message about men being men, because motherfuckers misinterpret that shit. Did we or did we not have a Hispanic motherfucker with a fucking Nazi fucking symbol on his chest shoot up a bunch of innocent people after saying he listened to Nick Fuentes and pearly things? Did we not have that?
Yeah, but okay, so let's stop on the Andrew Tate thing, because I slightly disagree with that.
I know I'm jumping forward, but my thing
is no, it's fine, it's fine, because I disagree with the Andrew Tate shit. Sir, hold on. Let's stop on the Andrew Tate thing.
Okay, I'm bagging up.
Andrew Tate is also weaponizing simps. He gave women.
Yes, he is.
I know he was a masculine proxy. He didn't tell you what jobs to get, what to go do. He was just talking from the standpoint of being there already. The point is that these people want to feel better about themselves without accomplishing shit for themselves. That's the problem that I had with Andrew Tate. Was all that. So again, giving weak men self-esteem and ways to redirect their anger and their rage on the other people is overall a bad thing.
Well, yeah, you know what? It is a bad thing, but and the thing about it is that they already saw where this shit was heading, and what it was is that the world government cut that shit off at the pass. That's why in his interview he said the United States played like they tried to help me, and the UK was like, "Nigga, fuck you." Because they already knew what it was. It was a political move. They had already cut.
Well, here's the other thing.
Months earlier, understand they cut off all of his social media shit. He might as well have been without a phone. He had no access to his bank account. He couldn't get a fucking Uber. He couldn't even order Uber Eats. They literally killed all of his social media accounts. They killed his phone, in all honesty.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. The other thing is, once you get money, you have to be more respectful and disciplined.
Yes, you do.
Here's what people don't get. All that shit you're saying is true. However,
we're getting off track.
No, we're not actually. So here's the thing.
What I'm trying to tell you, we're getting off track.
I know, but we're trying to have a very specific conversation about Andrew Tate, because you have to understand why he got locked up. He got locked up because he kept running his motherfucking mouth.
Yes, he did.
A politician in a corrupt country has a hell of a lot more power than people with money, and he had it to be reminded of that every time. Because here's the thing: you listen. If the FBI is on your motherfucking case, if the Fed is on your motherfucking case, they don't use what they actually want to lock your ass up for when they come search your shit. It's always some minor shit. That means that he should have left that motherfucking place, went to a place where he was ultimately motherfucking protected. But at the end of the day, this is what shit that happened in the past. Right. The same bitches that he claimed he had motherfucking dominion over and control over were the same bitches that motherfucking got his motherfucking ass locked up.
But those chicks.
That's what I mean by it.
Okay, understand. Understand.
Okay, but that's the point I wanted to make there. But go ahead.
All right. 3 things about that. Number 1, you don't know when they coming for you. Number 2, them bitches was like, we don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. He didn't do that to us. Blase. And if you saw the interview, it explains everything. You're 100% right. They did trump up charges. According to him, the charges that they said that he's faced with is human trafficking by trying to get 2 girls, him and his brother, trying to get 2 girls to do TikTok videos to where this is what he said, to collect TikTok revenue. First and foremost, TikTok don't even pay that much, anywhere between $3 to $5K, depending on your sponsor. First and foremost, before you even get a check from TikTok, you got to have at least 10,000 subscribers, and your videos have to top over 1 million views. I average 1.5K views per video, and I ain't put a video up in damn near a month. There's no money to be made on TikTok. It's bullshit. You 100% right.
But that's not the like.
I know that's not the point, but my point is the point.
No. Sorry, wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let's go back to the Andrew Tate shit, because we got to clear this up and make sure that this shit is right when it comes out there.
Okay. We'll probably have a disagreement on it, but go on.
When he was on Tucker Carlson, I did see the clip where he tried to talk about those actual charges of his.
Right.
He misstated what the charges was. At the end of the day, I'm not a Romanian law expert, and I don't think anybody who's on this side is a Romanian law expert either.
That's true.
We don't know, like the things that we're seeing here is normal, as women putting themselves on OnlyFans and all that shit. I don't know what Romanian law is about that shit there.
Right.
So if the people are actually locking you up for something specific, there ain't no way we would know anything except for the actual charges that are there, and if there's a court date. In between there,
charges.
What's that?
Well, he talked about what he was charged with. Why would he lie still under Romanian rule? He can't leave Romania. He can't leave. They got his passport. So why would he lie about his charges?
Watch the interview with Tucker Carlson.
Gain favoritism. You heard him.
Watch the interview, sir. Watch the interview.
I did a breakdown of the interview, MOT.
He lied about them charges. That's not what he was charged with.
I don't think he lied about them charges, knowing that he's got to go before a Romanian judge later this year. That would be kind of stupid. He was very respectful to the Romanian government, Romanian court system. He even was very respectful of the Romanian guards, just in case they actually do lock his ass up. He wants to make sure that he gets favorable treatment and as less time as possible. The brother was campaigning. He was campaigning. He didn't lie about his charges. That would be stupid.
No, but he misstated. But he misstated them. And
well,
if we go back
what do you think his charges are based on what?
I mean,
what
the charges are actually written what the charges are. There are charges that are actually written in stone. The charges are actually written in stone, and then that's what he said on Tucker Carlson, which isn't what the charges are.
Okay, so what are the
I don't
charges?
have them in front of me. I don't have them in front of me, but it's different.
Well, let's Google them right now.
But
this is why we have Google, right? This is why we have supercomputers in front of us. Okay, so
Andrew, read the actual charges.
Charges. Okay, let's share this tab. Okay, all right. Romanian prosecutors. Okay, let's go. You want to go to AP News? Can you see this? Oh, hold on.
You have to share it so that way I can add it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, share this stream to my audience. Let's see.
Okay. So before we go forward, you're about to waste everybody's time because what he talked about on Tucker Carlson's interview is not the charges that he's facing word for word. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
All right, here we go. All right, so here we go. Can you see it now? Oh, wait a minute. There we go. All right, let me close that out. Romanian court rules to keep away Andrew Tate under house arrest as human trafficking case continues. A court in Romania's capital on Tuesday ruled to extend by another 30 days the house arrest of Andrew Tate. Blase. Let's see.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Let's stop right here. Let's stop right here. Stop right here. Let's just take a breather. Okay. Given what's said there, has Andrew Tate ever said out of his mouth that he's up for human trafficking charges?
That's what he said, in the interview. He said that they were charging him with human trafficking, but what they're charging, the actual details of the human trafficking is bullshit. This is what he said. So let's see.
It's not.
So here we go. Peddling conspiracy theories online as a mass 7.2.
No.
Well, we're trying to get to it. You don't know. I don't know. So we're looking it up, right?
Listen, just go through the specific charges. We don't have to read.
So here's what he says. He said there are several female victims in the case.
Sir,
well, here it is.
Which interview are you referencing? Which evidence? Wait, hold on.
They say
which interview are you referencing?
Huh?
Bitter Truth.
We're going by AP. We're going by AP News. We're going by AP.
Okay, how old is this?
Do you want us to go by another news source?
No, I'm asking you very specific questions.
Okay, well, apparently this article
specifically answer.
Hold on, I'm going to answer you. This article
you have to be
was written.
Bitter Truth Show.
July 18th at 7:24 a.m. Today is July 18th. This was written at 7:24 a.m. EDT. So, what's your next question? Because here's the charges right here. There are 7 female victims in the case. DICOT said
were
lured with false pretenses of love and transported to Romania. Yes,
Bitter Truth Show.
How can I help you? Yes.
I want you to take a pause and a breather. I have to remove you from my live stream. And this is what this is. 28 minutes ago, you have a live stream called MOT is on drugs. And it was posted 28 minutes ago.
And then I changed it because you were talking crap.
Okay, so why was I? Wait, hold on.
And I changed it now. So now we want to.
Hold on.
Now that we're getting into anti-case charges, now you're going to personally attack me on some stuff that I wrote 30, 40 minutes ago that I've since changed.
So what was I on drugs about?
So because you were talking crazy about me. You actually lumped me in with BGS and Marcus and them, and I'm telling you, dude, I am my own separate person. I haven't talked to Marcus since that day. Ever since that day we did that video that night, I ain't talked to him. I haven't talked to him.
So that automatically means that I'm on drugs.
I haven't talked to BGS since I was on Marcus' video asking him, well, what's the next move when these chicks don't come to the
these
table?
people in Listen, you know
But I
these dudes
haven't
are in
talked to
real
them
life.
in over a month, MOT. You just said General Tito did a video on you. This is why I came into your chat the other day, because you
Dude,
said
like,
that
all this
Marcus.
stuff is
Oh,
mixed up.
listen, just listen. You said Marcus paid General Tito to do a video on you, which brought up my dog ears because I thought it was funny that a month prior to that, General Tito did a video trying to talk about me, and I'm like, I don't even know General Tito. I've never watched
Okay,
his
so here,
videos. I've never had a conversation with him. Why in the fuck would General Tito make a video about me when I haven't heard from this nigga or heard about him since 2017? Suddenly he pops out of the video, make about the woodwork making a video about me, and the majority of the information was 100% wrong. And now General Tito, all of a sudden, him and Marcus did a video, and now he went after BGS, and then he went after you.
yeah, because he's doesn't know where he stands at for real.
So do
Because
understand that I'm with you on this. And like, wow, why is General Tito making videos about people that he doesn't talk to at all? And now, I mean, I had a feeling that somebody was that put him up to it, and now I know, and it's heartbreaking, man. So for you
no,
to
it
sit
isn't.
here,
Not
no,
for me.
it's
It's not heartbreaking
heartbreaking
to me.
for me
Why?
because
Since
I
somebody's actual
know,
character,
I
why is that
know.
heartbreaking for you?
Listen, how about you be quiet? Let me talk. I know Marcus.
Okay.
That's heartbreaking. That somebody that I've known for 10 years
Mm-hmm.
had somebody come after me with some bullshit online because they have an issue with me when we used to talk all the time.
So, so your same guy Marcus had the same guy come after me. You know, some guy
He
that you
had the
met,
same guy
you've
come
known for
after
10 years.
me.
See. Now you see how crazy it looked for that guy to have you vouch for his character when he came up there on your show.
Well, this
You see
was
how
before I
crazy that
found out
is?
what was going on. This was beforehand. The only thing I can 100% vouch for Marcus for is that no, he does not. He's not a chaser of women.
Okay.
He does practice monk mode. I can agree with that. He
And he
practices monk
gaslights
mode.
simps online.
He doesn't chase after women for dating purposes. I can
Yeah, but
agree
he
with that.
gaslights simps online for attention.
He
That's just
probably
as
does
bad.
because do
No, he
understand.
definitely does.
Okay,
He definitely
well,
does.
my whole thing is that look, I have let people do whatever the fuck they want to do because I can't stop
Hold
you.
on. Okay,
Wait a
stop.
minute.
Stop right
No,
there, sir.
no,
Sir,
I
sir,
can
stop right
stop
there.
you. I can't stop you. You can't say that I can, because what am I gonna do? Show up to your house and
Hold
take
on,
an
sir.
axe to your computer? Am I gonna break your phone and stop you from buying a new one?
Okay.
I can't
Okay,
stop you
keep
from saying what the hell you want to
okay,
say.
okay, Bitter Truth Show.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to keep you talking until you made that exact statement that you just made.
Which was,
That's no, you're gonna repeat it. That
come on.
that no, the statement you just made was you don't care about what other people do you?
I
That's what you
can't
just said,
stop.
right?
I don't. I put it to you like this. I don't care
But you
so
can.
much. Wait a minute. I don't care so much that I'm finna chase you down and make 1,000 goddamn videos about what the fuck you doing. No, I don't care
Yeah.
that.
Okay. All right. But since you don't care in general, because that's where I'm at, caring about what these people do with my face and my
But
likeness
yet you've
and
made
destroying our
five,
actual
7
space.
videos about this shit. But go on.
Yes. Yeah. But you have to
I
understand that
haven't.
it's needed. It's I know because you don't care. You said that
Right.
you don't care.
Right. And you
Care
actually
about
don't
it
care either.
at
Because
all.
you understand, these are
Then you
niggas
want to
that are
jump online
online.
to
Why
pretend
do
like
you
you
care about what
understand
niggas
it,
have to say
but
about
don't
niggas
want to
online?
do anything about it.
What can I
You
do
don't want to
about
point
it?
it out. You
What
just
can
want to
I
let
do
it
about
go
it?
on for letting it go on sake.
What can I do about it? I
That's the
have
problem.
I have barely I barely have 4,500 subscribers. What can I do about it that's gonna make a change?
I mean, but you're turning a blind eye to it.
I'm not
That's
turning
the
the
problem.
blind eye. I just did a whole video this morning about the chick who lied about being kidnapped. And my other channel, the one that you say you blocked, that I'm sub to you on. Yeah.
Yes.
What is the
You
content on that
you was
video
here,
dealing with? What is
dude.
the
I have
content on that video channel dealing with, sir?
okay. Well, here's the thing. I blocked the Embrace Villainy channel
Uh huh.
because I knew it was you and you wasn't here under Bitter Truth
I
Show.
was not hiding. You are sub to me under my Embrace Villainy channel, as is a few other people, because
Correct.
that's my new
But
channel.
I have never watched a video there because I know
Okay,
you're
so
a
you
bit of
don't
truth
know what
show.
the video content is about over there. Well, let
I
me
know,
tell you
but you're
what it's
trying to.
about.
So,
It's
no,
about
no, no.
money.
Bit of truth
It's
show. Bit of
about
truth show.
crime. It's
Bit of
about
truth
black
show.
people getting their shit together. It's not about
Okay, so
crying and whining and bitching about women.
but here's the thing. What you have to understand is I did not go over there because I assumed it was a second channel with no content. You're just
Okay,
bringing
well,
up to
it's
me
got
what is
content, sir.
actually on the actual channel itself. So shout out
Okay,
to you for that. But then at the end of the
thank you.
day,
I appreciate that.
we have this teeter-totter moment to where people see what's going on, but they don't want to take any action to
Mm-hmm.
actually stop the thing from going on, and they don't want to point it out. And then they want to
Mm-hmm.
say, well, don't make multiple videos on it. But then again, just let these people do them. Letting these
Do you
people
know
do
why I
them is
say that?
exactly how we got.
But do
No,
you know
I
why I
don't.
say that?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
don't.
tell you why I say that. Because I'm gonna tell you right now. From me stepping out of the box and seeing what it is that, and do understand, as far as I'm concerned, look, man, I have no issue with you. I just wish that you would get your shit right talking about me and my associations, because I am a lone wolf. You understand? I'm a
You're not
lone
a
wolf.
lone wolf. You're
Yes,
not a
I
lone wolf,
am.
sir. You're
I
not a
am
lone
not
wolf.
part. Listen, bro, I'm
You're
not
a lone
part of
wolf
no.
who know multitudes of these f boys in real life.
Excuse me. I'm getting
That's the
to know
problem.
you. I'm getting to know AM1. I'm getting to know Thai City. I'm getting to know Black Light Revelations and all of them. So does that make me part of their clique? Does that make me part of any clique you have? Because I'm getting to know you. Does that make me part of your clique?
No, but the point is that you don't
Okay,
want to
that's
take a
it.
side and
That's
you
it.
don't want to do any. Okay,
No, that's
that's
it.
great.
Because I've been told them, and understand, I've said it to their faces. The last video that I was on with me, Marcus, and BGS, when the whole manosphere list came out, I told them to their faces when BGS asked Marcus, name the names of the black manosphere dudes that is worth listening to. And my name wasn't mentioned. And I told them, nigga, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Because that's high school petty dumb nigga shit. I don't give a fuck about that. Fuck that
Yes,
shit. I'm a
another
grown ass
person.
man. I don't
Yeah,
need
but
I don't need to be a part of association to feel like I have worth and value. Do you want me to repeat that? I don't need to feel part of an association to have worth and value. Would you like for me to say it again?
whoever said that? Okay,
I'm
so we
telling
seem to be
you.
talking about something very
I'm
specific,
telling you.
and then
Because
all of a sudden
you
you derail the conversation and you go
No,
off
no.
to
The
another
whole
point of
part of me
position that we're
coming
not
up was
on.
to let you know is that I'm not a part of that clique. Stop associating me with that shit, because I don't
Okay,
need them
fair
niggas
enough.
to feel
Fair,
worth and
fair
value.
enough.
I,
Fair
I don't
enough.
know them literally.
Fair
I know
enough.
them from phone
But you're friends with
conversations
him in
and the
real
internet,
life.
but I don't
I
hate
know.
them, just like I don't hate you. I'm
No, but
all
I
about,
do hate them. Whoa,
okay.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay, well, that's a personal problem
Let's
that
get
has
something
nothing to
straight.
do with me.
I do hate them. I hate that they
Okay,
exist. I hate that
okay.
they're around here getting blind eyes from people. That's what I do
Okay.
hate.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
understand.
what it is.
Okay.
Remember,
Understand.
strong
Okay.
father figure,
Understand.
strong grandfather figure, not tolerating this shit in no way, shape, form, or
I
fashion.
understand
It's the
that.
way that we roll down here.
I understand that. Coming from the conscious
Yes,
community, there's a lot of shit that I don't stand with. This is why I
yes.
don't. That's why I don't form associations. This is why
No,
I
you
don't
don't want to
form
form association because you don't want to be responsible about the
associations.
people that your ass is actually around. That's why you don't
And
form
why is
association.
that? And why is that? And why is that?
Because you just don't want to be responsible for nothing but
No,
yourself, but
no,
you want to
I
hang
don't.
around all this shit.
No, I don't want to be responsible for the actions of another fucking person.
That you
Flat
hang out with, you better.
I told, excuse me,
Bro,
MOT,
I'm all
MOT,
about the guild by association shit,
MOT,
man. I'm
MOT,
all about that.
MOT, MOT. If me and you went out and had drinks every Saturday for a year,
Uh-huh.
and then one night you decided you wanted to call the night short, you saw a chick looking at you across the bar, and I'm like, yeah, shit, go ahead, bro. And then come find out the next morning when the police knock on my door because they got you in custody because the bitch claimed you raped her, and they want to ask me, well, what happened that night? Do you think that I'm going to claim association with you that night as far as past the moment you left me?
No, sir. I
Okay
expected
then.
you to say
Okay
exact. Wait,
then.
hold on, hold on. since
Go
we're
ahead.
now on a something else that's totally even different than what we were talking about
No,
before,
we're
derailing
not.
the conversation again.
No, we're not. We're metaphoring. Go on.
I would just be able to like, look, this is what the actual point is up until this point right here. And yes, I were friends of people who had this shit happen to them in real fucking life.
Uh-huh.
Half of them went to jail and half of them didn't.
Right, exactly. But
Yeah,
guess
so that's what
what?
I'm saying.
But did their associates go to jail too when they were not part of the crime?
In the military, one actually did because he
Okay,
was actually a leading officer and he should have took control of the
he
situation.
should.
But that's
Okay,
totally different. But
all
but
right.
that's
So
totally
we're all
different than
private.
civilian life.
We're all
Okay,
privates.
okay,
We're all
okay.
privates. Am I responsible for what you do outside of my eyesight?
No,
No.
but at the
Okay.
end of the day, but
That's
sir,
exactly where I
but
sit with
okay,
the whole
okay,
situation with the black manosphere.
okay, but you still around here though.
I'm still
That's the
around
whole
here
point.
doing what?
You
What am I
you you
doing?
you, you still around here. You
Doing
haven't
what?
picked up any. You still around here. You on my show
Still
right
here
now,
doing what?
dude.
Because you
You are
mentioned
here.
my name.
Here's the thing. You as a 51-year-old dude. The
Mm-hmm.
fact that you ain't pointing out none of these bitch ass niggas in the goddamn space is the reason why we are where the fuck we are. I
Dude, I've
should be
been
one of the
left the
least motherfuckers
space.
around here trying to street in this
I
fucking
left
space
the
out.
space 2 months ago when
If
Pearl
you left the space, then what the fuck are you doing here?
you mentioned
Now!
my name.
Because you in my motherfucking chat after you was friends with these
But you were
niggas and I got a
already
problem with.
mentioning my name.
Oh my god.
You cannot say you wasn't. And when I was
No,
look,
no,
the
no,
other
no, no,
oh wait,
no.
wait,
I'll
wait,
block your
wait,
channel
wait,
for a
wait,
reason.
wait,
I'll
wait,
block your
hold
shit
on.
for a reason.
The other day when I was on my
God.
Embrace Villainy channel, what I was doing, I was checking out on what the fuck is going on with Baltimore and the Monzi shit because their mayor needs to be in jail. Okay. Brandon Scott needs to be in jail for stealing money. I'm glad that they finally
Sir, sir,
decided.
sir,
Hold on.
sir, sir.
Wait, wait,
No,
wait.
no.
No,
Bit of
wait.
truth. Bit
I
of
saw
truth.
you
Bit of truth.
online.
Bit
Wait,
of
I saw
truth.
you live. I
If you make one more fucking sequitur to somewhere else and derail this fucking conversation, I will end this fucking live stream. You've now done this shit 30 or 40 times in a motherfucking row. I have your ass pinned in the corner on some one shit, and then you just switch the topic to a whole nother fucking conversation. And then you just motor mouth your way through the fucking conversation as if I'm not fucking talking. If you're in the fucking space as a 51-year-old dude, you need to be trying to correct these niggas. If you're not, you're my fucking enemy. Period. Especially as an older fucking black man. I know you want to be on this. Oh, I'm just here, but I'm just gonna let these niggas do them. Fuck that. Letting these niggas do them is how we got here. We're not gonna start going to other shit. Now we're talking about Baltimore. Now we're talking about this shit right here. No, stay on topic. Otherwise, we have to end the fucking conversation.
was on topic.
Now we're just
I
gonna stay on topic.
was on topic. I
You
was
wasn't
just
on
letting
topic.
you know
You wasn't on
exactly why
topic.
how I wound up on your
Okay.
channel the other day. Because once
Okay.
I
So here's the
got done
thing.
with that, I said,
Okay.
"Well,
Well,
let
I
me
got a
see what's
question for you
popping."
going
I
forward.
saw you were live, so I jumped
All right.
on your live,
Okay.
and I
So
was
I got a
agreeing
question
with
for you
you on
going
some of
forward.
your subjects, and then you started
I got
talking
a
shit
question
about
for
me.
you going forward.
Go ahead.
If you're not gonna pick up a fucking shovel and start digging this shit out and cleaning up this motherfucking space, I prefer you never come to my fucking channel for any reason.
Okay, well, just so you know, bruh, I picked up
No,
shovels.
no, 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 no,
No,
no, no, no,
no,
no, no.
no,
I'm saying
no,
that.
no.
You
You
just
were
said. You
so this
just
is my
said.
response. This is my
No, no, no,
response
no.
to
I'm
that.
not even done with it.
This
Okay.
is,
Well, let me finish my statement.
go ahead.
The other part of the statement is there's
Go
no
ahead.
such fucking thing as I just let niggas do them. I don't take sides. I don't care, but I want to be around the place and not make shit better. I got a problem with all three of those statements because all that shit is is diametrically opposed to each other. All right, it's either you're here to make the shit better or you're not. If you're not, I understand. Roll the fuck out. Like
That's
what we have
okay.
exposed here in the
Wait, wait,
past.
wait. Can I
Sir,
respond? Can I
what the
respond?
fuck? I'm not even done. What the fuck is this?
Go ahead. Go into a 20-minute soliloquy. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, you ain't coming back, bro. All right. So here's the thing. Okay. So let's see what MJ Freestyle has to say. Hold on, MJ Freestyle. I got the link here. So you are going to be able to try to comport yourself like a human being online, but you're gonna be off of this motherfucker as quick as Hardcore Tito and fucking Bitter Truth Show. All right, there's the link. There's the link. So I'm just gonna show you that I'm out here by myself trying to correct this motherfucking space. I'm surrounded by purebred, reprobate niggas who don't know how to do a motherfucking thing but run their fucking mouth and try to gish gallop, troll, and change the conversation. All right, so before we go on and before we go forward, you're not. Wait a minute, MJ Freestyle. You're not. I'm trying to figure out who you are. Have I ever talked to you on panel before?
Never.
Okay, so whose panel did I run across you on? Even
What do
in
you
the chat.
mean?
Even in the chat. Have we been in the same places before? Because I've seen your name. I'm trying to figure out where. Because I know Hardcore Tito is one, but I don't think Hardcore Tito is the only one. Is there another place where we've been in the same space in the same live stream? Or is Hardcore Tito the only one?
Only hardcore Tito.
Okay, cool. All right, so I don't know you. You don't know me. So how might I be able to help you? And before you start talking, we talk about question and answer. I know it's very hard for some people to get, but we're going to go back and forth, point for point, question and answer. How much of this live stream did you listen to before you actually jumped on? Because I seen you jumped on before, but I need to go through these things one-on-one before I be jumped by a whole bunch of niggas on the panel. I'm not saying that that's what you wanted to do, but that's why I brought people on one by one, let them talk themselves out of their actual issues and problems, then go to the next person. I wasn't being disrespectful to you. That's how actually I was doing it because you seen the way the shit was getting earned.
My
So,
question is this, yeah. My question is this, yeah.
wait, hold on. My question is this, yeah? Is that what you said?
Why are you a simp?
I mean, but that's your question for Hardcore Tito. Hardcore Tito called me a simp. I didn't call myself a simp. I never outed myself as a simp. I mean, I don't even do content about women. But when Hardcore Tito went on this Gish Gallop troll spree on some shit, that's what he said about me. I didn't say that about him. That's what he said about me. That's the
Okay,
context of
okay.
where
Why
that
are
came
you
from.
simp then? Why are you simp?
He didn't answer the question. If you was listening to the live stream, he didn't answer the question.
I'm asking you. Why are you a question? Man, this nigga, man. Why are you a simp?
All right, man. You have a really nice day, bro. All right, man. So is there anybody else who want to come up here who actually want to have a conversation about something? I swear to God, man. Like, bro, the only thing you got to do is get your shit together and don't even bother fucking with the type of women who claim that these dudes fuck with, dude. You're gonna go all the way to the fucking moon because dude, you can't make this shit up, dude. Is there anybody else who I don't know who wants to come up? MJ Freestyle, I can't bring you back up, man. We got an IQ level on the live stream that we got to keep going, and I don't want to keep dipping the fucking live stream numbers for dumb niggas. So, is there anybody else who wants to come up who want to have a straightforward back and forth conversation about something that's substantive? I keep telling you. I keep telling you. The only thing they got is running their fucking mouth. They can't answer questions. Oh, let's see who we got here. Sponsor program. What's going on, man?
What's going on, man? What's good?
What's going on, man?
So my thing is like what happened yesterday. It was kind of like how the space was represented. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that you got a problem with like BGS and all that, right? But at the same time, it's kind of like Amazing Lucas ain't like a approach. You know what I'm saying? Like
No, he ain't. He ain't. But at the end of the day, when you're having a specific conversation about something, you need to have a specific conversation about that particular thing that you disagree with, regardless. So the example was with me and Hardcore Tito being up here, right? Things were said back and forth, gave him an opportunity to just talk about the things we agree with and disagree with. As you can see, that shit couldn't happen. Multiple opportunities that he was fucking given, and that shit could not happen. So I understand the dude's not above reproach, but at the same time, when you're talking about women online, you got to come with stats. And when you talk about manosphere shit to non-manosphere people, you're going to look fucking crazy. And people are like, oh, I kicked them off. Like, yeah, I kicked them off because you can't be a part of the conversation. When BGS kicked off Amazing Lucas, it's because he wanted to talk uninterrupted and didn't want that dude to speak.
I
Because
mean, yeah,
remember,
I do
questions are
agree with
questions
that
back and
though.
forth. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
But at some point, if dudes don't want to be a part of the conversation in a tangible format, you gotta get these niggas the fuck up out of here. I mean, can we agree on that?
I mean, like everybody gonna be like, yo, like Tito ain't have a chance to talk. I feel like y'all
No.
both gonna have to be on
Oh,
a
hold on.
platform where
Wait,
like
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let's address that. Do you think Hardcore Tito had a chance to talk?
I feel like it could have been more fair.
Okay, so how could I have been more fair to Hardcore Tito?
I think the best thing for both of y'all is to have like a medium platform where like each of
Dude,
y'all
I
take
asked
a
you a
turn.
specific question. I asked you a specific question. The specific question is, were the niggas just talking shit and doing all this shit that apparently that
I
you didn't
mean, you was
see?
talking as well, bro. I can't deny that.
So you saying that, because I want to make sure that I got this right.
Mm-hmm.
When I ask a very specific question and all of a sudden we talk about fat and weight and all this type of shit, you think that was appropriate?
I mean,
Rather than answer the question?
I don't think it was appropriate for neither one of you to actually go in that direction. Like we needed
Okay.
somebody to be the bigger person, you know?
Spawn the program. Spawn the programmer. Before I kick you off my live stream, I'm
Right.
gonna ask you a direct question about his behavior. Do you know how to answer questions without
Yeah, I
talking shit
do.
to and about people? Do you think Hardcore Tito came up here to specifically answer the questions as I asked them? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, man. You have a nice day, man. All right. So what I'm saying is that no, nobody needs to be a bigger person while somebody talk a whole bunch of shit to you. All right. Nobody needs to be a bigger person and stand on some shit that'll get you knocked out in a fucking heartbeat. Like this is the type of shit that black men don't get and they don't understand. You don't keep having a conversation with somebody when they're disrespecting you. I'm sorry, Jay Huss. I don't even know who you are. I can't let you up, dude. I don't give a fuck you on camera and all that shit. This ain't the nigga hour where you jump up and get all your shit off. Nah, man. We ain't doing that. So at the end of the day, I know y'all want to protect this dude. The way this dude comported himself online, no man could actually agree with the shit. When you put the shit that he said during his fucking live stream, that none of the which were true, and you put it with the way he comported himself online today, bringing up some dumbass nigga that I don't know, pretending like him and that dude didn't coordinate, the motherfucker come their ass up here, pretending like he can't control his motherfucking subscribers, but the dude is coming online telling me about a debate that he fucking set up that I don't know about. But the problem that I have is with him, but I'm talking to another nigga about it. It's some hoe ass shit. Again, at the end of the day, you don't have to sit here while a nigga is motherfucker doing that shit to you online, bro. Bro, this is the problem when you hang out with reptiles too much. You hang out with reptiles and you think this shit is fucking normal. Dude, you ain't got to talk to a nigga if they gonna disrespect the fuck out of you or keep changing the fucking conversation because they can't stay on task and topic. That shit is abnormal. You can't say that you running shit in the real motherfucking world, and this is how you argue about shit online. Again, if you have a problem, let's fucking discuss it. How do we discuss the problem if a nigga just talking shit to you the entire time about the problem and not even answering the question? Welcome, Wordo. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, MOT? What's up?
Man, I'm telling you, man, I am cleaning up this motherfucking space and pushing all these niggas over to one motherfucking side. It has been an enjoyable and educational thing for me.
Oh, and I just want to let you know you're not alone in this. You're not
Oh,
alone
yeah.
in this. I'm doing that shit. So Black is doing that. So you're not alone in that, you know. And of course, Mike V and Complex Design, we're doing that. You know, they're doing
Yeah.
that. I mean, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm seeing
Right.
right now, based on what I saw within two individuals that came on this platform and what I've seen from other individuals within the recent past is that now we have more and more people within this space who are transcending or going outside from worrying about no good females and actually focus on improving self, improving the individual,
Yes.
and really
Yes.
focusing on black male advocacy.
Yeah.
And the ones who want to hold these individuals back
And
want
hostage.
to and hostage want to sit there and label them as the term simp and use that as a shaming tactic when they're really taking the term simp out of context. Okay, because if and I've seen them did that with I've seen these individuals do that with you on this panel today. I've seen certain individuals do that with AM1, and certain individuals have done that with me. And the thing is that the next time someone wants to call us simps, they have to then define what the term simp means because they're obviously using that term out of context. Okay, I thought a simp was a person who compromised their own integrity in order to please females.
Hey, that's what I
So
thought.
that's what I thought. So we
I
all
don't have
need
content about women. So if I
exactly
don't have content about women and your only shit is about and trying to make it look like every prison is open general pop, like, dude, do you really need to look that up?
right,
Every fucking prison has administrative segregation. Every
right,
prison has that shit. So to make it look like, even minimum security prisons have the whole. To say that you've been to prison and that there is no administrative segregation, that everything is just open pop everywhere around there, why the fuck would I even talk to you about anything else? And to think that you got to go to prison to fucking know that, you ain't got to go to prison to fucking know that. God, I mean, like lying about shit that don't even need to be lied about.
mm, mm,
This shit doesn't need to be lied about.
right,
It
right,
doesn't need to be lied about.
right.
It's
But
crazy.
yeah, yeah. But then with the simp piece, right? I'll just continue with the whole simp piece. Is that it's like what I'm seeing now is that in this space, if males no longer or do not want to waste their time and
With
try to
women,
shame no good females that will never ever change in the first
then
place,
you're a simp.
then you're a simp
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you're not getting on this bandwagon to shame females. Then you're a simp now.
yes, yes.
So now this
Also,
go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So also this misunderstanding of the SBE shit,
Right.
the deliberate misunderstanding of the productivity piece and the skills and resources shit. You look like a
Correct.
crazy motherfucker to come out and say that you and for all you skills and resources dudes. How could you say that as a black guy in this space? And anybody takes you serious upon anything else you say after that. The problem is that they're here for the illicit money made off of blackmail paying business. I'm not in that
Yes.
fucking business. That's what they're trying to protect. And that's why all of these dudes are conveniently like the last guy who was on, not MJ Freestyle, but Bitter Truth Show.
Okay.
You want to be around the space. You want to say that, oh, I don't give a fuck about what anybody do. Then you want to be hands off on just letting this shit be that. What numbers grow in a situation like that? Their numbers grow. My numbers don't fucking grow in a shit
Right.
in a situation like that. And it's like this is not a young guy. This is an older man, 51 years old. If he's
Mm,
51, he said that out of
wow.
his mouth. 51 can't uphold basic fucking order, but they want everybody in the world to do all this work for them. Okay, so let's say that the decent men come out here and they fix everything, and most of these motherfuckers don't even want to uphold basic order. How long do that shit stay fixed?
Exactly.
How long do that shit
Exactly.
stay fixed?
We already know the answer to that. Exactly. Yeah. But and that's the problem with some people. See, what you have is a lot of enablers, right?
Yes.
They want to enable the ones who are actually bringing this space down and who have brought this space down for the past what 6, 7, 8 years. But
Minimum.
then when a person like you come in and correct things, now these enablers want to attack you. These enablers want to make you look like the villain.
You
But
want to know
then
why?
you literally have people that are capitalizing off of the pain of these younger black males. But you the bad guy. But go ahead. Why? Go ahead.
But at the end of the day, this is what's normal in their regular life. Walking away from shit and watching and not actually doing anything, that's what's regular in their normal life.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they come online and it's like keep quiet because that's normal. You point out shit, oh, well, I'm just not gonna support your channel anymore. Doesn't make it not true. Cause I could tell you this, there ain't no motherfucker knocking it out in the park who's over there listening to this goofy ass fucking shit. That's how you separate yourself from that. Because when you go to somebody else's work environment, they're not gonna allow you to run your motherfucking mouth and gish gallop and troll them through them asking you to do basic shit. They're gonna ask you to do basic shit, and if you can't, they're gonna kick your ass the fuck out of there.
That's how the real world is. That's how it is in the real world. If you can't do simple things, you're out of there. That's it. Yeah.
And this is the thing about dumb niggas who can't follow simple directions. Like answering questions. I
Yeah.
mean, Spawn the programmer, I like him, but at the end of the day, he thought I should endure all that motherfucking bullshit just to have a conversation with this nigga. No, you don't do that shit. Because the moment you do that shit in the real world, hands free.
Yeah.
The moment
Yeah.
you do that shit one time, it's hands motherfucking free.
Yeah.
Everybody know
Exactly.
about that scene from Minister Society where Chauncey took his ass over there to Old Dog and motherfucking Kane's house on that bullshit with no fucking protection. It didn't take long for that nigga to start getting the shit stomped out of his motherfucking ass.
Right.
Hands or no hands. You're behind enemy lines, and now you still want the protection like a bitch. And it's like, bro, I don't think these dudes have even had conversations with anybody outside of their own personal circle. Like, like they think if they can't operate with you with the level of disrespect, like that's how the wrong type of women think. The
Yes,
wrong
that's
type
how.
of women think that they get to talk to you any type of fucking way, and you get to sit there and take that shit.
And MOT, what have we been saying for the past few years about a lot of the males in this space that they act no different than the
No different.
Keishas that they cry and complain about? Because that's really how, like you said, that's really how the Keishas act. They think they could come to you and disrespect you in any type of way, and
And
next
it's
thing you know, when
okay.
you get, and it's okay,
You
but when
got
you
to
feed
take
them
it.
this,
You
you
got to
got to
take it.
take it. You got to take. But when you feed them the same energy, now they're the victim. You have to be the bigger person. What type of shit is that? Come on.
Or else I'm like, no, no, no. The bigger person is trying to have the conversation. The
Right.
bigger person, dude, I ain't got time for that fucking stupid shit. I can't deal with you on the nigga level. Hey, I lose every time. I'll tell you. I'm here to talk about the substance of the actual shit. If you think you can challenge me for the presidency of the space, that's what that's about. Let's talk about the ideas of how you think things should go, how you think I think things should go, and have the actual conversation. What I was trying to do was trying to have the conversation, but I couldn't. A couple of words, insult, gaslighting. Ooh, yeah, you talking, not talking. You talk. Oh, yeah, we talk. Like, dude, all this whole ass shit when we could have had a conversation. This is why I want dudes who actually email me behind the scenes or even text message and like all this other shit. I'm like, wait, We're going to keep doing this again so that way you can see the character of this dude we actually talking about here. You don't just let that motherfucker get away with just gish galloping, trolling, and not motherfucker going through any fucking live streams and not providing any context and shit. You set up the actual debate where he has to bring substance to the table. No trolling, no nothing. You got to bring substance to the table in order to be able to talk. Couldn't do it.
Correct.
Why?
Mm.
Wanna know why? Being on a complete substance basis, them niggas feel naked out there on that shit. They do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They do. They feel absolute fucking naked if they ain't buck dancing or trolling or doing all this stupid shit. I'm like, bro, listen. The moment we get past these people who don't want progress and get people to take individual action, shit changes. Shit changes
Yeah.
overnight. You turn this
Yeah.
motherfucking shit off. You go get your motherfucking shit together. Shit changes overnight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not even that hard. Not even that difficult.
It's not. It's not at all.
But at the end of the day, you got people who don't want to do any of that because at the end of the day, they can't survive without that shit, man. They need that shit to exist in order for them to be able to live. They can't they can't do it. And this is why I just say, you know what? Keep it on the fucking substance. Don't keep it on the nigga shit. Keep it on the motherfucking substance. Because
Yeah.
nigga shit and bullshit and bitch ass nigga shit is their default position.
Yeah. Because they have to use that because they have no truth in them. See, those who have truth in them, they don't mind standing on a substance base. They don't mind that because that's what the truth is. The truth is all substance. But in order to create this diversionary tactic and divert people away from the truth, they have to do
Yeah,
the
I mean,
nigga shit to distract the viewing audience because the viewing audience is just that dumb to, well, not all the viewing audience, but you know what I'm talking about, MOT.
a
There's
grand
enough,
majority of them.
a vast
Let's keep it
majority
real.
of the viewing
Let's
audience
keep it
just
real.
that dumb to allow themselves to be distracted with the nigga
Yeah.
shit and not focus on the substance of the argument.
But these same people want to go around acting like they're giving blackmail advocacy though. Under the
Right,
guise of blackmail advocacy of fucking keeping these dudes stuck in this place that they don't need to be. Listen,
right,
I don't feel less than a human being by stagnating my own fucking group of people. I don't feel better about that shit. I don't.
right.
What's going on, off code? What's going on, man?
All right, what up, though, MOT?
What's going on?
So mostly I've been watching the Black Manosphere from the clouds, right? And I started watching it years ago because it kind of aligned with what I was dealing with when I first came, to like red pill knowledge, right? Quick question about, I don't know how long you've been around, but from, a couple people's places that I've been on, they say you've been around for a minute. Where do you think things change? Because a lot of shit you were saying, I agree with. Where do you think
Kevin
that whole
Samuels.
thing changed when it
Kevin
switched to?
Samuels. Kevin Samuels.
Okay.
Because at that point, people looked at the dollar signs. Everybody started to slowly, gradually move their content there. Like you can look at live streams of mine 5 years ago, and these same individuals be on there, and you can see the shit that they on now. Because everybody think that they're a social media superstar. Everybody think that they got brand management, which is being deliberately full of shit and not being challenged, while expecting everybody to keep a blind eye. Like that's what the brand management bullshit is right now. Because when you take money to just go after motherfuckers who's way better than you and think that there ain't gonna be no motherfucking pushback, like intellectual fucking pushback, not nigga shit based pushback, but intellectual fucking pushback. Like what is this shit really on? No, let's answer some real questions. Let's take our people to some real motherfucking heights, right? Couldn't do it. But at the end of the fucking day, they out they like a lot of people don't want to admit that they wasted their motherfucking time. Especially seeing the shit in recent times, they don't want to admit that they wasted all their time here. So it's easy for them to just shut their mouth, disappear into the clouds, and just don't say anything, don't try to point shit out. People just disappear. Like I know all these motherfuckers are still here, but at the end of the day, they go back into the role of protection through silence rather than protection through actual having their face and actual shit up there. Like that's currently what we own now.
Yeah.
Can I say something? I know off Cole won't speak, but man, tomorrow you stated that things change with the rise of Kevin Samuels.
Yeah.
I'll say things changed even prior to that in 2015 when the
Oh, okay.
conversation changed from brothers stating that we must avoid females that come from a bad crop to then complaining about not getting sexual access from females. Because the moment this the whole sector of the manosphere started in
Yeah, I
2015,
gotta agree with you. Oh, that
that's
simp
when the
shit, like, yeah,
conversation that's when the conversation changed, when people started complaining about not getting sexual access from a bad crop of females that they shouldn't even be messing around with in the first place. That's when the conversation changed. Yeah. But
yeah. Well, actually, no, I agree with you, but like the finishing school of that was the Kevin Samuels shit. Like
okay.
that was the start of it. The slow, the frog in the boiling pot shit of slowly turning these dudes complaint from progress toward complaining about bitches, and Kevin Samuels became the balloon version of that shit. The finishing school of that shit, right? So I can agree with you there, because I was on those panels too. I thought that after we discuss this nigga shit, after we run this Super Mario Star out, we gonna fucking be on some progress shit. We're gonna get these dudes access to some motherfucking career fields. And then maybe like, nah, man, we gonna keep this shit hyper focused on the bitch. So that way you ain't gotta worry about getting your shit together. Let's put it behind a woman giving up power rather than you gaining your own power. So I do agree with you. I do agree with you there.
Right, right. And I agree with you with saying that the finishing point was with Kevin Sims. I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what both y'all said. I was seeing that whole thing. It switched up from, because my thing about the red pill, I started watching like Barbarossa, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't
Yeah.
nobody from the Black Manosphere. And they were talking about understanding our nature and female nature, but not complaining about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, let them do whatever the fuck they want to do. And the type of chicks that you don't want to fuck with, don't fuck with them. Even if they in your family, like this new slur called Keisha. See, my logic is this: a lot of these, whoever came up with that whole Keisha shit, see, Keisha is your kinfolk too.
Oh, no doubt.
That's your
No doubt.
family. And I know a lot of these motherfuckers like to throw around the word simp, right? I look at it like on some Pac shit. Every nigga got a little bit of simp in them. Because there are plenty of niggas who will complain about these certain type of females, but they got them in their family and they'll punch you in the mouth over her. They know she ain't shit, but they
Oh
love her,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, like a motherfucker.
She
Like a
has
motherfucker.
intrinsic value. Don't talk about her, but you can talk about somebody else's sister, mother, auntie, right? That's just hypocritical. And that's when I knew years ago, I was like, oh yeah, I'm just watching from the clouds, seeing what they talking about, but it seems like it was doomed to fall apart.
Yes. And actually, let me actually address Kevin Kelly's point. And this is why I don't criticize Obsidian. But because see, Obsidian said up front, he's not here to fix a motherfucking thing. And he kept doing this same show over and over again, gaslighting these simps. Okay. At some point, you figure out what he's on. At some point, you figure out, or even it comes out of his mouth that he's not here to fix shit. People get mad as fuck. They want other people to go in on Obsidian and all that kind of shit. I'm not saying you're doing that, Kevin Kelly. I'm just saying the examples of the emails that I received over the years after people see the shit that they should have saw within probably 6 months if you paid attention to him every day. He told you he ain't here to fix shit. Now, that's why Obsidian gets no pushback from me. But when you have BGS and the Green Gorillas and the Tia Sons and all this kind of other shit, making it look like they care about the future of Black boys, but they still on the same shit Obsidian's on, that's what I got a problem with. That's why I got a problem with those niggas versus Obsidian. Obsidian told you up front that he wasn't here to fix shit. And he does it every couple of months. And that's why people are like, oh, why would you go in on? Why? No, because Obsidian is up front. You gotta be honest up front. Know what these people are on. There are certain people within this space who who now are on the same, changing their shit slowly to being the Obsidian shit, while they was on some legitimate shit 2 or 3 years ago, right? But now everybody want to be a dude with no type of motherfucking common sense or standards, and that's what we on. Because it's easier to be around dudes and just weaponize their fucking pain than to give them the correct answer. I am the correct answer. I am what happens when you leave this shit the fuck alone. And guess what? I can still deal with women. Look, I could fill the whole panel full of fucking women. I'm talking about women who got money, women who's fucking married. I'm not bringing them around this fucking shit until I clean it the fuck up. That's when you start bringing women out here who don't exhibit none of this fucking foolishness that these dudes are actually on around here. But at the end of the day, you got to see it. This actual opportunity that we have right now of showing you what these motherfuckers are on, you was not gonna get this information in the 70s, nor the 60s. But in 2023, in this petri dish called the manosphere, you can see exactly what niggas are on. And you can move to a better motherfucking outcome. You ain't gotta worry about what your homeboy gonna do. There's somebody in this motherfucking space right now, content creator wise, or else panel hopping nigga wise, that is just like an archetype of somebody in your family. And you know what the outcomes are now. So you can't fail now. You know what the outcomes are.
Exactly.
At
True.
this point, you know what the outcomes are. And what makes me mad is that these people know what the outcomes are, and they're like, fuck that. I'd rather burn this motherfucker to the ground before people who got their shit together run this motherfucker. That's the problem that I have. And that's why you see all these dudes that you thought was legitimate ass niggas over the years. Now you see what the fuck they actually own.
But
And not only that, they got to do content after they expose themselves to what the fuck they own now.
yo,
That's the
but
great part about it.
Emoji, let me say something. This
Yeah.
is why, like, on my channel, I encourage a lot of the young men within the viewing audience to actually go outside and live in the real world and have
Get some
real
experience,
world
man.
experience. Because if you've had any real world experience, it wouldn't take you long to use some level of discernment to recognize who's the phonies in this space and who isn't. Because when you have experience, you've actually seen these types of people face to face. Like me in my life, I've come across people, not only my family, but even just outside, just in the real world. I've came across so many different people that it built a level of me being able to decipher, or like I said before, discern who's who after a while. It's not that hard to even develop that when you have real world experience. It seems as if a lot of people, not all, but a lot of people within the viewing audience of this space just sit inside the confines of either their mama's house, daddy's house, grandmama's house, or whoever's house, and never take the time to walk out the door, go outside, gain some real life experience, and recognize the world for what it is. For so you could be able to develop some sort of um analytical skills, or develop your critical thinking skills to be able to make good judgments for yourself, and to be able to judge which group of people is right for you to be around with and which group of people are not good to be around with. It seems as if a lot of people in the viewing audience just don't have that because they don't develop any real life experience. But I'm done with that. I got the mic.
Yeah. I want to address this comment in the chat. You are 100% right. Like new blackmail media was a code word for let us be on some bullshit, and you niggas sit there and keep your mouth closed while we cash in. We're gonna give you what you want, but you got to sit there and not have principle. Because see, not having principle and turning a blind eye became the new principle among these actual people, right? Like O'Shea didn't have to implicitly. I'm sorry, he didn't have to explicitly come out and say he was on the same shit Obsidian was on. The content speaks for itself. Angry Man did not have to come out and explicitly say the shit that he was on. The content spoke for itself. But Obsidian told you exactly what he was on, and all three of them are in alignment, right? But at the end of the day, no one has to point that out to you. That's some shit that you should be able to see. But at the end of the day, people want to be in both camps and not feel bad about the shit, right? That's the problem that I got a problem with. Because I'm like, it's either or, one or the other. Because, like I said, not that being in the military is a fucking excuse, but that's just normal how normal masculinity works. Like you couldn't be on this double dual minded shit and be around my grandfather. He wouldn't allow that shit. So what it is that The drop in actual masculinity gave rise to this nouveau type of hustle till you make it. We gon' we gonna keep a we're gonna keep and turn a blind eye towards you just as long as you stagnate in our group. Because all these dudes don't want the actual responsibility, the power. They don't want that. The only thing they have is gaslighting, trolling, and being on some stupid shit. To be quite honest with
Let me ask you this, MOT.
you. Yeah.
You know, like we talk about our grandfathers and great grandfathers, right? Which is like some of us would say the pinnacle of masculinity, especially the females, saying things like, uh, how dudes used to be, right? How do you think things would have turned out if the males stayed on that, but the females changed like how they change now, as far as, the ways of going about things and how they view marriage and relationships and whatnot, right? Do you think that would have been constructive?
It it could have been, but like in my grandfather's generation, like I could tell you the difference between my grandfather's generation. My grandfather's generation is we're not making deals with women. We're not gonna set up our whole lives about complaining about women. My dad's generation, the majority of my uncles, which I don't talk about, by the way. This is why I have so much experience at catching this shit, because I grew up around being counseled out of looking at this shit as cool. Like most of my uncles were these pro-black simp ass niggas who wanted to argue with bitches about not settling for niggas who ain't got their shit together, and most of the women just started. They got a lot of power out of it. They got a lot of power out of it because the actual deal that they were setting up. The deal that they were setting up was that if they had a group of men who wanted to worship them, they didn't have to settle for anybody, not even the dudes who was getting their shit together or had their shit together. So as the actual years went on, most of the women just started going to where the most of the options were. And I can see that. But at the end of the day, men swore other men to secrecy about complaining about their system. This is why you have people who come online and automatically assume the Pookie Ray Ray argument shit is some real shit. It's not some real shit. It's some 5 or 6 year ago shit. And it wasn't even true. It was two different caricatures that didn't mean shit. Because if only thing you had to do was act like you had a street dude and have a criminal record just to get some pussy, guess what? Everybody would have a criminal record to get some pussy. But that wasn't the case. These women was fucking with everybody. And that's something that a lot of these dudes couldn't stand. A lot of these dudes thought that sex with a woman is some shit that is reserved for them and them only. And you complain about their crop of women who did shit in the past and all this kind of other type of shit. Men were the one doing this shit to other men, shaming other men into shutting the fuck up about the current state of community. Then these same men went from telling men to shut the fuck up to telling men that they got to come back and fix these circumstances around the same shit. And the same people who was doing both of those things, who had now a closed mouth toward these things, now these dudes want to turn a blind eye to the actual results of the shit now. So back in the days, you didn't have to do that because there were still crops of women that you can actually deal with. They were higher in number, but they became lower in number as the years went on because dudes wanted to make a deal no matter what. And they didn't care about the consequences no matter what either.
Yeah. I had a conversation with Tommy about that. Probably was an argument where he posited that, you know, how we do. If black females wanted motherfucking dudes who were educated, damn all of us would go to college. I said that's bullshit. Not everybody can, do that and even hang with it, stay with it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I agree with you on that.
But 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 the thing was to put it off on the women. It was just some hoe ass shit, man. People are like, oh, you trying to protect women? No, I'm trying to protect the women from being weaponized by dudes who know that they're weaponizing these women. I don't have to care about them to not make sure that this stuff isn't weaponized and being shot at me at some point. Because they're talking about doing that shit together. That's act talking about. This is it's almost like a printing press. It printed off a whole bunch of bad people who actually think that, and they come through with the same arguments. The same arguments about how much you didn't get at one specific point of view, and you got to listen. You got to listen to dudes disrespect the shit out of you. Don't know shit about you, but they just assume that you didn't get no ass, and this is how come you don't like the outcome.
That's true. What I saw the title, right? You said it was talking about that amazing Lucas thing, right? This
Yes,
was in defense of
yes,
even having conversations with someone like him, right?
correct.
I agree with that because it's
I
like,
mean,
you
it's
know,
easy to
he was
defeat
just
his
making
points.
content. If you ask me, he was just making content because that's why
Correct,
he kept
but
saying bussy and all of this
yeah,
kind of stuff, you know.
I, I get that. But then again, you set him up to be able to do that and get away with it when you don't know how to act on your own shit. The only thing you had to do was just clear the panel off, clear the panel off, reset the conversation, have a reasonable back and forth. But
I
if
agree.
your content is about throwing bitches under the bus, Major Lucas is gonna win that conversation every single time. Because you're not talking to radicalized manosphere men when you're talking to somebody else about this shit.
I
Like
agree.
it's easy to defeat his arguments. I don't even have to go within this argument is because I want you to do your own research. Most of this shit I do agree with, but there are some like shit I got some problematic things. People don't never fucking come call me on it, but I got but at the end of the day, there like Todd City said, there is no stats about goodness of fucking women. It's a cultural thing.
Mm,
It's a cultural thing. The women are a cultural thing. It is a cultural thing. Is it 100%? No. These are chances. These are choices. These are options. It's kind of like you have the percentage of getting sick based on this type of fucking product you use or that type of product you use.
mm.
These people are a product of their environment. Can it be good products? Can it be bad products? Yes. But like thinking that complaining about bad products is gonna make bad products good products? Nah, man. Like that was never gonna work.
That's true. That's true. Probably even make them double down, just like you know, like the critique of someone like Cynthia G, right? She has valid critiques, even though to me her voice is annoying and sometimes she says bullshit, you know, but I understand a little bit, I guess, about her background, where she comes from. And I kind of hearken her to someone similar to Tommy Sotomayor, you know. They both have valid critiques, but sometimes they go off the rails and they could be a little bit annoying, right? But at the same time, it's still valid critiques. You know, like when she talks about, you know, what are we doing to protect ourselves? I agree with her on that. I agree that at some point shit shifted, right? I don't even know if it did shift because I wasn't really around at that time. I only heard stories, right? But you know, generally, from what I've seen in my 40 years so far, males don't give a fuck about themselves. They don't give a fuck about each other. You know what I'm saying? So, and we see the whole masculinity piece through the acquisition of pussy, you know, and what females think about us, right? And I think that's problematic than a motherfucker. Still there, MOT?
Sorry about that. I muted my mistake. But once you put these two individuals in the same room and you see how quickly fucking devolve and what reason why it devolves, this is something that people don't get to see anytime in their fucking life. They don't get to see that. They don't get to see that. Okay, why don't you put two people in a room? Why don't you have them motherfucking try to have a conversation about shit that's said, and all of a sudden it's gaslight trolling, and you got to be okay with that shit. And it's like, bro, listen. And this is why a lot of motherfuckers end up getting their ass motherfucking get the shit beat out of them, and they be shocked and surprised when this shit happens. Because they do some shit that is normally seen as fucking disrespectful, but they go somewhere else and they think that that shit's all to the cool. Then all of a sudden they get the shit stomped out of them, and now the whole world's up in arms over somebody got the shit stomped out of them. But it's all about not being able to comport yourself as a fucking man. But see, people can't do that shit because they see being a man and bringing rationality and arguments to the actual conversation. They see that as too much of a stranglehold on their actual so-called fucking freedom. They need the freedom of a bitch in order to have a conversation. They need to
Mm.
have a conversation like a bitch in order to have a conversation. That's the fucked up part about it.
That's true. Can't even have a civil conversation without motherfuckers gaslighting. Like you said, I listened to the thing when Tito came on. I agree with you. You know, you got to throw them shots while we can't just have a conversation. You came over here to my panel. It's my house,
And
my
you,
rules.
and you sent the nigga over here, and then you lied about sending the nigga over here. I'm like, bro, you can't make this shit up.
True.
Look, if somebody wants to say that, look, you don't deserve to be the president of the manosphere. Okay, cool. Let's get together. But then again, not to know the history of Dennis Sperling and think that that's a platform that is motherfucking neutral. That's not a neutral platform, guy. I'm like, this dude came in here dissing motherfucking SYSBM saying passport bros was stupid. Then he turned around and started motherfucking being on this rapping attorney shit. And I'm like, bro, this dude was all over the fucking place when he got here.
Let me ask you this about Dennis Sperling, right? Because at one
I
point,
don't watch his content now. I don't watch his content now. I just
oh,
do that's what
that's
the fuck
cool.
he was doing then. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
it was some shit from back then, right? You said you want to get rid of these niggas, certain niggas, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And on up until what point?
We see what the results are now. I mean,
Because
if it was my choice, it would be genocide. That's my fucking answer.
okay,
Genocide. That's
okay,
my answer.
because that's
But
something
however,
that what you call it said too. That's why I was bringing it up.
however, however, you ain't got to commit genocide. You can just restrict your own personal circle, get your shit together, and leave these niggas the fuck alone, and never allow their thought process to affect you. That's a hell of a lot more achievable than trying to get away with genocide. That's
Mm,
way easier. That's way
absolutely,
easier. That's where the
absolutely.
discipline piece comes in. That's when it just, hey man, look, if they can't talk like a rational fucking adult, then don't bother even motherfucking talking to them. You make them niggas talk to you like a fucking man. If they cannot comport themselves like actual human beings, you kick them off the fucking panel. That's what it is. Because a lot of people have to throw them shots. They have to do that bullshit because they're not comfortable in the points that they can actually make. They can't stand on the actual points that they can make. So they have to do all this other motherfucking shit, right?
Yeah, I call it fake outrage because when a person's outraged, you don't have to answer questions anymore.
Yeah, but it's like all this shit over some shit he started for no reason. None of this shit need to happen. All because he wanted to see nigga make illicit money off of SBE. He wanted to try to come at Ty City and Ramil over the shit.
Right.
When we're supposed to be here to correct, but see this financial piece is getting in the way. The financial piece. They here for a financial reason. I'm here to actually fix shit. Yeah, man, like these niggas are on some financial shit. They on some financial
They
weaponization shit.
chasing that 10K a month.
Yeah. I'm making a fucking week on one truck. But yeah, but to them, they can't produce like we produce, so you gotta let them rock.
Right.
You gotta let them disrespect, troll, and destroy the entire environment. Because they can't fucking keep up the fucking pace of rationality and motherfucking decorum. You see how much you have to mortgage in order to keep these niggas around? It's much easier to stop giving a fuck about these dudes' opinions and getting your own motherfucking shit together.
I agree.
Because, hey, look, man, the links stay dropped. People want to have all the fucking conversations. You see what happened when they came up here? Couldn't even talk or get cornered. They have to switch the conversation to something else. Dude, I'm doing a public fucking service to you. I'm giving you 30 and 40 years of what the fuck you think these niggas gonna turn out like in the future. This is
Mm.
the gift that I'm giving motherfuckers. I've already seen this shit in the military. I've already seen this shit corporate America. I've already seen this shit owning businesses, owning clubs. I've already seen this shit. These niggas can't come back from the shit that they doing right now. And I want to make sure that's the motherfucking case. If you want to sit your ass over there after this shit's over with, you want to think that that's how niggas need to fucking comport themselves? Cool. Let your value system lead you to whoever the fuck you want to listen to. But I don't have to tolerate the shit. because I have zero tolerance for it, right?
I agree. I agree.
But at
Because
the
it's
end of
like,
the day, a lot of these people who want to come together need to be standing by themselves and alone, so that way people can see what the fuck they own, bro.
hmm. Let me ask you this, MOT. Uh, would you agree that people need people, or more specifically, males need other males?
Leadership wise, yes. They do need an environment.
And
Yes.
whether it's, it could be leadership or camaraderie, because y'all could be on the same footing. You can still learn something from a comrade. I look at it like from the whole mammals type thing, right? It's not natural for mammals to generally be secluded, right?
Correct.
They need other mammals, and why they do that, if you look at the data, is because to protect themselves, right? And I think that for some odd reason, maybe epigenetics, right? Black males have been taught to, quote unquote, 10 toes down. Now I get you need to, you know, uh, uh, have your own personal gains and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Go out there and test your steel, right? But you still need males. That's why I thought that this might be listening from the cloud from the Black Manosphere perspective, thinking that it might be constructive. But in the back of my mind, I'm like,
The financial piece got in the way of that, man. The financial piece and the ability to be listened to because these people were unaccomplished before they got a hold of something they can recognize. Nobody
mm,
would be listening to these dudes for any other reason if it wasn't for the perceived disrespectful behavior of this woman when the only thing it was the lack of male accomplishment. It had nothing to do with the woman. They aimed their actual angst at the woman, but it was really they had the fucking problem. Cause look, I don't give a fuck what percentage of women that are fucking bad. I don't care what the percentage is. I get to choose whether or not I want to deal with them. I'm not gonna sit here and complain about a bad inventory or perceived bad inventory of women until they turn into something that I want. That's not how leverage works. You gotta have something that they fucking want. And here's the thing. Just like a woman gotta have something that you want, you gotta have something that she wants. And that's what this choice shit is about. She's maximizing her infinite level of choice through biology, and men ain't even trying to exercise their infinite level of choice through productivity and fucking discipline. That's the problem here.
mm, yeah,
It all boomerangs back to a lack of accomplishment on the male part. They want to be able to have motherfucking, you name it, 10 out of 10, uh, you know what I'm saying, in their fucking house, cooking and cleaning while they do all this non traditional shit. It's like, dude, listen, if you want a traditional woman nowadays, do you know how much you have to have your shit together to have a
whew,
traditional woman nowadays?
it'd be a
A one
five
income
percentage,
household.
motherfucker.
A one income household. Okay, you go pay mortgage, you go pay at least for two cars, at least two cars. You got to pay for an entire family. And let's say that's sending your kids to public school. Let's say your kids are not going to private school. Let's say your kids are involved in extracurricular activity, karate or what the fuck, sports or whatever. Now you're talking about even more time, equity, and money that you got to have. But most of these niggas own some 50-50 shit, but they want with the woman to act as if the man is producing at a 100% zero level shit.
Mm.
And, and like expect the women not to motherfucker take advantage of all the shit they got the advantage of.
Like, just like the
Uh,
old saying goes, MOT, it's like motherfuckers are one blow job away from going right back to the plantation and showing that they don't have leverage.
I don't even fucking think it's a blowjob. I don't even think it goes that far. But
Proverbial
what
pat on the head, you're a good man.
compliment? You're right. One fucking compliment away.
Mm.
What's going on, spiritual logic? What's going on, man?
Hey man, what's going on? What's going on?
Oh, chilling out.
Yeah, man, I was I listen and it's one thing that always bothered me and it's so simple that people don't realize that what they do and how it plays into what they complain about. Like when you
Yes.
tell a man that his own weaknesses, his own deficiencies, his own lack of awareness would actually allow him to participate in the very means of his destruction, that's as basic logic as you can get. Like if you're going around undisciplined, unaware, inexperienced, unproductive, you're going to literally enable every dysfunctional thing in your life. You're going to bring it in your life. And you're not going to have an awareness to how you're being led into it, how it's manipulating you, and how you want to manipulate it. There's a dysfunctional men and dysfunctional women are two peas of the same pod. And this is why because I get it. I get it. A lot of people want to say, well, there's always going to be a level of entertainment, but that's not what the issue is about why people are trying to be honest and correct misrepresentation. The issue is when um first of all, people want to misrepresent the people who are speaking logical things. There's an intentional misrepresentation going on. So
Correct.
no one said that we had an issue with anybody making money. But here's the issue. When people because I hear how people talk about the grift, and I'm like, well, grift is more about misrepresentation or fraud, or you giving a false image of something, but you're really like, for example, if you want to talk about big pharma, right? They want to say, we're trying to help people, but you could use that an issue with, are they really helping you heal, or is it about profit, or is it about something like that? That's more of the grift, is when you're promoting something that is a misrepresentation, because there's a lot of people, we don't care about the people who always been about entertainment. No one's talking about them. If you're all about entertainment and you never cared about uh, projecting anything that helps people become productive and self-aware and self-accountable, no one's talking about you. No one ever has been talking about you. We don't go around talking about mimes and clowns, people who just entertain for a lifetime. We don't care. That's their job. But when you actually start to speak and say, I'm trying to help men, I'm trying to help people become aware how to get out of situations, how to promote progress, then you have a responsibility to maintain consistency with that narrative. That's what we're talking about. And what people are saying is that, yeah, we want to see black men uh, come out of situations. We want to bring awareness to how they can progress in their own lives and be more productive and remove themselves from dysfunctional people. When you say that, and then you do the opposite, and then you say the people who are actually speaking the right things are not actually saying what they're saying, then that's where the correction has to come in. Because there's a lot of slander going on where,
Correct.
when somebody sits there and say, hey, I want to show people another way. We're not, a way that I can live in my own life, because a lot of people are speaking through how they overcame their own issues in life. And honestly, that's kind of what, a sector of the space was about. It's about men speaking of successes and where they came from and how they overcame situations. And because I remember, even when I first came here, and I'm probably one of the late people, I remember hearing stories where men was like, how I beat child support, or how
Yep.
I became successful. It's a lot of issues that you can tell people. Like, I've told people my own story of how I've had a rough life, came out of, I've always worked, but I had a real bad childhood and real bad experiences that, you know, kind of put me out there by myself, and I didn't have a lot of guidance. So yeah, I went through a period of homelessness. Didn't mean I was jobless, but anybody would know, when you don't have no support and no help, credit is a lot.
Mm.
You can't always get a place, and I wasn't going to live off of nobody. I was one of those people where I understood the living off of people's situation. So you know, because yeah, a lot of people were talking about, well, just go live with a chick. I don't live with, because I know what that means. That means being a slave. And I, look, call it what you want. I had a certain level of self-respect where I took accountability to how I got here, and I was going to take accountability to get out of it. And if you don't have that within you, and you're going to blame a victim, like, I don't even blame my parents, because um, everybody can be whatever they want. I can only control me at the end of the day. And once I become an adult, that is all on me. I can learn from what my parents done. I can learn from what I've done. But this whole blaming and crying about what people who can choose not to care or not to, that's you can't force people to care. That's the whole issue. You cannot force. You only can direct that energy towards yourself to learn from your experiences, to see people who have overcame similar experiences, to build similar networks with like-minded people and progress. This is these are things that if anyone disagrees with, they're here to create dysfunction. It's no, it's not even a thought. If you disagree with self-accountability, the fact that, or you disagree with the fact that you can only control yourself and it's your responsibility to work with like-minded people who have an awareness of their of not having their own compromised nature to enable and feed into any collective dysfunction. If you can't overcome that, then you're here. And we see that the fact that there's a incentive through this algorithm, and we understand social
Yes.
engineering. The
Yes.
algorithm is based on people bickering and fighting. It's not about progress, right? So we understand that. So if you're going to be a slave to what's going to get you trendy, I mean, like go back into when internet first came out, like twerking was you can get a million views on twerking. Does that mean that twerking can teach you how to change your life? No.
No.
Yes, exactly.
So it's like this whole idea of like, look how many views, look how many subs I had when the most ridiculous things are getting the views because of social engineering. That's proven that people have checked out and they're in an escape fantasy world. And they just want to go with they want to they live not through any personal responsibility to actually have an impact, you know, where they can add and offer something to a functional society. No, they've given that up and they just say, "Hey, I just want to do the dumbest, easiest thing I can do to get famous. I don't care how much that allows me to contribute to the dysfunction, how that allows me to contribute to the very chaos." Because yes, they're monetizing chaos and dysfunction now. That's what it is now. It's like, you know what? We want the world to burn because before it burns, I can weaponize a whole bunch of dysfunctional and defeated people to sit there and be emotional about it burning. And it's like that's already given up. It's like unfortunately, this whole sense of entitlement, and I heard Anne talk about this entitlement issue. Like the
Yes.
world doesn't owe anybody anything. That's one thing I realized is coming to a man is that's the first thing you realize that no one's gonna owe you anything. Your own parents can sit there and wash their hands of you. No one's going to owe you anything. It's That's why when you come to a level of awareness, you realize that how I think and how I enact my own will to force society to recognize my what I can offer it. You're trying to basically present something through your own work where society has to acknowledge you and say, you know what, this person is useful. This person can provide a service or some kind of something that society could use, and you kind of market yourself. That's how it is. That's the world. This whole you can't be emotional about business. You can't. You just can learn, you can grow. Failure is only failure if you stay down. No one is saying that you had to be perfect and you had to do all this stuff, but at some point you have to learn from everything that happens in life. You have to learn, you have to grow. And, just sitting around crying about people is not how you grow and it's not how you learn. Matter of fact, that's staying in a cycle of failure. If you want to stay in the same situation that destroyed you, then you haven't learned anything, and I don't know, man. It's just and what gets me is that I'm the kind of person I've never went at anybody. I just deal with the topics. I deal with what people say, the ideas, and that's what the internet was for. It's a marketplace of ideas. And
Yeah.
when you put an idea out there, it has to compete with other ideas. But I realized that the more you speak logic, the more you promote masculinity, the more you promote productivity, self accountability, that's going to be diametrically opposed to people who want to profit from chaos. So there's an intentional that's where the intentional misrepresentation comes in where they have to shut you down even if you're talking among like-minded people. You forget if you even address them, they're going to address you because somebody may
Mm.
from their camp may hear what you're saying and may go out and parry the word over back to them, and it creates this conflict where even if you don't address someone just because you're promoting something, light will always expose darkness. So if you start promoting something that wakes people up, causes people to look internally to see what I can control, and realize that, you know what, people have the right to be as evil as they want to be, but you don't have a right to. You have a choice not to engage with it. You can't stop nobody from
Correct.
doing anything. Like, people know that robbing a bank is wrong. They know it's against the law. Does that stop people from robbing banks? Nope.
No.
Absolutely not.
So you can tell you can. I
Well,
mean,
but if they
every
do rob banks, they fucking go to jail for that shit.
exactly, there are consequences. So so right, there are logical consequences that come with that action. So I don't have to go around and harp on people who rob banks. Stop robbing banks. There are consequences, just like there are consequences for people being a fool in their own lives. We all been there. There's a consequence. You don't listen. You don't pay attention. You don't, get your stuff together. You could be homeless. You could be in a really bad situation. There are consequences. So you don't have the fool already has worked up his own consequences. You don't have to. And see, I had to learn with a lot of these people is that, and because I was like many people, I started to go on certain panels and realized that, you know what, they're not here for any conversations. They're just going to jump you and
Yeah,
and and keep you
that's
and
all it was
interrupt,
about.
yeah, and interrupt you and keep you from talking. So I realized, you know what, I'm not going to talk to people. But then because of the cross pollination of panels, you end up engaging these people even when you talk on other people's panels. And this is kind of like the filtering process where you realize, like you're saying, it's like, okay, people are proving where they at. And the more you interact with other people, you're going to find out where people stand. And as you find out where
Correct.
people stand, you learn and say, okay, well, we don't have nothing in common, so I can't really. I'm moving one way, you move the other.
Mm.
When somebody who's moving the other way wants to misrepresent the way you're moving, that's what we have to correct. Because they're not telling that to us because they won't talk to us. They'll use your image and your likeness to go tell somebody else who doesn't know you, who hasn't heard about you, a lie about you. And that's
That's the
where
whole
people,
thing about how we got here in the first place. Was
yeah,
a
yeah,
whole live stream was done that didn't need to be done. But when you're paid to do something, and now you don't want to face the consequences of going after one of the most legitimate motherfuckers in the space, who's all about helping motherfuckers, and then we're not gonna we're just gonna start being anti SBE because you can't run your stagnation based platform with people being rational around here. There's gonna be a natural clash of things, but the natural clash of things came from not being able to keep these men weak.
yeah,
How?
yeah,
How? It's like how? Like okay, you come here online, and the only thing you got is to keep these people subjugated to the same women that you claim that you don't want, but you endlessly talk about all the time. That don't make no goddamn sense.
yeah. It's and look, like, the more you speak logic, and see, people don't realize that just speaking logical stuff, productivity, is going to expose corruption. Just the more you speak it, the more you tell
Yeah,
people, hey,
that's it.
you go tell somebody who's young, that's like, you know what, how you conduct yourself and your awareness about your own environment, and whether you need to leave that environment or whatever comes to you, is going to be what's important. You start telling people that, they're going to start looking at themselves and be like, you know what, maybe I was undisciplined. Maybe my lust, maybe my lack of experience is what's causing me to deal with this situation. So you start making internal changes, internal decisions, and you realize the
Okay,
issue was never about this person; it was about me.
Mm.
correct. Hold on a second. Let me address something real quick. Is this a big cab that usually be on BGS's platform?
I
Is this
was
is it
on.
is this a big cab?
I'm on a lot of people's stuff. I was on the panel the
Okay,
other
so you
night,
were the
so I
big
mean,
Kev who wanted to jump up on the
right?
live stream when I had that one on one with Sister George and Concrete Rose, and you wanted to jump
Yeah, I
up
didn't
on the
get a
live
chance
stream
to.
then, and I didn't know who you
Yeah,
were.
yeah, yeah. I didn't get a chance
Okay,
to. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to think because yeah, but I mean y'all were doing your thing, so I mean hey, it is what it
okay,
is. Um,
okay. So, wait, hold on
I'm,
a
I'm
second. Hold on a second. I
yes.
just wanted to make sure that you are the big Kev, so that way I'm addressing that big Kev and not somebody who just jumped up.
Okay, yeah, yeah, that's
Cause
me. Yeah, 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 that's me. I mean, but I did want to ask a quick question, man, tomorrow here about because I'm kind of scratching my head here. You know, your tagline is president of the Black Manosphere. Um,
Okay.
was there an election that was missed or something? Because I mean, last time I checked, I mean,
No,
to be the president of something, don't you have to be like elected or something? Like, I
no,
mean,
no. Like, okay, well, I'll explain it to you.
okay,
I claimed a Sac City, and then I
okay,
said I was the president of a Sac City. So okay. So
okay.
since you said that, I don't have any problem with what you're saying. Do you want to put your
I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. You cut out there a little bit. What was that you said? Oh, MOT, you kind of cut out there.
that I had a phone call come in? That's what happened. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, man. That happens to me too.
yeah, 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 yeah. I have a phone call come in. It's always when I'm fucking doing
Okay.
something. But all right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. So what do you think? Okay. So do you think things are going right within the manosphere itself? So
Um,
that way it doesn't need to go into another direction.
I think what I think a lot of people just don't want to be honest with themselves, and they just don't want to admit that. Let's be honest here. We never expected to get this far. Okay, and I was saying this on a sports
Wait,
analogy.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. What do you mean by this far? Who is
This far.
we? That we never.
So the people,
Yes. What?
the so-called Black Manosphere. Okay,
Okay.
we never people did not expect it to get this far. So
What
I'm
do you
using
mean?
sports analogy.
What do you
I'm
mean,
using
sir?
I'm
You
using
talking about
Please
sports
Kevin
explain.
analogy.
Samuels? Are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on. Let me use this. Okay. So let's say, for example, you have like an NFL team, right? They're projected to be like a basement dweller. Let's say 4-13, 5-12, just an absolute shit show, right? And let's say halfway through, at the start of the season, they start off like 1-5 or whatnot. They look like an absolute train wreck. Okay. But then all of a sudden, something clicks. They fire the coaching staff. They make a few changes. Starting quarterback or whatnot. And then all of a sudden, they just go on a tear. Like say, like look at the 2019 Titans as an example. They start to go on like a tear in the second half of the season, right? They finish 9-8. They win the wild card round in the blowout, and then they take like the number one seed in the divisional round all the way to like the final whistle, and like they barely lose on like, let's say, a last second 55-yard field goal by like a point or something like that, right? That is the position that the so-called Black Manosphere is at. Okay,
It's not
to
in
use
that
that
position.
analogy. No,
I
I'm saying
disagree.
is that
It's,
no, I'm saying is that nobody expected that this space would have this much impact. Okay,
I
nobody
disagree.
expect nobody
Who is
expected it.
having impact? Who is having
Like,
impact, and how are they having impact, sir?
okay, perfect. So prime example of what we're talking about. Okay, so look at the YouTuber King Sigma. Okay, he's the brother that coined
Okay,
the phrase
stop,
passport
stop.
bros.
So
Okay,
stop right
yeah,
here.
just
King
just
Sigma
as an example.
is not he has not done any content for a while.
Yes, I know,
King
I
Sigma did
understand.
not come up
Yes,
with Passport Bros. He
yes, he
didn't come
did.
up with that.
Yes, he did.
God, he didn't come up with
Yes,
that.
he did. He
He
literally
did not
coined the
come
term
up with that.
passport bros. And then what happened is that a brothers in space started circulating that content around, and then a lot of people started using it on social media, and then it blew up, and then now Boss and J Cole are making us songs that's gonna be coming out tomorrow, called Passport Bros. So
Can
yeah,
I ask you a question? How did
yeah.
how did it blow up? How did Bros blow up from your
Yeah, how
Okay,
did
perspective?
first from King
how did
Sigma, then from brothers
No,
within the so-called
no,
Black
no.
Manosphere
I'm just
circulating
talking
it.
about when
And
when you think it got famous. What
yeah,
made it famous?
what made it famous again was when what happens is that King Sigma coined the term. Shout out to King Sigma. Okay, brothers within this place started circulating it. Okay, then what happened is that um, when when guys like Austin Hollerman,
Okay, that's what
okay,
I thought.
started blowing up,
all right.
and then when
So
Kevin
okay,
Samuels
so here's
started blowing up, then that then so the term
Big Kev,
got even bigger.
Big Kev,
Yeah.
Big Kev. I'm gonna help you out with this, and you're gonna be honest with me about this. Passport Bros only became a thing when you started trolling women with it. That's when it got famous. It wasn't the fact that men had options to travel. They always had options to travel. The point was when it got
Yes.
famous is when men started trolling women with something that was never meant to
Mm-hmm.
troll women with. So when you
Okay.
talk about so when you talk about blow up, you mean by
Yes.
trolling women with the choice, not just having the choice by itself and actually doing it. Because these
Mm-hmm.
people take something They remixed it from you actually going somewhere and actually having a different cultural experience with
Right.
the opposite sex. And then it turned
Okay.
around into trolling women. What made it
Okay.
spread was trolling women.
Okay. Yeah.
Not that the option was there.
Okay.
So so that's what it is. That's what made it
That's not
popular.
really
That's
that's
what made
not really debunking what I'm saying. But anyways,
no,
and
sir.
then
Wait, sir. No, wait. That's what made it spread. People
yes.
have been traveling for years.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes.
It being in the hands of people who remix the actual term
Hold on. Hold on. Hold
into
on. Sorry about that. You kind of borging out on my end, man. I don't know what's wrong with my mic. Anyways, yeah, you were saying yeah, it
yeah,
was using
okay.
it to troll. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. Yes, like the black manosphere. Getting your shit
Okay.
together as a man,
Yes.
not a problem. The
Okay.
moment you use it to start trolling women with it, that's when
Okay.
it spread.
Yes.
So you have to understand that the trolling of women is what messed up and bastardized the term. Like what bastardized the
No,
term
it didn't.
black manosphere was individuals
No, it didn't.
trying to come to a black manosphere to learn about problems with women because they were not really all that functional in their own life. And then they turn
Okay.
around and turn that hatred, self-hatred from them not being able to get what they wanted out of life, and they
Okay.
projected it onto women. That's what you
Okay.
mean
So
by
I'm gonna use the
spread.
sport
It's the
again.
actual bet. No,
Again,
we're
I'm
not,
gonna use
sir. Sir, listen,
again.
listen.
Mm-hmm.
Can you at least acknowledge what I'm saying is to be true,
Yeah, you're
or is it to
saying
be
that.
false?
No, wait, hold on. You're saying that
So,
it was used to troll women, and I'm like, okay, okay.
yes,
Let's say what you're saying is true. Okay, so haven't so-called black men been openly slandered for like the last 50 years? Like
I don't
it's
care about
funny.
that,
No,
sir.
no, no, no,
Listen, I
no.
don't care about that.
Listen, it's funny
I don't
how
care about that.
how
You're not about to
any
run
type
this
of
BGS
no,
shit
no, no, no,
down on
no,
me,
no, no,
sir.
no,
Listen,
no.
listen,
Because
listen,
listen,
man. We're about to get this
as
conversation
soon
back
as
on track, man. Listen, what bastardized these movements was the trolling of women. You
Facts.
don't have to run up the score on trying to get your lick back with this woman. The options was there for you to take it or not take it. That's what it was. For you to take it or not take it. I know this guy's on BGS's panel because I've seen him multiple times. There. I'm
Yeah,
about to have an argument with a BGS fucking accolade, and he was about to run down. You know, the women have been talking bad about us for 50 years. We don't have a good actual image. No, you don't have a good image yourself because you're not actually productive out here. When you get to be productive out here, you can stop worrying about image. They got to
and
deal with you from a standpoint of substance. When you don't bring shit and you expect people to leverage shit for you when you don't bring anything to it, it's like all of a sudden we're talking about bitches again. That's what it is. We can't make no fucking progress because he's trying to make it look like Passport Bros didn't get bastardized by dudes who wanted to troll women with it. That's exactly what the fuck Austin Holloman was doing. Trolling women with it. Going on their fucking panels and telling those women that he didn't want to be with them. But you
and,
don't want to acknowledge that this nigga's in Africa with the same type of women he could have been with from the first beginning. And you niggas are still over there.
and
God.
what's interesting is that a lot of people, and this is what I fear the most, is that people want to be famous so much that they don't even care what makes them famous. It's the same thing you see in Hollywood where a producer comes to you and say, "Hey, you got to put on this dress to get this role, right?" And when you put on this dress, then you'll be an A-list actor. You make money. All
Yeah.
right. Masculinity and logic to kick in. I'm not compromising myself for money. All money ain't good money. If you got to humiliate or compromise your principles and your values, masculinity, that should be the line. All right. You can make money in a more logical, productive ways that don't emasculate you. But what I'm seeing is that guys will rather humiliate themselves and get
Yes.
famous through humiliation because
Yep.
what happened with Austin Holloman? He got into a situation, and that situation made him famous.
Yes.
So it's always like the
Now he's
lens,
over in Africa with the same type of women that he was
right?
was talking about he wouldn't get with anyway.
Don't forget that he denounced Passport Bros as well.
Yeah,
Don't
of
forget that.
course he did. After he fucking destroyed the brand, he fucking had to denounce it, and
Right.
then he just kept doing the same fucking stupid shit that he was on. And guess what? He wasn't doing none of this shit in the United States.
And
None of
let's
this
talk
shit he
about
was doing.
and let's talk about
Crazy.
the biggest element. Everybody wants to bring up this KS success, right? Only thing that KS did was allow women to get big platforms. When you make women the object of what you're doing, what do we see happen as a logical result? We saw a bunch of women now grow their platforms trying to mimic what she's doing, what he did. So he didn't, that didn't help men because what happens is, you tell a bunch of men that it's the woman's fault, right? What does that do with men who don't have a sense of awareness? They don't think to deal with themselves. What is leading me to deal with these gold diggers? What is leading me to deal with these type of dysfunctional women? Men stop asking themselves a logical question that will wake them up and remove them from that situation. Now they're saying, well, let me just throw my wallet on the table, or let me put on a suit,
Mm.
or let me just do all these things. That doesn't stop men from getting to legal issues with gold diggers. That didn't stop men from doing that at all. Because you thinking that this dude talked to women online, that's going to make women stop weaponizing their femininity or their sexuality against weak men. That still exists. And if you're
Like,
weak and if you're weak and compromised, all you're gonna do, all a woman has to do now is pretend, cater to you, start regurgitating talking points she heard on his show, and then she got you in the position because you have lack of awareness in yourself.
Kevin
See,
Samuels gave him the game, right?
yes,
You
he
know.
gave
the
him again.
women, the
Oh
women.
yes,
Yes, look,
yes.
dude,
Can I
dude,
say
there
this?
wouldn't be a pearly things without
There you
Kevin
go.
Samuels.
That's the
It,
logical
w-
result.
Can I say this right quick
yes,
though?
yeah,
Like
go there.
from
Yeah.
what he said when he was up here, right? Didn't know that it would be this major of an impact, right? And then I want to go to AM1, right? Because I do agree with the SBE shit, right? Like that shit is stupid trying to convince them to give up their power. I agree with that whole thing, but I want to read something that he said in the chat. He said, image equals cry about women. Ha, right? Now, when I'm thinking about this whole big impact that they're talking about, when I'm thinking about an impact from a group or some type of organization, which the manosphere people have said it's not, it's just a cluster of males venting. It's like a digital barbershop for the most part, right?
Yeah, what once you
There's no
change it
hard
is you
or
actually do turn it into an organization where you do
it,
have hard line rules and you kick niggas the fuck up out of here.
that's my point. That's my
Yeah,
point, right? So there's no hard or soft infrastructure. I've been talking about this for about 15 years. No hard or soft infrastructure. If y'all don't know what that is, look it up for yourself, right? That means that it's really not doing anything. It's a digital barbershop where we vent to each other, which could be helpful, right?
yeah,
But again, at this point, it's turned into something where we just complain about something. And I'm not trying to commingle with uh, uh, expressing something, right? Or showcasing something with complaining, because those are two different things. You can not complain and showcase female nature,
yeah,
right? You can do that, right? But once you start to get to the point where you're arguing and bickering and telling them that they should, you know what I'm saying, give up the power that they have and shit, because we're human beings, right? And a lot of us don't want to admit the fact, even from red pill knowledge, humans like females, males and females, more than they like males. That's a biological fact, right? But that's something that's not been really talked about over here a lot. From what I've been seeing for years, it's like that whole red pill shit is gone. Now it's a new NU version of red pill. I don't know what the fuck this shit is.
Well, let me add to what you said, off code, and I'm gonna build on what you said. Men had always been doing that before the internet existed. It's called being accountable for themselves. That naturally revealed female nature because we always admitted what we did to allow us to be put ourselves in that position. That's how men think, actual masculine, logical men. We realizing what did I do? Where's my lack of awareness? Because a lot of times, a lot of guys realize, you know what, leading with your wallet isn't a bad idea. How did they realize that? By realizing that leading with their wallet was a bad idea. Or a lot of men realize that, you know what, if I don't get this lust issue under control, it's going to lead me right into a dysfunctional woman. I need to
That's
have
what I'm saying,
I
bro.
need to have awareness about lust because all lust ain't good lust. Look at all these look at the gauntlet of men out here lusting themselves into drama. Like, okay, we see that. So men will talk. So what men would do is we was like, yeah, I know, man, my lust was out of control when I was a teenager, and I had to figure this out. That's like teenage thinking. When you're getting lust and all these things unaware, and yes, it's a level as you get older, but you just sharpen it. You don't first start developing it or just no, it's the woman. I can lust, I can do whatever I want. She just gotta fall in line. That doesn't exist nowhere. That the only that's the most illogical thinking. If you're gonna remove yourself from all accountability and just wait for society to get so bad until you think that it's going to control the woman, when society gets as bad as bad as these dudes think it's going to get, everybody's going to be in trouble.
Now, see,
She's
that's
just
why I
gonna go
brought up
to
the
a
piece
better
about the
dude. Like,
females, though.
like these dudes are not up debt. They're not they're not up debt. Next, you're not in the back count. It doesn't matter how bad it gets. A woman just not gonna turn to a dude that she don't need to turn to. You still got to be able to compete. It doesn't matter what the system is. But let's go over this term impact. The black manosphere, the only thing that it has impact on is simps. Giving simps an ability to complain about shit that they're not gonna take action on. That's the actual impact of it. They think that coming out here looking like a goddamn fool, talking about women that they don't have fucking access to, that's the impact. Is not looking stupid, coming out here talking about the issue that you can't fucking solve. That ain't no motherfucking impact, nigga.
Up on
Ain't no
Kendra
fucking
G show,
impact.
like, see, they don't
That's what
want
I'm
a
saying.
constructive man.
Be being on Kendrick G show, calling up the Pineapple show. Those shows exist because of simps having to having to prostrate themselves to women that they don't know. It's because of simps those shows are there. The fresh and fit shit. Show me how the fresh and fit shit got you to a fucking woman that you can deal with actually in society here or anywhere else. The answer is that's not the point of it.
But
The point of it,
the women are getting big platforms from it though. The women are
yes, the
they're
women
getting
are,
they're growing. They're getting more OnlyFans subscribers. They're growing
yes,
their platforms. And see, this is what nobody wants to talk about. We actually have objective evidence of what's the result of this complaining. It's not only is it putting people on the FBI watch list. Let's just keep it 100%. Since you got to be wise in life. You can't just go off. If you want to win, you have to have a level of wisdom. All right. If you get the whole platform shut down because you can't control yourself, and you went off away from any message or any principles and divulged into pure emotion, well, that's the same manipulation that social engineering wants. They want you to get completely emotional and raging out so they can shut you down. Can't people see that's the cheese to catch the rat? They want you
that's why
emotionally
I'm
charged.
actually coming to actually take over the actual space, work with these actual people, because they don't know what the government just don't want these people weaponizing shit. So when these do end up on mass scale of not having any type of accomplishment, running up in the place and just start killing groups of fucking women. That's what the government is actually afraid
Hey,
of. All
MOT,
right?
to
Yeah.
add to that last point you just said, right? I think that's why an individual like Adrian Forrest was got the fuck up out of here,
Who's that?
right? You
Who's that
remember
and what did he
Adrian
do?
Forrest? He was with I think he claimed Ibmore, right? And he was on
He's in
some,
jail?
no. I'm talking about off the fucking platform. Like he can't
Oh,
speak
okay.
anymore, right?
Oh, okay.
Either he was pushed out or he was like, all right, fuck it, man. I keep getting flagged or whatever and shit. But I spoke with him years ago, right? And he was on that shit back then, years ago. Like, you know what I'm saying? We should motherfucking beat these motherfucking bitches
Oh
down.
yeah.
You know,
Oh
all
yeah.
this. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah. Shit,
whoa,
it's time
whoa,
for you
whoa,
to
whoa,
go.
whoa, whoa.
Oh
Why
yeah.
you can't just
Oh yeah.
not deal with the bitch?
Oh my god damn.
Stop. Why you gotta beat the bitch at? I mean, if the bitch put hands on you, then you
Yeah, self
defend
defense,
yourself.
yeah.
But you
Makes
don't
sense.
just sit up there just cause some female getting all irate or whatever and shit. You
Yeah.
talking about nah. What we all need to do is fucking stone these hoes. I'm like, oh hell no, I can't go.
But why here's the thing. Okay, fine. Just remove yourself from the situation. I mean, have we forgot the most basic logic? If you're in a bad environment, remove yourself from the environment. Like,
Just
why are you going
fucking
to sit there
leave.
and try to wrangle around people who don't care, who they don't.
Because that's typically a female way of doing things, to put yourself in an environment that's hostile. But again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about how humans see males versus females. See, it's
Correct.
practical for us to be more logical, right? Females can choose to be logical or illogical at their whim because people expect it and even cater to it with them being illogical. It kind of goes to a concept that I created years ago again here, when I said that when you're talking about males and females, it's kind of like a concept that I call the obvious and the not so obvious. And I'll use a TV so that all of you can understand what I'm talking about. There are obvious things and not so obvious things about a television, right? It's obvious that, okay, you learned that you press this power button, the TV cuts on, right? It illuminates and all of this kind of shit. You press the volume button, the volume goes up. You can change the channels and whatnot. But there are some not so obvious things as well, right? Like, how in the fuck does this thing get energy through this cord that you plug in? How does the screen illuminate? And that's the difference between male's existence and female's existence. They only have to deal mostly in the not so obvious realm. Your ass and my ass got to deal in the not so obvious realm. And that's where you get productivity from, you get accolades and whatnot. You have to dwell there because motherfuckers don't like you. It's just like Briefolk's Law from Robert Briefolk. He said, the female, not the male, determines all conditions of the human family. Where the female derives no uh, uh, um, where the female derives no satisfaction or no benefit, no such association takes place. So now we have quote unquote men out here talking about that they choose women. No, you don't. We approach females.
And
They
they
choose
allow you.
us. Okay.
But the problem is that a lot of people don't see that the dudes who have money are fucking and they ain't. So they invested in a bad product of not being shit, and that's where that kind of angst kind of come from, because they thought that being a non-participant in society and being a weak ass kill for these women was the only thing that got you access to sex. It's just that they didn't understand none of the system. They invested in some shit without any type of uh, research, and now they mad at their results. And now they have to do shit that other productive dudes are doing. And now we don't even respect them for even being on that path. That's another one of these things. Of what this shit is about. About nobody giving a fuck that you wasted your week.
I got a degree. Why I can't get the bad bitch? Okay. Well, you're socially awkward. First of all, it's number one.
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Can you
hear
hear
you,
me?
MOT. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, MOT. I can hear you, MOT. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hold on a second. Let me take you off and back up, see if I can hear you. Hey, can y'all hear me? Here, the one if you can hear me, and I'll code talk and see if I can hear you, because I can't hear you at all if you're talking.
I can hear you, MOT. Can you hear me? MOT.
Okay, they can hear me. Off code, say something, see if they can hear you, because I can't hear off code.
Yo, yo,
I can't hear them.
yo, yo. Yeah, I see my thing illuminating, so I'm thinking that the people can hear me. If y'all can hear me, press one. If y'all can hear off code, press one. OC1 in the chat.
Can y'all hear him? No, I guess they can't hear you.
I'm gonna drop down and come back. Let's see.
Or course, they're not talking as if they can't. But all right, you got it. All right. So the topic of the day: most black men are too stupid. They don't know how to act. Rational, they're not no reason. Absolutely no reason. That's not to be able to make it.
You can hear me,
Okay, you
MOT?
there?
Yeah.
You was talking, but I can't hear. You know what? You
You
keep
can hear
talking,
me?
man. Let me
Yeah.
restart this phone and let me come back. All right.
All right.
Okay, y'all can hear him. Y'all just can't hear me. So I'm the problem. All right. So let me restart this phone real quick and then I'll be back. All right.
All right.
Yeah, but just keep talking.
So I want to go to a comment that Shannon B put up here. Smiley face, crying face. Finally, good Lord, yes, women choose us, right? That's something that I've been saying for so long, but there's been so many dudes who sit up there and say that, nah, we choose the female. In a sense, you choose who you approach, right? If you want to disprove what I'm saying, go up to any fucking female who you think that you're choosing and say, I like you. You with me. And see what she says. I don't give a fuck if you have money or not. Go do that experiment. Like what BGS was talking about doing an experiment. Go do that experiment. Walk up to a female who you find attractive and say, I like you. You with me now. And see what she says. Now, if that doesn't disprove your erroneous claim that, you chose her, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Right? That's just a fact. Females choose who the fuck they want to deal with, whether or not you have money or resources. Right? It's like males don't even, it seems like a lot of males don't even understand. It don't matter if you make 10K a motherfucking money shit, right? Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You can't just get any motherfucking thing you want. Do you think I heard a motherfucker like Chris Brown say shit? Yeah, y'all don't think I got turned down? He did. He said, yes, I did. Plenty of times. And Chris Brown got more money than damn near all of us who listening to this shit, including myself. Okay? So y'all keep wanting to play that game. I mean, fine, but you're gonna lose. It's an uncomfortable truth, right? That's the name of my platform, Uncomfortable Truths, off code, right? We're waiting on MOT here to come back. Um, let's see. AM1, the link is in the chat somewhere. Yeah, see what's happening. It's the uncomfortable truth. Divine Jr. Absolutely. Uh, Streaming, spec streaming. Good point in regards to Briefos law. In order for any relationship to take place, benefit has to be derived. Absolutely. You know, and if she don't see any benefit from you, I don't give a fuck. Sometimes it ain't even about motherfucking money. Sometimes it's about shit, nigga. They want your essence, motherfucker. They want your child, right? Maybe they think that they'll have a beautiful child with you. Doesn't matter if you got no motherfucking money, you be broke. Shit is happening all around you. Go outside, nigga.
I know I'm back
Yeah,
now.
money doesn't create attraction. Absolutely. Hey, what's up, MOT? Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Cool. I'm all the way back. I can hear you. You can hear me. We keep going this conversation. All right, man. So what I'm saying is that I'm giving y'all a public service that ain't nobody seen. We can now see that most people who attach themselves to the actual manosphere, they're not here for male improvement. They're here to increase their own bottom line at the expense of not having any progress for anybody else. That's what they're here for. There is no black male advocacy or none of that shit. They specifically wanted to cover these fucking issues to have you all in your feelings about what a woman is not actually providing you.
I agree. Because I mean, I could say that That's another reason why I didn't really jive, and I was mostly in the clouds with the Black Manosphere, because I didn't quite I related, but then in other aspects I didn't relate. You know what I'm saying? I never had a problem with getting females. You know what I'm saying?
Me neither. I never had a problem. Like I'm
So it's
married.
like,
I don't. What's
it's
going
like
on here?
I don't care who she's fucking, who she used to fuck. I don't
Don't
care.
matter.
It doesn't matter that he was better than me. I've had plenty of females who had dudes that were better than me. But guess what? At that moment, who the fuck did they choose? Me. For whatever reason, they did. It is
But
what
they
it is.
kept trying to make it look like that we all got the same issues, but they turned the manosphere into an actual thing where they will all assume we had the same issues on a uh, on a for-profit kind of basis, man.
Right.
It's like, man, like a lot of these people got a lot of character issues, man. A lot of character, like basic character issues, and they can only hang around other hood niggas and get away with this shit. They
Right.
can't go anywhere else in society. I'm telling you, their subculture is fucking dying. You go to these actual black communities during the day, ain't nobody outside. No, this shit ain't like the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, man. Niggas are actually getting to the money now. And they're just mad as shit that, you know what, they invested in the non productivity piece and that shit ain't working out for them. So now they're trying to make it everybody else's problem. That's why they have to destroy every fucking movement that highlight the great things that black men can do without the opinion of certain type of women around. And then they try to run right back in and change the conversation right back to the women again. That's
And
what these dudes are on.
you know what's crazy? Sorry about that. I lost my phone died, so I'm on my computer now.
Yeah.
Um, what's interesting is that a functional society naturally makes dysfunctional people irrelevant. You don't have to complain about them; they just become irrelevant. And see, that's how you know a
Yeah.
society is running functionally when these people cannot gain a platform, but people don't realize that, keeping them relevant is actually empowering them. Because the more you talk about these same women, the more these same women are getting
I agree with spiritual logic. I think his thing
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
went out.
Yeah, he went out again.
It's promotion of those type of females. Just like when he was saying earlier that, twerking won't change your life. I got a caveat to that. Yes, it will in this environment, right? If you have enough, of hell, even a motherfucker who don't have enough, who back in the 80s would be like, man, that's a fat bitch. No, sir. Right? They're on OnlyFans and get money from quote unquote people calling them simps. But again, I have an issue with that. So I don't really use that term because my premise is that all of us have a little bit of simp in us. I don't give a fuck. That's just natural. It's natural, right? Because you have females, Keisha, that show auntie them. That's being a simp too. Even though it's your family member, she done fucked over niggas. You know what type of bitch she is, right? But you get mad as hell if a motherfucker say something about her, but you want to say something about his auntie. Makes no sense. Go ahead, MOT.
Yeah, it's just at the end of the day, this kind of where we at. AM1 about to come up. Thanks for reposting the link. But you have to understand that, like Spiritual Logic Hulk said, a functional society doesn't need these people. It doesn't need bottom feeding, bottom dwelling dudes who actually need to actually. But, but, but first, it was on the Sims case, right? About how they got chose. Then they started giving Sims bad information to feed them back to the women. Now we're to the point of calling dudes who don't even talk about women at all Sims, while they get to play with the fucking Sims and feed them bullshit. It's like, what is this, man? What is this? What's going on here? That's where we at, though.
Bastardization, MOT. Bastardization is just
Of course,
everything is
like,
switched.
but listen, man, it's like they want to bastardize the productivity piece. They want to bastardize SVE. They want to bastardize skills and resources. They want to bastardize all that shit to keep their fucking bottom line going, man. Dude, I'm not on that prison culture shit to where I got to turn a blind eye to niggas stupid shit. I see what the overall effectiveness is in society, and I just go from there. Dude, you don't need 50 and 60-year-old dumb niggas online, motherfucking trying to bring you back to a negotiating table in a black manosphere. You in a black manosphere trying to bring men back to a negotiating table with women that you know inherently ain't gonna do no motherfucking good in a manosphere. And then you got dumb niggas the world over thinking that they're being represented in all this motherfucking what is it? Impact is being had because they get to run their mouth about bitches and not look stupid about it. Like, bro, this shit is not needed at all. It's only become an issue because there's a lack of actual masculine men who open their motherfucking mouths and say so.
Can I say this, MOT?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like I heard the conversation on Keep It 100 with BGS Ibmore and Ramil was there and whatnot, right?
God, that was the worst stream that has ever taken place for people's credibility in this space. I don't think Keep It 100 knows how much he invalidated his homeboy's fucking shit by allowing this dude to be asked open questions and get open answers.
Yeah,
Damn, that shit was bad.
yeah, it was bad. I will say this though. I saw what BGS was saying, but then again, there's a caveat to that too, right? Because I'm looking at it like this. Okay, you say that you're like maybe a grandfather or something to these black males, and you will help them, right? If that's what they want to do, right? Have a conversation, right? Because that's ultimately what he was saying. Just have a conversation with them to see what they want, and hey, do you want them or not? This is who they are, right? I can agree with that, right? But I can only agree with that. Here's the caveat. If the black manosphere was a space where males actually created organization around the whole concept of the black manosphere, what do I mean by organization? Meaning having chapters in every city where motherfuckers pull resources and they're doing shit constructively,
That's
right?
the
With the
direction that I'm
money.
taking it in. That's the direction that I'm taking it in.
That
So
makes
that way,
sense.
yeah. So that way you take these motherfuckers out the fucking woodwork of being on some stupid shit and be like, look, nah, man, this is what this shit's on. This is what this shit's about. Even though somebody did sell the blackmaster.com name to some dude and he thought he was gonna be doing this shit to shut down. Like, bro, the Black Master predated a lot of motherfuckers. You can't trademark no shit like that. You may own a trademark for something specific, but the fact that you didn't do anything with it, and then you got to go and come to court to tell the story of why the fuck did you buy it. Yeah, that's what happens when you get your shit challenged. Patents get challenged and thrown out all the motherfucking time. What's going on, AM1? What's going on, man?
What's going on? Yeah, hear me?
Oh yeah, all the way.
Yeah, man, interesting developments. Like, man, I've been trying to like kind of low key fall back from some of this stuff because it's just, man, my energy is just on a different level. Like, it's just too much like negativity. You know what I'm saying? Just in the sense of like, you know, the pushback from guys like really just trying to be in this negative energy of worrying about what some women are doing and making the content be around that and want to filibuster and just not admit that okay, yeah, you coming up off simps under the guise of blackmail advocacy. It's like, come on,
Yes.
fam. If some real men gonna call you out on it, at least be like, come on, bro. Give me a nudge, like, hey, don't hate on my game. At least give me something. But don't play me and gaslight me like, no, we care about these young men and we gotta do it for the young men. It's like if you don't get out my face with that goofy ass shit, like, come on, fam. Like, we have fake blackmail advocacy, and that's dangerous, right? Because we do have enough stuff going on in this world that's trying to like fuck people over. And if you want to say black men, unique experience, unique target on our back, blah blah blah, they turned our women against us. Okay, well, even if that is true to whatever degree, and it is true to a certain degree, what are we going to do about it? So the only advocacy really is any kind of OG, halfway OG being like, hey, quickly understand what we're up against in this world, understands that none of this stuff is owed to you, and don't ever let it be a thing where what women are one of the biggest like high potential threats in your life. It's like, fam, most of the stuff with women you opt into. Of course, you want to smash,
Yes.
cool, but figure out how to mitigate that. That's the only other possible option. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no way around it. So any true blackmail advocacy is gonna be, yeah, majority of people are stupid. Majority of women are stupid. You're gonna want to smash. So how do you mitigate that? That's it. Other than that, skills, resources, be a man, be of some value, or shut up because nobody's gonna care about your plight. That's it. Anything else is just playing games with dudes' emotions, and it's weird to call that blackmail advocacy and then really try to like stand on it and like go back and forth and try to like
Yeah.
hit campaigns against other ideas who are like, no, we got a better version of blackmail advocacy, and they're like, no, we don't want to hear that, or you're a simp, or you're this, that, and the third, and it's like, wow, this shit is super strange. Y'all Negroes are like
Now you see
hella
why the
weird.
one-on-one couldn't happen, right? Because the one-on-one would have went something a little bit like that. You know what I'm saying?
What?
It's like, bro.
Wait, because even with that, like, I wanted you to keep Tito there, just like the discussion with
No,
keep it
no,
100.
no.
And I understand why you do what you do, but I'm just saying, like, part of it is like let these dudes just kind of low key tell on themselves and show you how they move. Because it's like, I never had no issue with Tito. He would shout me out every time I would pull up on his channel or whatever. It was always cool. But then all of a sudden, and was a simp, and I'm like, fam, what? And then a lot of his boys who say they cool with him to this day are like, wait, why you call out AM1? How is he a simp? And I'm like, see,
Yeah. Once
y'all
he
see
hooked
it for
up with Keep It
yourself.
100, he really fucked his whole shit up. After that happened, that's when he started being on that bullshit. And it's like,
It's like, how are you letting dudes send you on
yeah,
kamikaze missions? Like, wait,
that's what I'm
what?
saying,
What part of the game is
dude.
that?
And it's like we got to be so blackmail brotherhood that we got to let that shit go down and not say shit about it.
Well, here's the thing though,
What?
because it
What?
do you have some type of confirmation or an admission that Keep 100 sent him in some kind of way?
Hey, as soon as he went over there, as soon as that interview happened, after that, the SBE shit he had a problem with and everything else. Right after that motherfucking interview, that's when the fucking shit happened. Right, hold on a second. Yeah, but that's when it happened, though.
No,
That's when it
but
happened.
trust me, I noticed the timeline and I thought it was interesting. So it's like this weird thing of like, oh well, my enemy is my friend. Let me go team up with you to get you on our side and get you under our faction or whatever. Just
But
weird
you
shit. It's
blow it
like,
away. But you blew away your entire credibility by even doing that.
well,
It didn't make any sense.
when you start dropping videos with topics like, yeah, this person is this or that and the third, and it's like, Sam, fam, you got to be able to stand on that. I mean, I guess kinda. It's like enough BAN material around here where dudes think they
Play
can
back
just
the
say,
live stream or where it's true. Tie it to something. React to
yeah, that's what I'm
something.
saying. Right.
Play something back.
But
Give some
fam,
context to it.
you know what it is now? There's so many bands in here, Robert Alpha
Yeah, yeah.
Novembers. That you say it the best. There's so many that they know they can get off whatever, and nobody's gonna like fact check or hold it accountable. It's like anybody can just get
Yeah.
anything off nowadays. It's weird.
True.
What it is,
True.
what it is, it turned into debate to dumb nigga get your shit off. And I don't like when dumb niggas talking on that trolling on that goofy shit, because in real life, you say something sideways and niggas is hauling off and coming at you. Right? There ain't gonna be no second or third chances or any of that shit. If you in real life and you talking fucking crazy in front of somebody when they ask you a direct question, it's not gonna take long. It probably. I'm telling you, man. Minister
Don't go off
Society.
the
When
rails.
that, I'm telling you, when he took his ass over there in their fucking neighborhood, talking about respecting some fucking woman. Yeah, the dude got his ass beat. I know he came back and he shot the dude up or whatever. But at the end of the day, he was on the dummy mission. He was on
Right.
the dummy mission for a woman. Why?
Right.
She fucked the dude. It may or may not have been his kid, but at the end of the day, he was the dummy sent on the dummy mission to go
Right.
off in somebody's neighborhood and walk up on the dude and get his ass stomped out over it.
Right.
And the dude who sent them, like, I ain't tell you to do that.
Yeah.
Let me ask AM1 and you MOT. Like, well, I heard your views on the MOT. You AM1. What were your thoughts on the Keep It 100 podcast with what BGS said?
Man, I mean, I've been listening to this interacting with this stuff, listening to this stuff for years, right? And just the whole concept where if you want to talk this table discussion, BGS said himself, 70% of these guys, and I guess based on his estimation, really do want the black woman and bring the black woman to the table and see if there's a hope for some kind of marriage, in-house pussy scenario, happy
That's what it
black
is.
family, blah blah blah.
Exactly what it is.
Even if that's the case, and if that's the case, and these dudes are truly not able to attract the women that they want, oh man, there's a few different dynamics to it, right? So there's that in and of itself. Let me put that aside for a second. the whole thing of BGS saying, and in that stream, he said some contradictory things. He said, I don't believe it will work, but it's my job to help try to run the experiment and try to help these guys bring the woman back to the table. But I don't think it's going to work, but it's my job to just do whatever they want anyway. So it's like, wait a minute. So essentially tell these guys what they want to hear. That's your job in some sort of way. That's your, I don't know, your destiny from God, or you get paid, you get compensated to do this, to like
you don't have to lead in that
tell
scenario.
dudes what they want to hear.
He did kind of try to clean it up though. If we listen to it, here's how he tried to clean it up, right? He said that I don't believe that it's possible, but I need to facilitate the experiment for them.
Why?
For them, this is how he tried to clean it up, to say that to show them, right, emphatically, that hey, this is what you're going to deal with, right? This is who they are. They're not changing for you. If you got fucking, you making 10K a month, whatever,
I don't care.
don't matter, right? He said,
Wait.
you have an option. Do you want them? So he did say that. So I can't say that he didn't say that.
But hold on, because if that's supposed to be his cleanup for
Even worse.
he dug it even worse. Like for me, rational man, I'm hearing this. You're acting like you're some kind of leader or some kind of like online blackmail space that claims to advocate for men. But let's help you run an experiment. Come on, guys. Step into my office, step into my auditorium, and let's run this experiment that I damn well know ain't gonna work. And let's get to some conclusion that I already know isn't gonna work in your favor. Let's waste time doing it, a non-replenishable time resource. So then what we arrive at, what a lot of dudes already been saying for years, like, fam, yeah, the women are off the rails. A lot of these chicks are a lost cause. Figure it out. Get your paper up, skills and resources, productivity, go travel the world, be free, enjoy your life, black men. That's true blackmail advocacy, not, hey, come join me and let's run some experiment and just tell you what you want to hear, pat you on the head, like, fam, stop it. That's a horrible save.
I agree with you, AM1, and you, MOT. I agree with both of y'all with what y'all just said, right? I agree with that wholeheartedly. However, I will say, because I don't agree with that whole experiment shit either, but I could see a certain level of logic in what he was saying, and here's how, right? There are males who they can't, that doesn't jive in their minds, right? That's not something that they'll always have this yearning to go back to this table, this dusty ass table that, as some of these females call it, right? They're still going to want to do it,
damn,
right?
The women calling the table dusty? Wow.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. Hey, Sister George, I think she was in the chat earlier. I think she said that, like, you know, it ain't come back to that dusty ass table, right? However, right? So, but there is a subset of motherfucking dudes who it doesn't matter if y'all saying this shit, that is logical, right? To do what y'all saying, right? They still gonna have this fucking yearning, right? So I think it's both things, right? I could see what the fuck he's saying, even though I don't agree with it, but that's just me, and that's just us, right? Go ahead, y'all do y'all shit, because y'all still gonna have this yearning, and y'all still not gonna do what the fuck you need to do wholeheartedly, because you still like, I need to give it one more chance. I need it because I ain't never get it. Go ahead.
Fam.
If you get fucked over,
get it out the system, man. Yeah. Get it out the system.
Yeah, go ahead.
But if you have specific complaints, we know how you got them.
Wait, hold on, because the get it out your system aspect, I mean, I guess, fam, like maybe if you're late teens, early 20s, even then, like, bro, I'm about to be 45 this month. I'm very honest about the fact that, yeah, when I was 25, I was out here running around getting it in, doing all type of damage, blah, blah, blah. I didn't have the issues and struggles that these dudes have. Cool, whatever. But get it out your system, whether it's go wild out and smash everything that moves, do that as quick as you can, because it's not that easy. You can't get off the same type of stuff now that you could 20 years ago or 30 years ago. We just in different times. There's more like real world economic threats that's going to pin you down and have you a dusty black man or a permanent underclass community, blah, 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 however you want to look at that, right? So it's like you can't spend all that time. In other words, there ain't time to be running dudes through some kind of simulation or experiment. It's like, fam,
Simulacrum.
I need soldiers on the battlefield next to me in the trenches, ready to move as a unit if we're going to talk blackmail advocacy, not crying about this woman over here doesn't want to blah, blah, blah. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I agree with you, Am.
I can't
and I
do
want to
it,
use
fam.
I want to use the example that you just used, right? You said soldiers, right? Now, the whole concept of being a soldier, right? When you take a motherfucker that's a civilian and put him into the army, their sole process is to break the civilian mindset down from the motherfuckers. You got to break it down because most of them are coming in with civilian sensibilities, right? You got to break that. That's a part of the army. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Break that shit down and turn them into who the fuck you need to stand side by side and shoulder to shoulder with you. So that's why I say, even though it sounds funny as fuck, I let it, I like, all right, go ahead. Some of the motherfuckers need that shit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Okay,
but at
that's
the end of the
fair.
day, it's just that this is where it gets worse. You want to help people run experiments, then you say you give a shit about black men and boys.
Mm.
Now, if he just said he wanted to help them run experiments, no, he didn't bring bullshit PhD niggas around here. While he says he okay, saying that he wanted to help these dudes run the experiment, that was the worst thing that could ever fucking came out of his mouth.
Right.
Especially when he said that he knew better and he knew this shit wasn't going to work out.
Right.
That was part of the conversation
You don't
that was
come back
not
from it.
supposed to advance that far. The conversation was never supposed to advance to the fact that he knew better, right? Like the conversation was never supposed to advance that far, right? So you can't claim that you care about these people if you want to help them run experiments. What it is, man? This dude is Jack Kevorkian, and these motherfucking helping these dudes commit assisted
You
suicide.
say
That's
But
what
Jack
the
in
fuck he's doing.
slow motion though.
This is
In
fuck. This is
slow.
exactly what
Wait,
the
wait,
fuck
wait,
this nigga's
wait.
doing.
So
Here's where you
MOT.
put
So
the
hold on.
needle in your arm. You ready?
No, he's putting a IV drip bag with some poison in it,
Yeah,
letting
exactly
it
what
run
it is.
on slow mo. Because off code. I'm all for like being objective and like assessing the situation and not just jumping to a conclusion, right? In like a thought experiment kind of way. So I appreciate what you're doing, trying to maybe see it through his lens.
Right.
But I would retort with, okay, we gotta run the experiment. We gotta break these troops down and get them to where they're war ready and battle ready and blah blah blah. I see where you're going with that.
Right.
However, is it possible that it is more like, I'm some old ass who used to be pro-black dude who wanted to try to be somebody in my peer group and blah 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 and basically failed at life. So now I've found myself in some position of authority and people sit and praise at my feet here on YouTube. So I
Yes.
have to like fight and
Yes.
fight and scratch and claw to keep my position here and bring other guys up underneath me to bolster me up and raise me up. And now that some of the other top manosphere guys kind of left and fell off, I'm that dude.
Yes.
I've arrived. So does
Yes.
it make more sense to think that he really cares about these guys, or is it more likely that he just wants to keep his attention and be somebody and make a little bit of money on the side of it? Which one seems like, let's use
I
logic and
mean,
deductive
I
reasoning?
I see the logic in where you're coming from, right? Because see, that's why, many years ago, many moons ago, I left the pro-black shit alone, right? Here's
Right.
why I did that, right? Because of what you're saying right now, right? There are these people who are teachers, right? That they don't have any tangible things to teach you, right? They can teach you about the goddamn the circumference of a goddamn a pyramid and shit, but motherfucker can't teach me how to put up drywall,
Thank you.
right? I get that part. I do. That's why I couldn't fuck with them. I know it was all talk. These motherfuckers trying to get pussy. Same shit is happening over here in the black manosphere. These motherfuckers trying to get pussy, be relevant, get a little money because they feel like shit. That changes you to certain types of females and shit,
Yeah.
but they don't understand because I guess they wasn't getting that pussy like other motherfuckers was getting it. No, it don't. You still a weird motherfucker. She don't want to fuck you. She don't want to see you naked. Okay, don't matter how much money you got, right? So I can see it on both sides. Yes, I agree with what you're saying. That was a roundabout way for me to agree with you. Go ahead, Anwar.
So then it becomes a matter of like, once you kind of make that assessment and that deduction, and then when you insert other ideas, right? Because you can say blackmail advocacy. If you want to try to say there's some message, there's some blackmail advocacy, there's threats in here for men. I'm like, fam, well, here's a guy, myself, right? Let me speak for myself. 45 years old, no college degrees, self-made career, do visual media, pay to travel, all that type of shit. Passport, all that, what, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm not crying, jumping up and down about women. I'll be quick to tell a dude, yes, you're going to want to smash. Do that as diligently as possible with your vetting process, because a lot of these women are crazy. Yes, they'll put you through the ringer in countless different ways. How do you mitigate that? How do you be that guy? Your mental health, your physical health, be willing to walk away. I'm like, I can give you a whole laundry list of things that I would say are like, life gems on what to avoid for a dude in his late teens into his 20s, and how to be ready for the world, be a man of tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you come into a space like this and you start firing off those kind of things, and dudes start pushing back. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. What are we doing here? Like, because I'm saying things that could be truly beneficial for young guys out here in the real world, online space, however you want to call that. So it's like, why are you guys pushing back against me? So, this is some kind of popularity contest thing. Or I don't like you because the way you speak, or you light skin, or some other weird, like, black man competition kind of shit. And it's like,
Mike, sounding like the bitch. Yeah.
Right. If you then it becomes even more clear. Wait, if you start implementing certain things, if these younger guys implement these steps, they won't even have the headaches that we need them to need to keep them on the hook about for our attention and our little bit of money that we make. Right. So it's like, wait, we can't have real solutions. Just like go to the doctor. Imagine they give you a magic pill that cures whatever ailment forever. That's bad for business. Like, this stuff gets real simple to see, like, wow, these dudes are actually like hustling guys under the guise of blackmail advocacy. And then if you go start to point that out,
kind of like Christianity, like, goddamn, you need to read the book, the same book for motherfucking 20 years.
Bruh,
it's really bullet points.
Don't get me started there.
We're not gonna go there.
Don't go there.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's simply that it isn't what the action was. You now have to exhibit yourself within this space now that you've taken that action in this space. That's why you just, okay, all right, you lay out the things about progress. As you've seen today, a lot of people jumped up here who just couldn't have a simplistic fucking conversation. Couldn't do it. Because at the end of the day, after the conversation's over, then it's time for action. But if you keep acting like I'm gonna do everything possible but have the conversation with you, then it gives all this room for this shit to keep going forever. And that's what they want to do. They want to keep this shit going forever. Because they want to continuously help these dudes get their shit off. Like helping dumb niggas get their shit off ain't gonna help them get their shit on. It ain't gonna help them get on with nobody. True. You're gonna walk out of here with all this fucking radicalized manosphere shit in your mouth. You're gonna go somebody talking about select male and fucking stats on women that are not even fucking true, and niggas gonna look at you like you fucking crazy. Like, who the fuck is this nigga?
Yeah, because I went to school.
Telling another nigga that they've been selected by mythical bitches. It makes you look fucking crazy.
I agree. Can I say this, MOT?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Uncle.
The Roger Spice that's in the chat, right?
I know him. Very good guy. He's been around the space for a while.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if he is the Roger Spice that I know from back in the Google Hangout days, right?
God
so that's you, Roger Spice.
It's him.
Over there talking to me. Okay.
Yeah, same guy.
Okay, go ahead.
That dude been here way longer than I've been here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's him. Go ahead, True. What's going on,
man? And tomorrow, great live stream. Live stream. Great message. AM1, shout out to you. And Off Code, good to see you, brother.
Hey, salute, my guy.
Now, one of these issues, man, with skills and resources, that's got to be at the top of the list for black men. Just check the economic data. The numbers speak for themselves. So anyone to down talk skills and resources, we know that they have no intention of really helping black men. It's just a grift. That's obvious. And when you just talk about skills and resources in SBE, it smokes people out. It's so funny because it's so true, man. It's just like it's band bait. It just is, they just come out sniffing, out of their hole sniffing, and they smell that band bait, and they can't help it, man. They just expose themselves.
But true. SBE is their skill and resources, though.
Right?
No. Wait. Hold on. You guys got it all.
Yeah.
You guys got it all wrong. These guys here are all very well off. And the only issue is that they have not understanding women, or specifically the black woman, the ABW. That's it. They're all well off, though.
Right. And it's just the women. The men, she won't let me see my kids. Yeah, I was dating a 42-year-old woman. She was my fiance when I was 22. She was 42, but there was nothing wrong with me. Yeah, I couldn't make her orgasm in under 90 minutes, so I had to call. So I asked her to tell me what her ex-boyfriends used to do, how they used to knock the dust off. It ain't me. It's the women. Yeah, it's not me. It's the women. That's why I say you might as well just go to a brothel overseas and marry a woman over there. They're the problem, right? This is what these Negroes say.
And these dudes attach themselves to every other because they don't have an identity.
Right.
So the only thing that they want to do is destroy everything that's currently here. So that way you have to accept them where they are. This is the male version of accept me as I am. That's what the fuck this is.
It is.
So
accept
take
me as I am.
As I am.
To be married.
Wait. See, the MOT be sneaking in the gyms.
Yes,
this is the male version of take me. Because you said it, and it clicked for a second, and it sunk in even more. And I was the profound nature of what you just said. That's a stream in and of itself. The male version of take me as I am, because they really are saying like, I don't want to have to better myself. I don't want to improve. Like I'm anti-self-improvement, anti-productivity, anti-skills and resources, and will actually form it in my mind, let alone speak words out into the universe of counter to skills and resources, productivity. Like what kind of man says that? So you're right. It is take me as I am.
Take me as I am.
That brings me to my second point.
MOT, you gotta have the theme music of Mary J. Blige.
Now, this brings me to my second point too, because right behind skills and resources, and I know a lot of brothers don't like hearing this in the black manosphere, but if you really wanted to help black men, you would help black men learn to become family men. Help them learn how to be husbands. You got to sign the paperwork. I'm not saying that. Teach black men how to be better fathers. Teach black men how to vet women, how to pick women, how to groom women, how to stay away from the wrong types of women instead of running experiments on women. But see, the same men that say that I want to run experiments on women, I want to see the black family reunited, I want them to come back to the table. These men never, and I mean never, ever, ever make a mention about black men being a family building warrior, being black men who look for women who are family building warriors. They don't talk about anything of that nature. What's that, MOT?
They need men to be as weak as fucking possible, because a lot of these dudes think that being weak as possible is the best way and the easiest way to get into the underwear of these fucking women. It's coming up to them, hobbling and shit like the dude from fucking Menace to Society. You need some help. You need some help. Pop, 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 pop. That's what fucking happened to niggas, man.
MOT, now this dude dropped me a comment today, and he said, Truth, go over to Mr. Z's channel and check out this video, because BGS was saying, he was alluding to that black men should avoid black single mothers who had babies with white dudes, but should go after non-black women who were baby mamas. And you know what I'm thinking? Like, that sounds like bullshit.
Why is this such a fucking thing to discuss in a live stream? Like, dude, lead these people up to their individual options and choices.
Right.
There is no live stream that need to be made about, like, I made a live stream, I think 4 years ago, called "This is the last conversation I'm ever going to have on single mother." I think that should have like 7,500 views at that point. But I just like, these dudes want to keep talking about these women and just concerned trolling these women online, ain't doing shit but feeding them more and more Super Mario mushrooms. Now this bitch is walking around like Godzilla, kicking over whole groups of fucking men because of these dumb niggas.
Right. So look, like now I go to watch the video. I said, because I'm like, man, he didn't say that. But I'm like, wait a minute. Of course he said that. Who are we talking about here? So I listened to the video, and it was everything that he said it was. And during the video, he said, yeah, what we should do is, what we say is, if you have, we shouldn't even be dating these black women who have mixed babies. And we're just going to go to the highest bidder. If she's a single mom and she's Jewish or she's white or she's Latina or Asian, if she's working corporate and a 6-figure salary, then we'll help you out with the kids. We make the best baby daddies, and we'll just sign up for a better deal.
Wow.
And I'm thinking, like, see, that's coming back to the table that he really means is black men, just like Umar wants, is being this cleanup man. And, coming into this world as a young black man, you've got so much opportunity. Why wouldn't you tell black men to get on the skills and resources? Once you get your money right, you get your wardrobe together, you got a healthy mind and body, and, and you're just mildly charismatic, you got your pick of the litter of women that you can get with. There's no reason that you shouldn't have a whole stable of women that you run through when you want to run through them, when you have your life together as a young man in this sex positivity culture that we have right now.
Right.
I don't understand.
I want to stack on what Truth said earlier, just a little bit earlier, right? Because this is something, because I do agree with the whole concept of SBI. Already said that, right? And I get what they mean by that, right? However, let's talk about something that I disagree with Ramil Amir on, right? When he talked about fuck all these hoes, all of them, right? And get your money up, right? And worry about self, right? Number one, first of all, you 10 toes down. You're alone. That's what it sounds like to me. You're alone. Number two, my question would become, to what end, right? Because at that point, if you build up this shit, you're going to die one day.
Yes.
Who in the fuck is going to collect that shit? Is it going to be like a motherfucker like Anita Baker, or not Anita Baker, but Aretha Franklin, and motherfuckers like what's his name, Prince, right? No kind of thing to distribute the shit to, right? So the state
James
comes
Brown.
in and takes
James
that
Brown.
shit, and it goes to whoever the fuck, some unclaimed money, right? I don't agree with that shit. It's like, to what end do you just be like, focus on yourself?
Look,
That's not even
I
how
don't even
humans
care.
operate.
I leave it up to individuals to do what they individually do. It's just that the people who have bad outcomes are trying to claim like they give a shit about men currently, and that's the problem.
Right.
For me, and it's like another thing. This is what they want to be, man. You got whack niggas with fucking bitch rich tendencies, looking at all these fucking women. Yeah, I mean, they just want to be house husbands, man. Papa was a Rolling Stone, man. Like that shit was a song, man. That shit wasn't no way of life, dude. That's what the fuck they want. They want all these women to submit while they be this non-traditional ass fucking dude. Shit ain't gonna work, dude. It didn't work then. It doesn't work now. We got the outcomes, and the women are outperforming you as men, as a whole. Not individually as me. I'm saying as a whole. Women are outperforming you, and now you want her to not get her money to fucking keep your ass on, man. Like that's not a good look, bro. Not a good look. The manosphere doesn't have no impact. Because if you take your ass anywhere else and try to have this motherfucking conversation, you're gonna look straight crazy to anybody you try to explain this shit to.
Yeah, they just
I'm
gonna say
just
you
saying.
hate women. They just gonna throw that
Correct.
out. You hate women.
Well, I'm gonna say they hate men too. That's dangerous. If I had a son,
No.
I wouldn't
They
want my
hate
son to come
productive
across
men.
this black manosphere, hearing this
Hell
bullshit.
no.
That's
Man,
dangerous.
no.
Telling
Like,
young black men that you should go after a white or Asian single mother. What kind of bullshit is that?
how come
Well,
we just
let
can't
me
pick the
holler at
best
that.
choices? How come we just can't pick the best choices and the people who are left the fuck out of it are just left the fuck out? Like, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. But it is to them when they're trying to sell, like what you were talking about earlier, MOT. They're trying to sell shit to socially awkward motherfucking dudes, right?
Right.
and they're trying to gain monetary value for that to increase their life. I get it.
Sell them their own pain back.
Right.
Right.
That's it. You know, the digital barbershop. You know,
Because there's
let's
a
talk about our
relationship here.
shit, but then go back.
There's a
To who the
relationship here
fuck
between getting the best woman that you can for yourself and being the best man that you can be for yourself, right? The more you work on your body, the more you get your money up, the more power you have in society, the better person you are, right? The more personable you are, the more empathy you have for other people, so you can gain a large group of people who see you as a leader. Like, this all helps you find the type of wife that you want for yourself. The better you become, the more people you can attract, the better, the more valuable woman you could get. But some guys don't want that, because then they get left behind. Now, I can't get you on my channel, on a Saturday night at 8 p.m. when you got a beautiful family that you're spending time with.
Right, because you're already doing it, right? You don't need this outlet that they've created to cater to your feelings, right? Because you're not doing what the fuck you need to do, right, to get what you want, right? Take me as I am.
Yeah, that comment right there was huge, because I never really put it in that context, because a lot of this stuff that goes on here, it's like I'm analyzing it in like a dark comedy kind of way, but at the same time, like social thought experiment. Like, wow, okay, I've been hearing about black people being so oppressed my whole life, and this, that, and the third, and it's like, oh, well, I get it, but then I've made certain moves and circumvented some things. I've seen other people do it too, and I'm like, okay, fam. So if we're all oppressed and black man, you need target on our back, try this, because hey, this worked for me. And I openly tell people, like, hey, do it at a younger age than I did it, because then you'll avoid a lot of the foolishness and a lot of the pain that comes with that. And it'll be less likely that some random online avatar dude can sell you your pain back. Right. So it's like this whole thing of, I'm so identified with my pain and what I've gone through. Just take me as I am, because I don't want to go better myself. Like Truth was saying, have your body right, have your mind right, have everything. Know how to move in a certain way to where you're a better person, and then you attract better people and have a better vetting process and discernment for how you deal with women or a woman. If you want one woman in a family, sure, you need to be that dude and make sure that she sees that you're that dude, you're that guy, and she falls in line with what you're doing, because she has no choice to. Like, that formula is actually so simple, but it's like the hardest, easiest thing, because it's like, fam, you got to go work on yourself first. Now, for me, it's so natural to me. So it's like, in an abstract way, I have to imagine what it's like for a dude to be like, no, I'm not going to better myself. I just want everything laid at my feet. Take me as I am. Like, I can't wrap my mind around that at all. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, man, like, they just want to plant poison ivy. They want to plant poison fucking ivy. They want to plant not just bushes. They want to plant whole forest of fucking poison ivy. And think that just boxing that shit up is like, man, what are you doing? It's like, we don't need that shit. Like, but man, look, this is gonna be valuable to somebody. Like, bro, you can't come here and fucking do this. We can't allow you to get away with it. And here's another thing. They want to, like, unwrap the fruit cake at Christmas, repackage that shit on the 26th, give that shit to somebody else during Easter. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, bro, this is the same fruit cake, man. The same fruit cake. You keep repackaging this shit and re-gifting shit, man.
You're a hater.
God.
You're a hater. Then you pointed that out. You're a hater now. You're a simp now, all of a sudden, because you pointed that out.
I think individuals like AM1 and MOT, right? What y'all are actually conveying, like what you want to create and whatnot. I think that's what's missing, right? And what I'm talking about is our chapters and areas where not just the motherfuckers who listen to you, right? They want to invest monetarily in you doing something where the fuck you are, right? Whether it's being a building or some shit like that. Because I look at it like this. Here in Detroit, right? I'm here in the D, right? Let me tell you who got more motherfucking organizations than black dudes. Gay motherfucking dudes.
Oh, yeah.
They got
No
buildings for motherfuckers to go to, resources and everything, right? To help them. But the black manosphere is just online. And mostly it's motherfuckers that they're getting super chats and donations. That's the difference. But I agree with MOT and AM1, what y'all are trying to create, but y'all got to get motherfucking dudes to actually buy in to that process to fund these things, right? Because you don't want to do it on your own. Because it's like shit, hey, y'all believe in it too, right? Put skin in the game.
But the
Skin in the
thing
game.
is that most of these dudes want to ride everybody else's participation to success. They want you to go out and get your shit together and then like invite a whole bunch of these reptiles in so that way they can fucking come fuck your shit up from the inside out. The moment that you're like plus 51% of people who ain't supposed to be there, they can come mutiny you out of your own shit. That's been the black business model. Things run right until you invite a whole bunch of people there that don't belong. They band together and then they kick you out, and then they all of a sudden they destroy the shit. It's no different. Like these dudes are literally trying to run the Bolshevik revolution. A whole bunch of people who don't know how to run shit. They all of a sudden get in charge, and then all of a sudden it falls apart. But they've been doing this shit to every movement, the church, the military. It doesn't matter what the fucking group is. You have the same people who come through and destroy the actual place from the inside out and then claim other people are agents while they're fucking doing
That's spot on. That's
it. Yeah.
spot on. We've seen it too. Like claiming SYSBM while at the same time, don't come over here once you hop the fence.
Yeah.
Passport bros, and seeing a guy who's in trouble, who's having serious legal problems overseas, and then has the nerve to say, "Don't stop, keep doing the same thing. The brothers over
Yeah.
here got your back." Like, what?
And,
What?
and
You
ain't,
trying to
ain't
get him
put
sent to
ain't put
prison?
a goddamn dime or a phone call or anything in that scenario to help that brother. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's bullshit.
Hey, that's that whole
But
situation where it's like guys vicariously living through other guys, whether it be passport bro escapism or with that trick Keisha content. Like, I feel like I was saying this in my stream the other day. Like, I feel hurt. First of all, just me and Truthman kind of drilling that in even more, just dialing that in. The nobody ever owed you like thesis. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
nobody ever owed you anything. Nobody owes you anything. These women don't owe you anything. So you gotta go sit. Hey guys, go red pill rage out and sit with that red pill, right? Nobody ever owed you anything anyway. So imagine throwing a tantrum about what's not happening to you relative to some woman when you have to really sit and consider it was never owed to you anyway. Like, all of that raging out just should dissolve immediately. Like, I don't know. Like, how do you deal
didn't
with
help
that?
them.
But it's like, first of all, nobody owed you anything, fam. And then you're raging out over that. And then you're like, I'm mad at the BW, this, monolithic black women, because this
That's
particular
what it
woman or
was.
these 5 women didn't like me. They don't like me. So now I don't like them, but I actually do still like them and I do still want them. But then let me listen to some guy clown them or roast them and point out what they're doing. And then I feel good. I get off the stream feeling good about that. Or, yeah, you
Yep.
took that bitch down for me. Here's $5. Here's $10. I feel
Right.
uplifted now. It's like, fam,
That's the
really,
pattern
bro?
right
Well,
there,
But here it
AM1.
goes.
That's
Here
the
we go,
yeah.
though.
pattern
But wait,
right
here's
there.
go. You do that, and then some kind of way, magically, that bolsters the blackmail image. Y'all got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Y'all
man. Like
got
that
it.
shit is
Y'all got
crazy.
it.
It-
Nobody
it's
understands,
crazy,
guys.
man.
No tangibles. Everybody 10 toes down, right? Everybody separate. Everybody want to be the king where they are, right? And that's what you get, right? And I think that that's because of a term, a phrase that I created, M&Ms, right? And I say that the vast majority of us are M&Ms, including myself, and that means matriarchal males, right? A lot of males will see that as a slur, but it's like, I look at it like this: you could never realize how powerful you can be until you know how weak you are, right? You sit up here and say that you want your quote unquote blackmail advocacy and shit. Well, what are you doing? Are you just having panels talking to motherfuckers and shit? Or are you actually engaged in changing their lives? I remember when I was younger, I had one black male teacher in middle school, right? And he didn't take no shit from mamas that came up to that motherfucker. He'd go out there hallway. Hey, sorry, babies. Y'all go ahead and go back. I need to go out here and handle this. And we hear him screaming and shit. And he'd come back in there like, I'm sorry, baby. I ain't want y'all to hear that. some mama's coming up there complaining about him. But you know what he did? He put his money, right? Because he had a family, he had a wife and children, and he didn't leave the hood. He was in a nicer part of the hood, but he was still in the hood, right? Because I go over to his house and shit, right? He put his money into a fucking after school building, right? That taught me how to use computers and other black males, other black children, period. How to use computers, gave us a place where we ain't gotta be in the streets and shit and all of that kind of shit, right? I'm pretty sure he old as hell right now. I don't know. He might be dead. But Mr. Pearsall was the epitome of what I'm thinking, like a motherfucker who was an advocate for children, right? And I don't typically see that in, you know, the whole quote unquote spaces. I think that's a funny ass term to me, but y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, because it was all supposed to stop at talk. It was supposed to stop at talk. You were never supposed to take any action. You were just left. It's kind of like, okay, we'll see you guys next week. Same bad time, same bad channel. And that's what the fuck was going on here, man.
Yeah,
You know,
run the experiment
like,
forever.
Right. Part of this is the
man,
money
like
too.
the cliffhanger. Yeah,
you got that.
It's like,
go ahead, MOT.
MOT wild as hell. He said
it's kind of like the cliffhanger, man. It's kind of like the cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. Did Batman arrest the penguin or what? And then like the next episode is on and he's chasing the penguin again. It's like, what fucking happened between last week and this week?
MOT, subscribe to my Patreon where I say the real shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
That's that money.
Behind the wall is where all my conversations happen.
Said about like a motherfucker like Anton Daniels, right? You sitting up there trying to be a father figure to these motherfucking bitches, right? But I bet you if a motherfucking blackmail, come on, hey man, I need $1,000. You be a part of Billionaires Club. What? She get it free. You just call her on the whim. Hey, you up? You doing your thing? Hey, what you need some help? But when it goes back to what I was saying earlier, which a lot of people have not talked about. Fucking human beings like females more than they like males. And that's not something that you just sit up there and complain about. It's something that you try to get over, right? You try to bridge that gap. And what I mean by that is that, like, I'll take a word like courting, right? Most of us, when we hear the term courting, we think about a male with a female, right? But in context, courting is pay special attention to someone in an attempt to win their support or favor. I say, if you a motherfucking male that's about your shit, you should be more so about courting other motherfucking males if you believe in black male advocacy. Don't court these females because they're going to be around. Females love motherfucking dudes that have a network. Why?
Yes.
Because it's not just you that she could pull resources from. She could pull resources from the motherfucking niggas you got. Why you think these hoes like gangs? Don't matter if you don't understand it. Right? You need to court fucking black males. Because we've been trained to not like each other. Unlike other motherfuckers, we talk about white people, talk about nepotism. Nepotism. Where the fuck are nepotism at?
Well, part of this with courting males and black men who don't like each other. When I was younger, I'd be in the streets and just do some fuck shit. Well, as I got, get older, you got old friends, and you might throw a barbecue or something. Some of the old homies come over, and they want to talk about these war stories, by the barbecue, and it's like, man,
horror stories, man.
I thought we were
Trading
past
horror
this
stories.
already, right? We're past this.
Yep.
So, and part of this is like, they get addicted to the past, right? It just like these memories and the emotions get tied to one another, and you want to talk about it when you're around the same people. Well, that's the same thing within the black community. And this is why I talk about family structure so much. Like, there's no road out of this. Even when you get your money up, most men are going to want a family for themselves, which means, man, you damn near have to have the mind of a pimp or a warlord, because you can't take too much shit when you're building your own family, or you'll let some woman in the door and she'll destroy what you got. So you have to be almost an authoritarian about building a strong family for yourself. Now, you do have to be an authoritarian about it. And one of the problems is black men and black women haven't, as a collective, we haven't been taught through our own culture to do that. So then what happens is, because we haven't been taught that, and many of us have been traumatized by our own family members and our own dating experiences with black men and black women.
True.
That then what we end up doing is, when we talk to other black men about these war stories, it's like just being at the barbecue, and it's like, man, let's talk about this again. It becomes like an addiction. Let's talk about it again. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Like every day is Groundhog's Day, like the movie Groundhog's Day. It's like the same thing. And then that Cash App money, the Super Chat money, the PayPal money starts coming in, and it's like, man, this is like shooting fish in a barrel. I just talk about the same bullshit and just,
every day.
Just change the angle of the way we talk about it, and I could get paid. And now I've got an online career where I'm making 6 figures, playing these black men and feeding them their own pain back to them.
Exactly.
When you hear it described like that, it makes it very easy to understand how the game that some guys are playing, and in a lot of cases, the sheer attention is worth more than the money. So maybe they're not even making 6 figures, right? But fire up a live stream and I get to be somebody. People listen to me. People hear me.
Who is king of Coup? Anybody heard of this king of Coup? CU.
No, sir.
Yeah. Who's
King Cuckula? That's Tito Godley. Shango. He's cool.
All right. You should probably change that name though.
I mean, yeah, wild with the names. I mean, trying to tell them, you be wild with the names, man.
That name, man. Come on, fam.
Can y'all brothers hear me?
The motif was like,
yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, this hood heat, bro. I had to make all these channels because these manosphere dudes keep deplatforming me, man. So you know what I'm saying? And YouTube. So I got like 17 channels, man. But I apologize. But no, I gotta touch on. Oh, go ahead, brother.
No. You just came up, man. You fresh off the conversation, man. What's going on?
I bet. So I definitely do agree with you, brother MOT, and I do agree with AM1 and the brothers on the panel. Truth, I know them well. I know, I haven't heard of you, other brother, but salute to you as well. But the conversation that y'all are talking about is very needed, and that separation in the space has been happening for a while between the dudes who actually want to do something and the dudes who just want to sit up and talk. You feel me? And I've always aligned myself to the best of my ability with the people that I think are doing something. And when I find out they ain't doing nothing, I break ties with them. Broke ties with Angry Man, broke ties with BGS, did it like that. Because I'm about the message, and the message is male empowerment, male actualization. That's about. So I salute what you're doing. I don't hate Tito, but he's way off base. I was one of those dudes that was like, yo, bro, you fucking tweaking, okay? And I'm like, bruh, what the hell is going on here? Why are we attacking dudes who want a better black men? And then they try to throw up this shit with game. You got aim and shit like motherfucker. Or what they're trying to do is conflate the Kevin Samuels obsidian argument of putting your wallet and leading with your wallet first. They were trying to conflate that with having skills and resources. And that makes no fucking sense. Because it don't matter if you got all the game in the world. You can't hold anything down if you don't have any money. Or any power. You need to have character, right? But you can't do anything without any money and power in this country. So what the fuck are we talking about? My bad, y'all. Go ahead.
Wait. Let me holler at some shit real quick.
I go ahead.
Facts.
Wait. Somebody tried to conflate the skills and resources discussion with leading with their wallet.
Yeah.
Everything always comes to, if you're talking about resources, you got to trick it off to get a bitch. Yes, you have to understand. They want to take money off the table because they can't compete on that level, right? They have to take money off the table, and then it kind of devolves into this animalistic where you can't get a bitch based off of what. I'm like, bro, listen, man. The type of women that would allow you to have sexual access to them, I'm not even concerned with the women. You can have 100% of the fucking inventory or what the fuck you talking about, because I'm not interested in no shit like that.
Keep them.
Not just now, just ever. But to them, they spent their whole life lying like they are appealing to these women, let alone fighting their battles online. But the women ain't even here.
True.
They're claiming the women. The women are not claiming them. Make that shit make sense to me, bro.
So you're saying they're not coming back to the table?
Listen,
it don't make
I've
sense.
Never
they
heard
make
a woman.
sandwiches.
I have never heard a woman come online and say, you know what, this is the very specific type of game that can be ran on me. Never fucking heard it. You want to know why I've never heard that? Yeah, you want to know why? Cause women ain't gonna give you the playbook. The only playbook women want you operating by, nigga, just try it and I'll find out whether I like you or not. That's the
I'm
fucking
glad you
playbook.
said that, MOT, because that's another major thing over the years that I've heard. Not talking shit about BGS, but I've heard him use that kind of talking point, right? Where it's like you need the validation of a black female saying something out loud. That doesn't matter to most of us. Don't matter, even if we know it. That's not something that's it's going to be like, okay, oh, I had an epiphany. We already know this shit, right? So you're preaching to the choir when you say that, because I have y'all heard him say that, like, I'm getting them on here. See, I'm glad you said that. I'm like, okay, and what? And what? Niggas don't give a fuck.
I've heard him say stuff like that before. Yeah.
A lot
That's
of
goofy.
But
it's
Oh,
goofy.
you know
he
what he
does
told
it
me?
to,
He told me personally. He goes, "Truth." He made a video about it, and he goes, "Truth. I know more women than you've ever met." I think like
Oh,
what
what?
does that
Like
even mean?
you
What
know
does that
you got these
mean?
shallow relationships with women. That's supposed to mean something. Like you shook their hand or something. I don't even know what that means.
I mean, I think a couple of weeks ago he was having a conversation, and everything he was saying, it all culminated to me coming to the conclusion that, you know, from what you said, BGS, this is me just listening in the clouds, right? I'm like, I would never take advice from dealing with a female from you, because you done already bowed out. You older, you done bowed out. You feel
Right.
me? What the fuck can I learn from you at this point? You have not been
Right.
successful. You bowed the fuck out.
No.
Like, I ain't dealing with these hoes. I just want to live the rest of my years, by myself and talk about these hoes, right? I'm still fucking these hoes.
Yeah.
Trying
I
to
don't know
find
any
me
men in
somebody
real
who
life that cry about women. I never even seen it before.
I don't. I mean, what it is a mint. Because I'm telling you, man, you say this shit somewhere, bro. You're going on a 72-hour hold, man. I'm trying to save you niggas some time, bro. I'm trying to save you niggas some time, man. I'm
Right.
trying to save you for eating them Cheerios and fucking orange juice and shit, going to these classes all day about regular ass human behavior, nigga. I'm trying to help y'all.
See,
they
this the
72
thing,
hour old
brothers.
nigga lockdown.
I got a story for you. So I had a
Oh,
buddy, right? He
uh,
who I work with, and I was slanging boxes at UPS, loading up them trucks, and we worked together. And he went to Portland State, so it was in the summer. He was a football player at Portland State, D1 football player. And I was like, well, let's go out, man. You've been crying about losing your girlfriend or whatever. Let's go out, man. We're gonna go party, go hang out. So we go down to the club, and I saw a couple chicks in line, and one of them I used to mess with in the past. So I'm like, oh man, we can link up with these chicks here. Let's go see what happens. So we go to the club, and then after we go back to their house, right? Shoot, I knocked it out the box with this thick booty girl, and then he got the other girl who was beautiful, right? A beautiful white chick. And he tells me, man, afterwards, I go, what happened? He goes, oh man, we didn't have sex, but she let me eat the box though, man. Thanks, Truth, man. This is the best time I ever had, man. I had a great time. This
bruh.
was fun. And he just started. I mean, but the point is, I thought that was crazy. But the experience that he had though, just hanging with girls and having fun, I'm like,
Being near
that's
the
how you
pussy.
do it. Like if you're
Oh
boohooing about
God.
chicks, man, go eat the box or something, do something crazy. Like there is no boohooing. I'd rather see that than coming online and lamenting for 4 and 5 years about these chicks that don't give a damn about you.
Why do
Bro,
you fuck?
six, 7 years,
Tyrone?
Hey, that's
bro.
wild. That's
Wait,
a wild.
wait,
Hey,
wait.
hey, let me shout this out real quick. Shout out to Codebreakers because this comment in here, you can't do anything in a tribe without a skill or some value. You will be
Yeah.
expelled. Better to learn to hunt. Better learn to hunt.
Yep.
That's it right there. The whole skills and
Yep.
resources piece is really me trying to be like super reductionist and be like, all right, across this demographic of guys who populate this online space that claims to be about advocacy, we got, 1819 to 65, all across the board, before or after, with or without a woman, you're gonna have to have some kind of skills and be of value. So that's whether a woman is in your life or not. Do we all agree on that? Yes or no? I already know the answer is yes.
Yes.
I
So
agree.
that's the default. So if you focus on that in a world that's constantly getting dumber and dumber and dumber, women that are getting dumber and dumber and dumber, your vetting process has to get better and better and better. Then you have to put yourself in a position of more and more value, no matter what. So you have an abundance of resources. So you have more options in life. That's it. It's so simple. Why would you get? Why would I me? Why would me anyone else get pushback over that? That's crazy.
I
Y'all go.
agree
Because
with
there's
you.
one reason
stands
you
in the
get
way.
pushback. Because these
Yeah,
brothers is hungry, but their bellies are empty. They want that Cash App money, and you're fucking it up. AM1, you start talking skills and resources, and stop crybabying about these women that don't want you. That's taking money out of that's taking food out of their belly, and they can't have that.
Okay, so
They're
then
gonna
wait
be
a
in the
minute.
real
So
world
I
instead
get
of
it. I
online.
get it. I get it from the context of the content creator. I see why they will push back. But what's with the dudes out here who are so mentally hurt and beat down by Keisha that they have blinders on their eyes that don't allow them to see that their pain and trauma is being like capitalized upon. You see what I'm saying?
They don't want to leave their cave. I don't want to leave this cave of commiseration with other men. We're changing the world, crybabying about black women. When you try to pull me out of that cave and bring me to the light, now all of a sudden I got to dust myself off, look myself in the mirror. I got to make changes. I got to improve myself. I got to work out more. I got to become, learn a new skill. I got to grow and evolve. That's a whole lot of work, man.
What do you
laziness.
mean I
It's
need
easy
to do push-ups,
stay in my
True?
cave. It's better.
What do you
that
mean
way.
I got to do push-ups, True? You got to be fucked up.
Yeah, push-ups.
So then
I'm
it defaults to
tired,
what
nigga.
MOT said. I just need these women in the world really to take me as I am.
Take me as I am.
Yep.
Yeah. I ain't
What
improved
it
for
is
nobody.
male.
how dare
It's
you
male
criticize me? Y'all been talking shit about us for
MOT,
50 years. Just take me as I am and
MOT
just
blazed it with
just
that
let
one.
me
I
move
cannot
in.
even front.
Hey,
He went to goddamn Mary J. Blige on our ass. Yes.
Yeah, man. Just let me move in. Just let me move in. I ain't shit. Let me move in. I know you got this shit all under control. No problem. Just take me as I am and don't fucking complain because if you do, you don't like black men.
And
Boom.
then understand that I'm a man.
Well, they got balls now. See, they got balls now. It's not just let me move in. It's like, oh, you better make more money than Keisha over here. If you make more money than Keisha over here, I'm gonna leave you in the dust, Keisha. So you better start acting right because these other chicks are making me a better deal. These baby mamas are making me a better deal on the other side of the fence. So I'll go to them. I don't even want a woman who's childless. Why would I want that? Shoot, I want to be a babysitter.
Bro,
The thing
bro,
is,
this is
man,
the
these
main
niggas want
thing,
to
bro.
live with a bitch right across the street from a fucking school, so that way they can just walk the kids into the school and just walk them into the fucking house and just be a house nigga, man.
Hey,
Modern day house nigga.
I'm productive. MOT, I'm productive. I walk the kids to school across the street. I'm productive.
Yeah.
It's called male
I clean the
entitlement.
house.
It's called male entitlement. That's all it is, bro. It's a male welfare plan to get niggas into position where they can pretty much beg, like sexual concubines. But we, like the PhDs love to talk about the concuserve, but begging a bitch to come back to the table is being a concuserve, bro.
ConcuSurf shit. Totally ConcuSurf shit. And totally weak. It's like, look, if you don't have good credit, how the fuck are you gonna go to American Express and ask for a black card, right?
You can't.
You ain't got no motherfucking credit. And even if they gave you a black card with like $10 worth of credit, because they don't do shit like that.
Say
Like
$10.
niggas would actually think that, well, you know what? I'm just gonna be here and I'm just gonna ask for shit that I shouldn't be asking for, and I'm just gonna get mad as shit when they say no. And it's like, bro, listen, man, y'all trying to weaken the entire brand of black men so that way y'all niggas can be included. I'm not okay with that type of goofy ass shit, man. And that's some shit that they've been doing for years, is trying to like when they talk about image, they want to weaken the fucking image to the point to where they can be included. They've always been on that shit.
Wait, so it's like lower the bar so we can all feel equity, not equality, equity. Let's lower it. Let's not all be better. Let's all
grade on
lower
the
it.
curve.
So
Grade on the curve. So that way I'm
participation
included. Like,
trophies.
nah.
We all get participation trophies and all what are supposed to have the same outcomes. We're supposed to all get the things we think like. We don't want a meritocracy. We want the same outcomes as the people putting the work in. It's like
in other words, go buy you a costume, right? I.e. a suit, right? And be like Keisha.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? See, that's what I'm talking about.
They want to walk around with the Maggle uniform on,
that I
man. Like they
created,
want to
the
walk.
whole M&M's, matriarchal males.
Yeah, man. Like the only thing they want to do is walk around with the goddamn Maggle uniform on, like the child support onesie, the matching hat, the matching
You
shirt, the
said the
matching
onesie.
tracksuit, and the motherfucking matching shoes. You know what I'm
I didn't know
saying?
MOT was it. MOT be on some other shit. I didn't know
MOT
he
be
was.
roasting on the slick.
He be roasting
Slick.
like a motherfucker, man. I did not realize this until today. He said the onesie. What?
Yeah, man. Just everything
Jumpsuit.
all the same color, man. Everything all the same color.
And the
That's
funny
all
thing,
it is.
you can't really pull a quality woman like that. Like you can, but it's got to be under in a certain environment where people already know you. Like she knows people that know you. If you don't have that certain look about yourself, that certain presence, I mean, you got to be generally you got to be in shape, or you got to have a nice wardrobe. You've got to have like a professional appearance, and maybe not necessarily, but then at least you have a professional persona when you get to speaking and you talk about your career and your lifestyle, and then they go, oh, he's a somebody. But if you don't have the wardrobe, and you're living in your mama's basement, you're living with grandma, you got 4 roommates, man, good luck finding the type of woman that you want, man. Dating is
Hey, man,
competitive. It is
Stop
competitive.
attacking the space, Truth. Come on now.
yeah,
No, here's the
yeah.
wild part about it. The wild part about it is like you can really, if these dudes are so female focused, then I get it. Hormones, cool. Biological imperatives, cool. Wanting companionship, cool. I get all of that, fine. If you're gonna kamikaze pilot your life and just focus on that, when there's that's hustling backwards, right? Like you're supposed to like be that dude, and then the women thing is secondary, and then you build the family after you're already that man standing on something. But even relative to if your trajectory is just your dead set on just woman, 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 even to address something like the productivity piece, the skills and resources piece, or even to the point of truth, saying family building warrior. If you listen to the guys who are saying these things, you're getting laced up with like the actual cheat codes on how to do it. So it's weird. Like dudes insist on just wallowing in the self-pity and languishing in that. And it's like, fam, there's dudes who are telling you the things to do, and the playbook really isn't that hard. But it's like, nah, we'd rather just sit
It
around and
is
complain.
hard
Like
if you
that's
can't follow
gonna
simplistic ass directions, though. AM1. Like if you can't follow simple ass directions to get anywhere else, like this shit, you gonna miss that shit too. So
it's simplistic though.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, I know, and it's like it's for their benefit, and they still don't want to follow simple ass directions. So I'm like, look, man, which one is it? Is it Bravo Alpha November communism or Bravo Alpha November socialism? Which one is it
Mm,
for these niggas?
mm. Hey, I say what you said at first. The G word that ends with side. That's you
Yeah,
feel-
it's the only way to conclusively solve this problem.
Yeah. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's
Yeah,
true,
sure.
bro.
Oh, and then think about this too.
Because these niggas are poisoning the bro.
Well, think about this.
Yeah,
They
Uh-huh.
talk about is women, right? That's like
yeah.
90% of the conversation. And they call themselves ibmores, which means that they're pretty much swearing off any type of relationships with women and not having kids. So you don't even really want, even if the woman presented herself to you and, something was wrong with her and she fell in love with you, even though you're in this, degraded state, you would still turn her down because you swore off women. Even keep it 100. That's what, what's his name said, right? He's a monk, or he's a MGTOW monk. He don't even want to have relationships with women. So it's like so really all you're doing is leading black men astray into this lifestyle where they're mad at the women that they say that they say they don't want. That's a real mental illness that should get you on a 72-hour hold. Something's way off there.
Yeah, man. We got to give you that motherfucking adjustment.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Uh-oh.
It's not like
See, that's the thing, bro. Like the space. Uh-huh.
Well, I don't
No,
like
go ahead, bro.
Arby's because I bought I bought 7 sandwiches for $7 in like the late 90s. They had a deal. And I was like, damn, I'm hard. Got done playing basketball. I could eat 7 sandwiches and $7. Let me just try this out, right? They're probably going to be any good, but let me try it out. And I took one bite and I threw that whole bag of sandwiches away. Well, when I talk about food, I don't talk about Arby's. I don't tell people like, oh, have you tried Arby's? What's the Arby's menu like? I ain't been there for years. I never talk about Arby's because I don't fuck with Arby's, right? So
Yeah.
normally, if you don't want something and you don't like something, and that ain't for you, you wouldn't really want to talk about that. But if you talk about something and that you don't like over and over and over and over, that's a major psychological condition. That's hating what you
It is.
love.
Yep.
And that's what it is. Because if they simply didn't want to be with her, they would simply go to somebody else or find another alternative or solution. But they still here with the same type of women that they want to respect them. And it's like your position is weakening your overall disposition. And they can't see it. So they're like running into this traffic circle. They got four ways out and they just keep driving faster and faster and drifting around the goddamn traffic circle when they could just take a fucking exit.
Right.
Yep.
And they
Doing
block their exit
donuts.
by saying they're pro-black. They go, well, I'm pro-black, so I can't deal with. And that's the crazy part. Okay, you're pro-black. You can't deal. You're not going to deal with any other. You're not going to deal with any other races of women. I get that, but you have different. All black women aren't bad. So why? So again, why are you still just pigeonholing yourself into these very women? I don't deal with broken women. When I was single and I dated black women, I never dealt with broken. Well, I dealt with maybe one or here, couple here or there. Okay, maybe a few times, but generally I was dealing with quality black women. I don't have a bunch of war stories. I got one war story. Right, I made a mistake. It was on me. I knew better. I tried to, make it work when obviously it wasn't going to work because I was simping a little bit. She was good looking, a big booty, and I tried to make it work. It didn't work, but I didn't cry about it. And I'm not going to keep. I'm sure not going to bring other black men into my pain. So I don't understand. I don't understand why they just don't leave.
I understand it. It's called incel revenge porn. That's what it is. That's the main
Oh,
thing.
so wait, it's the revenge, incel revenge porn, plus the fact that the off ramp, as MOT eloquently visually supplied it for us, to take that off ramp exit, then we fall back into the work that it takes. But
Yeah.
the work isn't that
Yep.
hard. So it's weird, right? Just trying to understand the psyche of some of these guys, because it's like, I don't want to do the work. I want to make up excuses to stay in the loop where I just keep staying in a circle. I don't want to take one of these ramps off because then it requires me to go take real action. So it does default back to the take me how I am. And if you don't take me how I am, then I'll sit around with these guys that all feel the same way. And we're all in our feelings and we'll scratch and fight to keep the space alive. And what
I'm gonna talk
rail
shit
gun?
about you, Keisha. I'm
Well,
gonna
here's the
talk
thing.
shit about you.
But here's the thing. We want to railgun the message out to gather more. We want to send a bat signal, a ban signal out.
Yeah, man. This shit is like SETI, man. This shit is like SETI, man. They want to send a message throughout the fucking solar system, waiting for a black woman to like give up all her power, so that way they could just come and pick their ass up. Like, come on, bro.
Yep.
Fuck is y'all going on here, man?
SOS.
Search for intelligence.
Yeah.
Search for ignorant life, man. That's the
Yeah. That's what it is, man.
But nah, I appreciate y'all brothers having me up. I gotta go do some shit, but salute to y'all, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, man. I got to roll out here as well. Anybody got some last words before they get up out of here? Off code. Oh shit, he's still there? Oh, any last words? Truth is, I know it.
Yeah, get your money up. If you want a family, go get yourself a quality wife. If you want to remain single, have fun. It's not hard. Never cry about women. I'm out of here.
AM1.
Yeah, Dope Stream Skills and Resources is just undefeated. If you want to talk blackmail advocacy in a failing world, then it got to be skills and resources. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, man. You're not gonna blunt force trauma your way through this shit, man. Like keep signing up for these live streams about people who are really not doing anything in life. It's not gonna fucking get you nowhere. It's not gonna get you anywhere. And these motherfuckers had this shit coming since the '60s. The '60s. This shit has been going on for so fucking long. People don't even want to get their shit together. The only thing they want to do is leverage it off on the woman. I think that's some weak ass fucking shit. Stop trying to fucking self-reflect on yourself in the way of a bitch It's too fucking easy to get your shit together nowadays. Once you start talking this anti-male shit and this fucking infinite anti-bitch rhetoric, the manosphere ain't got no motherfucking impact. Not yet. It's gonna have impact to the way I'm taking it. It's gonna have impact. The real impact for black men is locking these motherfuckers the fuck out of here. Who's actually fucking up our goddamn image by trying to not take any action and thinking they're holding people hostage by not having any results. Nah, man, some whole ass shit. Got anything else, M1? Oh, okay, he must be gone. Off code, you got anything else before we get up out of here? All right. I want to thank you guys for coming through on the Man Tomorrow. Thank God that I'm fucking doing this shit, right? Because you seeing what motherfuckers are at, and you seeing what motherfuckers are on. People want to be leaders, but they don't want to motherfucking answer no fucking true to life questions on shit, right? So I want to thank you guys for coming through on the Man Tomorrow. I'm gonna clean up this motherfucking space, and I believe in leaving niggas the fuck behind. Thank you for coming through. You guys have a really nice day.